Is there what? Up?
Out.
Up.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you.
so I'm trying to go in.
That's
Oh, there you go. Perfect, perfect. Thank you.
Here you go, guys. Thanks. Please. No worries.
so Vanguard, ne? Live. All right, welcome to match 3 of the inaugural Over-40s Cricket World Cup. Canada take on South African neighbours Namibia here at the Boone Wallace Oval in Plumstead, Cape Town, home of the Cricket Cape Town Cricket Club. News from the middle, Canada winning the toss and bowling first. As you can see, wickets already gone down for the Namibian team. I'm not alone. I'm joined by two commentators, seasoned commentators. They call themselves from Namibia and Canada. I'll move on to them at this moment. Yeah. So introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome here to Cape Town. Yes, definitely delighted to be on the broadcast. My name is Ravindra Mandalal. I'm representing Canada today and happy to be on the panel to do commentary. I know we are all anticipating an exciting tournament, but Canada, a good start for them. As I say, good morning to my co-commentator, Roman Erasmus.
Erasmus.
Erasmus. Okay, go ahead.
Morning, Mandela. My name's Rowan Erasmus. Yeah, so we're here. We're taking part. Looks like it's going to be good fun. Canada seems to have had a good start. We lost our first wicket with Thumpy Martins going out. So yeah, have a bit of a chat about how things are going. How did you guys find the trip down here?
Well, so far, as I said, it has been exciting, thrilling. Canada, of course, intensified the preparation for this tournament, looking to relish every opportunity. This is a massive tournament, Roman, and they want to create an early impression,
Okay.
6 teams in this group promise to be fascinating. But, the Canadians, as I said, they arrived early in Cape Town and that's alone demonstrated the commitment to play competitive cricket and exciting cricket and probably ultimately lifting the championship by the conclusion of things.
Okay. I understand you guys brought quite a big touring group, something like 40 people or something with their support staff and whatnot.
A big contingent there from, they're all excited to come in Cape Town. The boys' families with them, accompanying them on this tour. So I think that brings a lot of unity to Canada team, and it can help with their motivation and that sort for this tournament.
Yeah, I reckon that's a good thing. Having some local support when you're far away from home, especially playing in foreign conditions and different temperatures, different pitches and whatnot. That might make life a little bit easier, make things a bit uh, feel a little bit more at home. So should help. You guys had some preparatory matches. How did you find the experience in getting ready for everything?
Yeah, Surendra Siraj, the coach of the Canada team, said that
Yunus bowling, not Manpreet Kaur.
very, very important for practice match. Matches they had two, one against Australia and one against New Zealand. Mixed
Okay.
fortune for them, of course, suffering a defeat, a heavy one against Australia by 215 runs,
Okay.
and then bounce back. Well, they had some agreement in Marinoak at 45 overs.
Okay.
But I think based on his statement, the coach of the team, Surendra Siraj, that, they're highly confident they would have learned a lot, taken out a lot of positivities, and now they're ready to match their skills.
Is this the first tournament that you guys have taken part in? This kind of veterans cricket?
Yes, in the over 40, I know they played the over 50 last
Yes.
year. They played the over 60 currently now in
Okay.
India under the umbrella of the International Master Cricket as well.
Okay.
So Canada, another over 60 Canada team is there.
Okay. So have you found the learning curve?
Very, very interesting. These are veterans, Ramas,
Yes.
you
We
know,
all are, but
yeah, it's
still.
always going to be physically challenging, these guys coming out to play. But the most important thing for me that they are interested, they are enthusiastic, and they want to play their cricket.
Yeah, I reckon that's the core of the thing here is that even though we're all fundamentally past our prime, this kind of extends our career and gives us the opportunity to move on and move forward, but still take part and give back to the game while still enjoying it. So I have a 12-year-old son who's much better than I am. He bullies me in the nets, but
Yes.
but that's why what it's about. It's a big edge, and it's Johan Nel out now.
Yeah,
Good
good
catch
start.
by the keeper.
Yeah, Godwin, Alfred. So this is a terrific start here for Canada. Probably that decision to bowl first started to justify because Namibia have lost two quick wickets in succession.
Hmm.
It's probably on the back foot a little bit now. But tell us a bit about the batting combination. I mean, you could still rely on the others to come to the party. The game is very much young. But Canada, I think this is a start. They want perfect start for them to this tournament.
Yeah, it's a good start for Canada. It's both of our opening batsmen back in the hutch. Um, so we are experimenting with some of our matchups. Um,
Score. Yeah,
have you got the score there?
yeah,
Okay, we'll update the score just now. And it looks like Harry Snyman coming into bat now. Yes. So Harry's one of our ex-national players.
Yeah.
He's the one with the international experience. And Norbert Manyande. No, this is not us. That's Zimbabwe. Oh, England. Yeah, there we are. So where is he? Harry Snyman. That's the guy with international experience, and the guy on the other side is Norbert Manyande. So Norbert's our player coach. He runs the fielding drills and gets us all hot under the collar before we start up with the activations. But we bat quite deep, um, and I mean at this age everybody's had enough cricket under the belt that everybody can bat a bit. Um, so we'll see how things progress. But with the format of the game of play 12 and bat 11 means that you can get quite deep into the match. We are carrying some niggles, so
Yeah,
that will
as expected.
influence. Yeah, just yeah, it's part and parcel of the of our age, but and that influences some of the selection. But we've got a good squad. Um, all of the guys are skilled in the game, and we all bring something different. A lot of all-round skill. Uh,
Well, at the toss, the captain, Nicholas Boy, said that you guys had some preparation, playing in that Africa Cup. How much do you think that would help in preparation for this tournament or going about your business in this, international tournament?
so the Africa Cup was interesting because it was our first exposure to any kind of tournament like this. Most of the players are club cricketers, so it was hard to gauge our level of competitiveness. And then when we got there and we beat the SA Invitational side and we beat Zimbabwe in quite a thrilling match, and then we had a rough day against the South African side, the Proteas, with overcast conditions and difficult batting conditions.
And again, another one goes down here for
Third wicket
Namibia.
down.
Alfred strikes. It's a good movement there. This is
Wickets from both
testing
ends.
bowling here,
Yeah.
Bowman.
It's good movement through the air as well, and a little bit off the pitch.
Outside edge was found. So another wicket goes down here for Namibia.
It's 2 catches to the keeper. So the Africa Cup gave us an opportunity to measure ourselves well, and we ended up playing the final against the Protea side.
Great.
And even though we lost that match, we were competitive up until quite deep into the match. We got them out for around about 230 runs, and then even though we ended up falling short, we batted well, we played well.
77. Batten. Just introduce a pattern.
This is Rian de Wit coming into bat now. He's a right-hand batsman and a left-arm seamer.
They bring in a lot of all-round skills here.
Yes.
But this is a great opportunity for him coming in his team. Yes, in a little bit of trouble. 3 wickets down, but still a 4 way to go.
Mm.
Probably a little bit of assessment for the pitch. His approach now going to be very vital for Namibia.
Yeah, so Rian's got a lot of experience as an opening batsman, and he has done it before. So he's a solid player, and we'll watch the ball. So we'll see how it goes.
We've now outside the line of the off stump.
So a nervy start.
His name is Godwin Alfred, the seamer.
Okay.
Can bat as well, but getting a lot of movement, encouragement for him. The pitch a lot of grass on it. So I think it's more conducive at this moment for bowling.
Mm.
And they really capitalize on the opportunity. On the other side of the fence, Namibia, they will have to rebuild from here. They need a partnership to get things going back.
45 overs is a long time, and because the majority of the time, well, generally across the world, people tend to play a lot of T20 cricket. Just watch that. Quite often, people get stuck in a mode of playing too much tagging cricket, which is fine if you've got a limited number of overs. But 45 overs gives you the opportunity to really bat deep to score runs. And absorbing some pressure and the ability to absorb pressure is really important here, and in situations like this.
Well, interesting to see how Australia approached their innings in that practice game against Canada right here at this venue. They started off with a great amount of aggression.
Okay.
Then they started to be a little more meticulous. And then at the back end of the innings, they started to accelerate. So probably that plan was well executed because they got a total of 273 for 7 from the allotment of 45 overs.
That fun. 10-10.
It's good stuff here from Alfred. Well played though from the new batsman. Equal to the toss. 4 overs have been completed.
It doesn't do 10, 10, 10 overs and I'll come on to 10.
Oh, okay.
Just doing a schedule there.
Okay, right, that's fine.
For the score.
Oh, have you got the score for us? Okay, all right.
So I was telling you about that practice match, how halted.
So I understand Australia batted first there and did well. And okay, looks like the scores are being updated now.
So great sunshine here in Cape Town, South Africa at the start of the 2024 inaugural International Masters Cricket over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament. 12 teams are ready to rumble. We have got Group A action here between Namibia and Canada. Of course, 3 simultaneous matches in this group and then 3 more in the Group B. You've got your anticipation?
Well, it's going to be interesting. Namibia currently 9 for 3 after 3 overs at the start of the 4th, with Gerry Snyman and Rian de Wit on batting at the moment. Gerry Snyman on strike. So it's going to be an interesting group, and the thought is that England will probably be the strongest of them, but it's going to be I think it will end up being far more competitive than expected by all the sides. But a lot depends on the toss and the conditions and what the teams make of it. Are they taking a big swing there?
It is Yunus Anwar picking up a wicket. So he's got some motivation, he got some encouragement. The pitch has been responsive so far too. Great condition for cricket here in Cape Town. And too windy because the day of the practice matches was a bit more windy and the ball was doing more.
Okay.
Oh,
drop there.
Dropped in the covers. Well, that's not a sitter. Harry tends to hit the ball pretty hard. So if he took that, that would have been a good one. But both bowlers moving the ball around in the air, a little bit of movement off the pitch too, and that's stood them in good stead. But that should have been taken there.
Shailesh Patel. It was almost a sitter.
Yeah, well, he was down on his knees. And that could come to cost Canada dearly if Harry gets in. So Harry's got a domestic record, and it's quite possible that it is some kind of broader record, but he's scored 220 runs in a local T20 match of 85 deliveries, 84 deliveries, something like that. So he does hit it a long way.
From the bill.
17 sixes against UAE 2007.
Good for him because that would help him psychologically come into a contest of this year. Now his team, yes, in a spot of bother. A big responsibility for him. Yes, he could start to think about acceleration, probably somewhere in the vicinity of the 25th, 30 overs. But now the onus is on him and his partner to really rehabilitate his innings, put up a partnership, be a little more competitive, against Canada. Yes, they're on the top of the bowling. They're utilizing the track very well. It started to be more of a contest now.
Yeah, so Gerry's got the experience to set up a game plan and talk Rian through it, and Rian's got the temperament to bat for a long time, um, which is good for everyone. Oh, that's a very good delivery.
Interested for Godwin. He has got 3 slips, predominantly packed offside field, and it looked like his plan is well executed. So this is excellent bowling from Alfred, operating from the southern side.
Yeah, he's bowling to his field. He's bowling a fourth stump line, swinging the ball a little bit away. He's got 3 slips and a gully. That one's a
Wide enough.
wide. Bowling to his second slip there.
Good morning to Russell Tiffin, the umpire.
Yeah, that's it's really interesting having a world-class umpire like Russell Tiffin standing in a match like this. It's makes for some interesting perspectives on this kind of cricket. Thickish outside edge by Rian. It runs down to the boundary through third man.
But last night at the opening ceremony, Chairman Roger Malta spoke about the popularity of over 40 cricket now. Made some excellent points that we need to be more, or we should be consistent in promoting over 40 cricket. Like,
Yeah.
let's say for Canada, they need to play more domestic over 40 competitions.
Mm.
So that will help with the popularity, that will help with the interest, get more players involved, and so we can continue.
How many
city
players
goal.
do you have in the
And he drop again, Shailesh.
drop catch in the covers? Rian de Wit, both Rian de Wit and Gerry Snyman dropped in the extra cover position. So how many over 40s players and cricketers generally do you have in Canada? Have you got an idea?
Well, we have a fairly good amount, and as I said, because it started to gain that traction now, we started to see more people playing on a regular basis. Now, because
Okay.
Canada only limited to indoor facility in the winter season,
Yeah,
that can
understandable.
affect that sort of progress. But from a Canada point of view, I very optimistic that we're going to see the growth of over 40 cricket, especially when you come into a tournament of this magnitude. World Cup, yes, I want to play World Cup in representation for my country and that sort of thing. That will able to trigger more interest. So what Canada is doing now, participating in this tournament, and then with the help of the International Master Cricket, I am very, very confident we're going to see more cricket being played. Players start to show more interest, especially then trying to make that transition from under 40. Oh, I'm now 40, I can play for my country. I
Yeah.
don't need to give up. So I think we're heading in the right direction.
And it's still competitive, and it's strength versus strength. So one of the challenges that we have just for cricket in general is that we have a population of a little bit over 2.5 million people, but the last time I was aware of it, and I don't know how up to date this is, but we have somewhere around 2,000 registered cricketers across the country.
Wow.
So we have a very small population, and we have an even smaller group of active players, which kind of limits the pool of players and sometimes the competitiveness. And we've lost a lot of players to the neighboring countries. So South Africa, I wouldn't call it a drain, but we lose players to from schools level into the universities, and they don't always often come back. So 2 of the players here, uh, Dwayne Viljoen and Rudy Scholes, are local Cape Townians, even though they were born in Namibia and played there. So it's great that they can join the squad and play with us and take part. It's a little bit like David Wiese does for the national side, but it also means that we lose that additional little bit of competitiveness in our local cricket. But at the same time, you've got to look at the positive side of it. It brings a lot of experience and a different perspective to the play from the South African cricket scene, where it is much more competitive and there's so many more players.
Yunus continues very, very penetrative. So his plan is working here.
Scoreboard is on
Right
the
outside the line of the off stump, he has got 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, cover point. Not much on the onside. So he's
Currently,
pumped up. He has got good rhythm, good momentum. Yes, again outside the line of the off stump.
it's a good line
Really
length.
working hard.
Yeah, swinging it away. It's currently 15 for 3 after 5.5 overs. 3 under it on strike. And these two seem to be solidifying the position a bit.
Yes. And that is a good sign for Namibia too when the batsmen started to drive fluently, a little more elegance in their shot. It's an indication of his confidence.
Taking a bit more time and waiting for the ball longer. That's good.
Well played. It's
Good
excellent
block shot,
batting.
good
Excellent
cover.
batting. Another 5-10 overs, he can able to occupy the crease and then start to think about the aggression.
Yeah. So we've got a strong batting lineup, especially when it comes to hitting boundaries later in the innings. And Harry being there, he'll be able to accelerate it at any point in time if the bowling matches up. So as the longer he stays at the crease, the better it'll be.
Another one there goes down for Namibia outside the line of the off stump, looking for a big drive, looking for an expansive drive,
Rian not
and
quite
the edge.
happy with that. He may feel that he hit the ground there, but there was a sound of that and given out by the umpire. And that's the third catch by the keeper.
Yeah, he's very much active this morning.
Yeah,
So Namibia started to struggle a bit now. 4 wickets down, 15
wickets
runs on the
down.
board.
and it'll be the captain coming in now, Nicky Buys.
Boy's experienced campaigner.
Yeah, he's a middle order batsman and a medium pace bowler, so plays an all round role. Played a bit of cricket. Very good tennis player. So he has the ability to hit the ball a long way. But
When you
he's
talk about tennis player, a lot of players use a long tennis because they're
Yeah.
able to slap the ball. They get the ball through cover point, extra cover, backward point.
Yeah, Nick is a very correct and good cricketer as well. But because of the tennis background, he's got the ability to hit the ball very well and very long. But he's a solid player and generally good scoring. It's Nicky Buys,
So
Nicholas Buys, and he's the
this
captain.
this is
Buys.
a big task ahead for him.
So this is the time for these two players to really consolidate and spend some time at the crease. Look to rotate the strike a little bit maybe, instead of playing too many big shots.
What was
But
it?
both of them are experienced and good cricketers, so they'll know what their plan is and they'll speak to one another. That's a wide down the leg side.
What was the preparation like for Namibia coming to this tournament? And I can talk about that because sometimes it has become topical about your preparation, whether you start the tournament, whether you're in the mid of the tournament, when you're coming to the conclusion of the tournament. Preparation is of paramount importance to me.
No, I agree. So we're in the middle of our club season right now, and part of the challenge is that we haven't had a lot of cricket to play. And the first half of our season last year, with the run up to the Africa Cup, was the T20 competition. So it was quite challenging preparing for a 45 over competition while playing T20 cricket. But we did as much as we could, and we played some practice matches together as a squad against a couple of invitational sides. But because of the limited number of players, we don't have an over-40s team in a league or anything like that, and we don't have an over-40s league structure. So all the players play club cricket, and then the idea is to play as shot. That's Gerry Snyman getting a hold of one of them.
Yeah, just
For
into the boundary for 4.
through mid wicket.
So that's a welcome boundary there for Namibia. Rare so far.
And just the
But a good
bowler
shot,
straying
yeah.
onto the pads a little bit. I reckon he was trying to bowl an in-swinger there. Just a little bit too far down leg. Harry
Strain down
capitalizing
and
on
he
there.
paid
Yeah.
the price for it.
Harry
A good shot,
capitalizing
and
on it.
I think that will do a world of good for his confidence. Started to open up.
And there's a bit of a breeze, so that'll help dry out the pitch and make it a little bit easier to bat on. It's wide outside off stump, but still good enough.
Umpire did give it.
Thought Alfred a bit lucky there, man. Yes, so this is International Master Cricket coming to you live in Cape Town, South Africa. The start of this 12-nation tournament. Things are set to conclude March 1st. Namibia up against Canada in fixture A.
Well bowled by the
Three
bowler there.
teams, 3 matches as well. At the same time here in Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful day, lovely sunshine, terrific condition for cricket. We call it the sunshine game.
Mm. This really is fantastic weather for the game. So if we bat through this innings, I think it'll be a nice competitive game. Should put up a good score, play well, and have a good second innings. But the Namibians, our team will have to.
Oh,
Good shot by Harry,
Team
straight down the track,
off now.
and that's 6 over the boundary.
Yeah, he's starting to tee off now.
Yeah, that's good batting. Right on the front foot, he launched onto it, making good connection. That was important.
Waited for the
clear the
one that was
boundary.
overpitched, and then hit it straight down, back over the bowler for 6. Cleared the boundary by a good 2.5 meters. No, that's Harry Snyman. Harry Snyman on that hit that 6.
Brilliant piece of batting from him.
And
Even
another
more brilliant. This one slapped through extra cover for 4.
Tee off now.
That's a beautiful shot through the covers.
So Simon decided to go.
Yeah.
Yes, he started to accelerate, started to open up, and I think he really capitalized on the loose balls. That is important for him.
Yeah,
Good batting. 6 gone,
27 for 4.
27 for 4. But this is excellent batting here from Simon in company with his captain, Nicholas Boyce.
And this-
Partnership is very, very pivotal here, Iramos.
And it's the first expensive over that Canada have given away. So for their part, they'd now be aware of what Harry's capable of, and may want to rethink how they take the approach.
Your name.
So Nicky Base on strike for the first time, facing some good away swing bowling. Well bowled.
7 ball over left. 7 ball over.
But sometimes, Iramos, we see spinners in operation. Now, Canada continued with the 2 pacers in operation. Yes, they have picked up 4 wickets.
Maybe be extra.
Yeah, look, I mean they've only bowled 7 overs, so it's very early in the innings for a 45 over match. With the power plays being for the first 15, or in splits of 15 overs, with the first 15, the second 15, and the third 15. Good shot through the square drive by Nicky Base, and that should get him. That gets him 1 run, so he's off the mark. That'll help his confidence a little bit. Getting bat on ball.
Once he started middle it, I think that's important. Good for your confidence. Able to see the ball bigger. You know, in Canada, we say the longer you occupy the crease, you started to see the ball as big as a soccer ball.
Yes, yeah. And Nicky's the kind of player who likes to spend a lot of time at the crease, and the longer he bats, the more time he spends at the crease watching the ball, the better he bats, and the more freely he starts to score. And Harry's the same way. A little bit wide there, and yes, a wide given by the umpire.
Field positions. Just talk through the field positions.
Yunus Anwar, they face in operation for Canada. 2 wickets to his name. Loud appeal.
It seems to be going down leg. That came back into the batsman instead of going away. He's consistently bowled good away swing, and this one jagged back in. Umpire seemed to feel that it went down leg. He's bowling it with 2 slips in operation. A ring of fielders in the on the offside. 1 fine leg. pushed into the covers there.
8 gone, 33,
34.
34 for the loss of 4. So it started to pick up. I mean, the runs coming, not too
Runs
fast, but
not flowing as such, but a little bit of solidification by these two batsmen in the middle order already, but very early in the innings. So there's a lot of time for them to bat and bat through.
especially Simon. Yes, so
Yes.
far he has mixed solid defense with occasional aggression. So it looks like he has a plan here, started to execute, but his occupation at the crease is of
Yeah.
paramount importance here for Namibia. If they could get a big total. Canada on the other side, yes, they will want to continue to take wickets. They will want to restrict Namibia as early as possible. And both teams will come in with that equal desire to start off their campaign on a positive note.
Correct. Both teams would want to win every fixture that they can and be competitive in as many of them as they can, and maybe provide some surprises. Um, in the Africa Cup, we had a very exciting fixture against Zimbabwe, which literally went down to the last ball, where one of our middle order batsmen, Asad Abbas, scored a boundary off the last ball to win the match for us, and that pushed us through to the final against the Proteas. So those are the kinds of moments that you'd want to see in a tournament like this, where there's excitement and the thrill of cricket, which isn't always obvious to some outsiders of the game, but that you get that excitement and fun and competitiveness of the game, and the clutch moments that you need to grab onto and make the most of.
Yeah. So we're going to have the introduction of spin. It's going to be the left arm orthodox spinner, Rajesh Vittal. Oh, he had a good time in the middle during the practice session.
Got it.
Practice
Question.
matches. So very, very important for him.
Oh, we must move out. You must move away this way, please.
8 overs have been completed, 34 for the loss of 4 wickets. Namibia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada. And they had a wonderful start in the bowling department. They won the toss without hesitation, opted to bowl. And Namibia 34 for 4. A change of bowling. So the Pacers might have done the job.
They made good inroads
So
into the batting lineup. All wickets down. Now the spinner coming in on a track that is known to take a bit of turn. Still in the power play, so only 2 fielders out, it seems. Mid wicket and long on. And the first delivery. Solidly played by Harry. 2 slips in operation and a short catcher in front of the bat.
well, as expected, even though they have a change of bowling and now they started with a slower bowler,
Still
they're
trying to
still
capitalize on the
attacking. Yeah,
opportunity, which
yeah.
is good. Good fielding.
The good thing for this bowler, Rajesh Vittal, played a lot of competitive cricket in Canada,
Okay.
representing Mississauga Ramblers in a nationwide tournament, not
All right.
over 40. So he brings a lot of experience,
Right.
and because he's actively playing over 40 and under 40
Okay.
in competitive professional cricket in Canada. So these are some of the players you would like to see
Yes.
making that transition into the over 40 category.
Because they bring the experience back into the rest of the team, who may not have all played at that level, and it helps. 1 down to long on, and a change of batsmen. So Nicky Bryce on strike. The bowler continues, and he brings his long on into the field. So just 1 fielder out on the boundary.
I've been told that volume is hardly you can hear on YouTube. The volume is very slow, so no one can hear it.
A beautiful day here in Cape Town, South Africa. We have the commencement of the 2024 International Masters over 40 cricket. Good start for Canada.
Single taken by Nicky Bryce, and Harris Neyman on strike now.
Coming forward.
Well bowled
Well
there.
played. Bat and
Well
bat
played.
close together. So he's showing a lot of good technique.
Yeah, he's a good technical batsman, and has the ability to hit a long ball. Strong mindset.
Loud appeal, probably
Sweep shot
just
across the
outside
line, but
the leg stump.
probably going down the leg. Not a lot of turn on show at the moment. Ball is still pretty new.
34.
36 for 4.
So
After
9 overs have been completed. 36 for the loss of 4. Namibia win, taking first strike at the invitation of Canada in the round number 1 in this 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket Over 40 World Cup here in Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful day for cricket. Very sunny indeed. Conducive atmosphere. And I'm thinking that Iramas that probably in the vicinity of 180, 190, if Namibia can get there, might be competitive.
Yeah, since look, it's hard to judge in these kinds of situations because a good seam bowling got Canada into a good position. Kept a little bit low there, but put Nicky Buys on the back foot, beaten the outside edge, and the seam bowler continuing bowling well. We are very much in a rebuilding phase. That's bad first, yeah.
So Eunice
Well
getting the
bowled
ball
again.
to coming back as well.
Yeah,
Initially, it was target the off stump going away.
yeah.
Now he's bringing it back. He's getting back to nip back a little, making the batsman think a lot, making the batsman play a lot. So that's important for him.
Making life very hard for the batsman.
Yeah, very, very strategical from him. Up, driven
Great shot
nicely.
by Nicky, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. But nice and cleanly struck. That'll frustrate.
Stumbling save there from Shailesh. Must have felt better now because he put down 2.
Yeah, 2 drop catches. That was a great stop.
Luckily for him, the captain still have him there.
Continuing to bowl well. Nothing conceded thus far this over.
Very steady start from him. And against Australia, he picked up an early wicket. Australia lost their first wicket without a run on the board. He accounted for that wicket, but then there was a partnership. Jeff Hemming got 100 here. It was a brilliant knock from him. And I think his plan worked effectively because he came out, initially he was very meticulous, he was watching, and then he started to accelerate. And quickly he got to the 100, somewhere in the neighborhood of the 28, 30 overs. Just past the hands of that man there. 2 extra cover, but it'll run away to the boundary for 4.
Very much in the air, but he beats the fielder and goes to the boundary for 4 by Nicky Buys. So he will feel a little bit better for that.
Nevertheless, 40 for the loss of 4 wickets. 10 overs have been completed. You have a change of commentary as well.
Now
Roman Iramas making his way, vacating the seat, and the man from Cape Town in South Africa. Nathan, good morning. How are you?
Yes, good morning to you as well.
10 over.
As Canada winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, just talk us through what I mean, you're in the middle. What were your thoughts on Canada bowling first on this field?
Well, so far there is a justification for the bowling force here, Nathan. I could tell you, picking up 4 quick wickets, putting Namibia on the back foot. They are tottering now. 40 for 4 is a representation of good bowling by Canada. Yeah. Once they could keep up that sort of momentum, yes, they have utilized the track well. There was some preparation moisture, plenty of grass, and the Pacers had done that for his captain, Vinay Devisetti. Now they have a change of bowling with a space spin combination. No doubt they'll be looking to keep working at it. But Namibia, they're fighting here hard. They've got 2 quality batsmen at the crease based on what Iramas was saying. But it started to be a tussle now.
Yeah, good start by Canada with those 3 quick wickets. We saw there, well, actually 4 wickets. We saw there 3 catches by the keeper. Wonderful bowling by Godwin and Eunice. So a fairly good start here for Canada. Base starting off well here for Namibia. Oh,
yeah, another put down there from Canada. So the drop catches continue to flow here by Canada. Right into the hand, well, powerfully struck there by the captain, and the man at mid-off put it down there. Another chance went to Begin. That's this time is Yunus. Not too
Yeah.
good catching display here by the candidates.
Yeah, that ball beating Gerry Snyman, the captain. Started to tee off in that previous over. We saw that there's 2 4s. So Gerry is starting to find his feet here for Namibia.
Yeah, good stuff here from the left arm orthodox spinner. Rajesh Vitil in operation from the southern side of the ground under blue sky in Cape Town, South Africa. The start of the 2024 International Master Cricket Over-40 World Cup. Looking to play World Cup in the future?
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely not.
but I think International Master, they have the over 50.
Yeah.
They have the over 60, which is currently taking place in Chennai, India. And soon they will have a over 70. There's still a lot of
That's
cricket
a
in
lot
you
of
to come,
definitely a lot
Nathan.
of cricket. Definitely a lot of cricket. It's good to see that they keeping the old heads more involved in the game of cricket, not only in South Africa but abroad as well. Um, as you mentioned in Chennai, where exactly in China,
Chennai, India.
Chennai, India. Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
They have the over
The
60
over
started off.
60s have started
Yeah.
there. And then that is the over of the 11th over. And previous over went for maiden, and that is 40 for 4.
Eunice going to continue. He has been very successful for Canada so far. He hasn't leaked many runs as the other fast bowler, but he has been very persistent with his line and length, bowling with a great amount of accuracy, precision. Yeah, right outside the line of the off stump. Very, very impressive here by Eunice in his first match at the World Cup event. So encouragement for him, enticing the batsman to come forward. He has got 2 slips waiting there.
Oh,
Beaten outside the line of the off stump. This is excellent bowling from Yunus. Started off brilliantly, continues to make the batsman play a lot.
yeah,
So
that's
he looks like he's bowling for with his plan, his strategy as well.
another good delivery here by Eunice, and it's a no ball.
Yeah, beaten outside the line of the off stump. He's getting the ball to move, Nathan, and I think that's important for him. Once he can maintain that line and length outside the off stump, on the off stump, probably a little one and two nip him back. This is terrific stuff here from Yunus. Good movement again.
Yeah, good leave by Base, Nikki Base. They're building a nice partnership here between Base and Snyman. Snyman, the aggressor of the two. Eunice bowling his 6th over on the trot.
Well, in this tournament, they have a designated bowler. So Canada chose him to be the designated bowler. So probably he might go about 8 overs on trot. Especially, he's doing a fantastic job. 11 overs have been completed. 43.
Yeah, so 12 overs completed, 40 for 4. Another maiden over here for Canada. And the Namibian side having just a bit of a drinks break here. It is fairly hot here in Plumstead, Cape Town. I mean, how have you guys found Cape Town thus far?
Oh, fantastic. I think every player would have talked great about Cape Town so far, the experience. Yes, they have been on and off the field, a lot of activities as well. But, the trip so far has been great. We love the hospitality of the South Africans. That was highly anticipated. We come here to play cricket to represent Canada. And these guys thoroughly enjoying every moment based on, in the team meeting, doing a great job. They had suffered defeat in their first warm-up match. They were, a little bit set back psychologically, but then they bounced back to play competitive against New Zealand. There was some agreements about the match. Canada got to 202 in response to New Zealand 202 in before the 45 overs, but they allowed the batsmen to bat out the 45 overs. And that's one go over long on for 6. Excellent batting here from the Simon. And pitched up, went into it, launched into it, making good connection, got the clearance. But he continues to show positivity, aggression at the crease, Nathan.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Rajesh. Previous over for him, it was a maiden over. But as you mentioned, pitching a bit full, and Gerris Neymar not missing out and getting a 6 off that previous delivery.
Pretty slow there. Diving effort from the man at cover. And this one will run away into the boundary for 4 more. A little bit of diving effort there from the man. Yeah, probably save a run there, but a good shot again there from Simon. The ball was relatively slow. It came on the back foot, found the gap to perfection, and he picked up 3 runs. So he's looking real positive at the crease, a little more composed, a little more confident, and he also taking up the responsibility for Namibia. Good comeback there from Vitil. What was it like the preparation like for a host tournament? South Africa over the years hosting a lot of mega events, international World Cups after World Cups and World Cups. Something that South Africa has got the key.
Yeah, so there's a local organizing committee in every single province. Cape Town, obviously I've been brought up in Cape Town. There is a wonderful local organizing committee for every single sporting body, and as you see for yourself, wonderfully organized competition here. Beautiful facilities here in Plumstead, Cape Town Cricket Club, founded in 1857. They've got 5 clubs that play in the Western Province, the local club competition here in Cape Town. It was founded by William Sherman back in 1857 here in Plumstead. So yeah, as you mentioned, wonderful to see some fans from both from Namibia and Canada, and a few locals from Plumstead here.
And Cape Town is always a beautiful place in terms of the tourism attraction, and I think every speaker in this tournament would have spoken about the tabletop tourism attraction. I think that is breathtaking, unbelievable. We of course first time for many of the players, and they're really impressed. And there is always a sense of unbelievability what we would have seen there, visited the Iconics location. I think talking about the organization, it has been unblemished so far, and we must express our gratitude to the organizers of this tournament, the International Master Cricket, and the local community of Cape Town, the ground staff. Well coordinated, well planned, and things are nicely executed.
Yeah, Yunus bowling 7th over on the trot. I see the wicketkeeper coming up closer, just putting base under pressure.
A little more strategy. So based on how he would have performed with the ball in the practice match and now so far, I think he just keep implementing new strategies. He has been an innovative bowler. Based on my observation in the practice session, Yunus. This one slapped through backward point for 4. Nice shot through the gap. A diving effort there from Godwin. But Simon, yes, importantly for him, occupying the crease, and he's picking up runs at will here. This is a nice approach by him so far.
Yeah, wonderful shot there by base, giving himself room. The ball was a bit wide and full, and not missing out, hitting towards the backward point region for a 4 for Namibia, and that is 56 for 4.
Yeah, this time he's coming right on the sun. A little bit strange there for Yunus, because very rarely he put down that short ball where he was punished here by Simon. And especially when you have a ball in operation, being that consistently good with his line length, you want to capitalize on the board balls. And I think there's where Simon has come in and played beautifully.
Another good ball delivery here by Yunus. And that is the over. 14 overs gone. 57 for 4. Yeah, I must say that Namibia has done well. They lost 3 quick wickets.
57 for 4, 14 overs have been completed. Match number 1 in this 2024 International Master Cricket Over 40 World Cup tournament. 45 overs per side. Canada up against Namibia. Namibia taking first strike at the insertion of Canada, and they are making steady progress despite losing 4 quick wickets. They had a disastrous start to the campaign, but there is a stage of recovery thanks to Jerry Simon still at the crease, and the captain Nicholas Boyce offering good support. The two have so far featured in a 30-run 5th wicket stand. Started to show a little more confidence. And Canada, they continue with this pace spin combination. Had a couple of drop catches, so catches win matches. Believe in that, Nathan?
The old cliche, catches win matches. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, a few drop catches in extra cover position, costing the side there. And Nicky Bass not missing out on that shorter and slow delivery. And another 4, well-deserved 4 there for Nicky Bass. These two starting to build up a nice partnership between Gerrit Snyman and Nicky Bass.
Yeah, good batting there from him. You know, the captain, as I said, he's taking up the responsibility nicely. There was a ball strained on the leg side, picked it up well. Importantly, found the gap to perfection. Pick it up 4. Really strained on the leg side there. Their form spinner Rajesh Vitil. Still with the attacking feel. But this is excellent batting by these two. Partnership developing nicely. And as expected, Nicholas Boyce with the responsibility, shouldering things nicely here. In great condition for cricket at Cape Town Cricket Club in South Africa. Oh, very good morning to the people in Canada. Very, very early morning. I think some of them not waking up.
Yeah, a few comments here from fans from Canada. Best of luck, Canada. Best of luck, Vinay, the captain. Best of luck, Namibia. We got one from Javed Khan, United Victoria Cricket Club. Good going, Canada. Best of luck, Sajid. A few fans here for Namibia and Canada, respectively.
Driven nicely. A lot of flight there from the Rajesh Viti. So 14 overs have been completed. 15 overs have been completed. Namibia batting first against Canada. They are 6-3 for 4. The players will have drink. And Nathan, your final thoughts on proceedings so far?
Yeah, so Canada starting off nicely with 3 quick wickets. And Namibia struggling up front. Gerrit name on the captain coming in with the Nicky Bass. Coming close to that 50-run partnership in the 4th wicket here for Namibia. Canada, few miss chances in the extra cover, 2-3 drop catches. But yeah, so far so good from both these teams. Early stumble for Namibia, but brought out nicely in the back end of between the 10th and the 15th over. And we currently have drinks here in Cape Town Cricket Club, the Boone Wallace Oval in Plumstead.
We'll take a break and we come back at the resumption of play. The players are having some refreshment, but Namibia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada. 6-3 for the loss of 4. On behalf of our commentator Nathan and Roman Erasmus, I'm Ravindra Bandalal saying goodbye for now. Good break. So 5 more overs and then you.
Yeah, you did say it was Nicky, yeah. Catches win matches. Catches win matches.
Yeah.
Welcome back here to Cape Town Cricket Club in South Africa. Match number 1 in this 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament. 12 teams began participation about an hour ago. And here at Cape Town Cricket Club, we have got Namibia up against Canada in the Group A fixture. Of course, 3 simultaneous matches here in this beautiful and iconic Cape Town. After 15 overs, the players are taking some refreshment, but Namibia, they're 6-3 for 4 with Simon on a responsible 28 and his captain providing some great support there, Nicholas Buys. He has got 17 and no doubt looking to really recover and put up a good score. Canada may be delighted with their performance so far, winning the toss and without hesitation decided to bowl, picked up 4 quick wickets, got some momentum, got some rhythm, and no doubt they'll want to continue. But these 2 men at the middle really providing some great resistance. Still alongside me, we have got the South African Nathan. Nathan, welcome back, and we're looking forward for some more exciting and competitive cricket.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a recapping for the scorecard for these 2 teams. Godwin has got 2 wickets, Eunice 2 wickets each. Godwin taking off and with a break after 4 overs. Eunice currently bowling is currently going to bowl his 8th over, and Rajesh as well. Yeah, so far so good. Namibia 4 runs, just shy of 4 runs per over, and the drink specs has currently concluded, and we have Snyman to bat.
You might have a change of bowling as well. So Canada might come with 2 spinners in operation. Looks like Tarun Khanna has been introduced into the attack. So Yunus completed 8 overs. We'll just get some of his stats in a moment. But he has been splendid so far for Canada in this opening round of the 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament in Cape Town, South Africa. The curtains are set to come down March 1st. And we're going to have the championship fixture at the famous Newland. Are we far away from here, Nathan?
Not far at all. So it's about 10 kilometers away. Full start there by Khanna. Snyman facing. Oh, Newland's not far away. Only 10 kilometers.
And in fact, it's the medium pacer, not Tarun Khanna, Kanwardeep Sukaija. So interesting to see that Canada continue with the seam bowler from that end. Yeah, Eunice had done a great job with the ball, picking up 2 wickets, 8 overs on the trot. Very economical, very successful. Yeah, nicely driven there by Simon. So these 2 look positive now. They look more compact. They look more settled. Understand the importance of their application of the crease from here on, if they can able to rebuild innings and make steady progress. Canada going to play USA at Newland, so they'll have an opportunity to display their skills at the international venue. I think recently they had the South Africa 20 final play there. Were you there, Nathan?
No, I was not there, but I heard good things about that fixture. The women's final was there. It was between Australia and South Africa. So, yeah, I mean, we just had SA20 happening at the Newlands ground, where Sunrisers Eastern Cape faced Durban Super Giants, and the Sunrisers taking the spoils there. 2 seasons in a row they won the SA20. So, yeah, another successful tournament for Cricket South Africa.
Recently, we had the conclusion of the International Cricket Council on the 19 World Cup. In South Africa, they were knocked out to the semi-final. It was a great contest. I mean, the eventual winner, a new winner, Australia, they dethroned India. Good to see some of the youngsters making a big impression at that showpiece. Yeah, nicely driven, through extra cover. Good looking shot, handsome batting here from Simon. But was a fluent shot outside the line of the off stump, planted his right foot, Nathan found the gap to perfection, and it raced across this lightning fast outfield here at Cape Town Cricket Club in South Africa, and they've progressed now to 67 for 4 at the completion of the 16th over. 71,
71 for 4. Yeah, wonderful stroke there by Gerrie Snyman, not missing out on that widest delivery. He's very good on the offside. I think good old Mr. Erasmus gave us a few hints on how Gerrie Snyman plays, and anything that's close to his pads, he lofts it for 6. Anything wide on offside, and he drives it for 4. So just showing his array of his skills here. Gerrie Snyman, 71 for 4 after 16. Rajesh with ball in hand, bowling in his 5th over here. Only going for 20 in his first 4 overs. Economy of 5 runs per over. Naked base on strike.
So a little more defensive feel here for the spinner Rajesh Vittal. Not afraid to give the ball that generous flight. So probably he's relying more on his flight, because he's not getting the ball to turn enormously. Just thinking about that line and length. Yeah, uppishly thereby. And again, a little bit of misfeel from Sanjit, allowing the batsman to cross for a single. So Canada fielding hasn't been that impressive. Yes, they're bowling quite admirable in the context of things. Picked up 4 quick wickets, but the catching has been awful. The feeling has been miserable. There's something they need to tidy up. Namibia, their batting, yes, they started off quite poorly, but this partnership between the captain and Simon started to be a bit more productive, a bit more impressive. Well, it's turning out to be a contest. Great cricket in the middle.
Great contest here in the middle indeed. Rajesh, ball in hand. Flighting at first 3 deliveries, and on the 4th one, a bit more pace. Just talk us through the pitch here. I see still have Rajesh here. You're out there in the middle, a bit of green patches.
Yes, he's going big and hard this time. Over the top there for 6. Excellent batting there from Simon. Outside the line of the off stump, making good connection. I think that is important. He's got the elevation and he's got the distance. 6 more for him. Excellent batting here.
Yeah, 40 runs here for Gerrie Snyman.
Yeah, pulling straight to deep mid-wicket. Protection in that area this time. But this is brilliant batting here from Simon, despite the early wobble. But he's showing a lot of responsibility, showing a lot of positivity, and bringing a great amount of belligerence to his batting as well. 17 gone, 78 for the loss of 4.
17 gone, 79 for 4. Yeah, you spoke about the fielding. Do you perhaps think the fielding might hamper your chances of? Yes, it's early stages, but do you think it might hamper the chance of you guys winning this game?
Well,
With the misfields?
we're coming back to the old adage, as you said, Nathan, catches win matches. Hopefully, from a Canadian point of view, it's not going to be cost them dearly. Namibia, yes, they capitalizing on it so far. Um, but feeling definitely has to be a little more tight here. The catching has to be a little more positive if they really want to restrict Namibia to a total that they could get or so on. But it's not looking too good for Canada.
Sukija with ball in hand. Gerrie Snyman with a massive swing here. Another misfield here for the Canadian side. Gerrie Snyman not missing out. And he moves on to the 40s. Inching a bit closer to a 50 here for Gerrie Snyman.
But he's not afraid to go after the bowling. That's a good thing about Snyman. Just open his arm, picking up the loose ball. And he's picking up runs as well. That's definitely going to be a wide here from the right arm seamer, Kanwardeep Sukaija. So he's batting nicely here. Sinman bringing a great amount of intimidation against the bowlers as well. He's taken over now. Simon in company with his captain Nicholas Boys.
Yeah, 3 more runs and you will reach a 50 here. Gerrie Snyman, Sukija with ball in hand.
I would say the line of the off stump. One to the score, not him.
Yeah,
But this is going to be a brilliant piece of batting here from Simon. And his team was tottering at 24 for 4.
yeah, he was someone that was spoken about prior to this game. Player to watch out for. Scored 230 against Kenya. Truly a vital member in this Namibian team.
He's coming in with a lot of form. Simon.
Yeah, even smashed 17 sixes in 2007 against UAE. At the time, it was a world record in the List A format for the most sixes in a batting inning by an individual. So, yeah, Gerrie Snyman just showing his array of skills here.
Well, so far with this batting presentation, coming in with great form because he said he was able to lift 17 sixes. That is a manifestation of his rich form. Good that he's making an impression and an impact early here for Namibia. Just 2-3 away from what would be a well-played half century, a responsible knock. In the context of things, because his team were in danger at that time at 24 for 4. Able to rebuild, got the support from his captain. Boys, he's got 17. But they are leading things now in the middle. Canada, yes, they had a good start. Grabbed 4 wickets quickly. Got some early momentum. The impetus was there in the bowling department. But these 2 men in the middle, experienced campaigners. And as you rightly said, Nathan, Simon is in good form. So their execution has been admirable. Yeah, nicely tucked away toward third man. Responsible batting. This is intelligent batting there from Simon. Approaching a half century. 18 gone, 86 for 4.
87. It's always one behind.
Oh. The one is up there. Yeah. 2 more than you.
Let's see if they might have a change in bowling here. Will you stick with Rajesh with the bowling, left arm spinner?
Well, I think there are plenty options here for Captain Vinay Devisetti. He's talking to the off spinner Shailesh Patel. Well, no, the leg spinner Manpreet Kaira. Leg spinner, he's the vice captain. Bowled pretty well against New Zealand, had a 3-wicket haul. But coming back to your question, Vital, Rajesh, Vital probably hasn't picked up a wicket, so the captain might think that, we want a change of bowling. Hopefully, a change of
Manpreet. Yeah, Manpreet, change in bowling. Manpreet Singh.
Manpreet Singh Kaira, and he's a vice captain of the team. A little bit defensive field for him. Extra cover, very deep, long off, long on, backward point cover, and he's got a solitary slip. Probably just want to have a good start here. Flighted the ball nicely, bringing that variation into the attack. And a lot will depend on him because of his role that he played in the warm-up match against New Zealand. As I said, he had captured 3 wickets, 3 early wickets too. Namibia, well, they will want to continue, and this is intelligent batting by these two here, Simon and Boys. Just put away the bad balls. So they have been very selective, and it's paying dividends for them now.
Yeah, they're rotating a strike pretty nicely here. Just putting extra pressure onto Canada, and we see another wide delivery here for the new bowler Kaira. Sneeman just one away from that 50. Good delivery here by Kaira, the leg spinner, or pitching on the off stump.
And he's got some wind behind his back there. But I think since Simon very watchful, and why not very so far, decided to anchor in this innings. Shailesh Patel has come into act. He's still there in that extra cover region. This time a tumbling save, but he's the man that put down 2 catches.
Yeah, wonderful fielding there by Patel. As you mentioned, 2 drop catches earlier in the innings. Fortunately, Nicky Bass missing out on that one. Gave himself room, but unfortunately went for a dot delivery. And that is the end of the 19th over, 89 for 4.
Vinay Devisetti, the captain of Canada, continues with the seamer. Kanwardeep Sukaija made a change against Younes, who was more consistent and economical and successful. Brilliant start for him in this tournament.
I mean, we saw what Godwin did in the initial parts of the Canadian bowling. I mean, he did fairly well, 2 wickets up front. Would you perhaps maybe bring him on here, just apply pressure back onto Namibia? And that is 50 for Gerrie Snyman. 50 runs off 51 deliveries. Wonderful knock here by Gerrie Snyman.
Yeah, wonderful to be played there by him. Absolutely a fantastic knock so far. But when he came in, his team was in danger. And, he took up the responsibility. As I said, he has big solid defense with occasional flamboyance. But he has been terrific with about a well-deserved half-century. Acknowledge applause from his teammates because they know the value of this innings so far. And they're really taking out Namibia from that dangerous spot. They have now progressed to 90 for 4 with over number 20 in progress. But a fine innings so far by Simon. And coming back to your question with Godwin Alfred, yeah, picked up 2 early wickets. And what Canada solely thinking now that they need a breakthrough here. If they could really come back, yes, they were very much in charge in the early part of the game. And probably, yeah, you could give him a try if Davy Sethi really wants to get a breakthrough here. Because this partnership threatening to be very, very productive and very, very successful.
Just a bit of footwork there by Snyman. Perhaps I was looking to just scoop it onto the leg side, just behind square. But good bowling there by Sukija. And only getting 1 off that delivery.
That will definitely be called a wide. And with that shot, quite unorthodox. Yes, right across he came, but he made good connection. You know, he did not get a boundary, but picked up a easy single. But it's a demonstration of his confidence, quite immense now, in the context of things. Simon?
Could that perhaps be out? If he, I wonder if Gerrie Snyman wasn't in his crease, if he would have been out.
I think it's one of the most unfortunate dismissals when it comes to cricket. Yeah, but I can remember I had a dismissal like that, man. I can't, you know,
Think about
think about it and forget about it.
the bowler has to feel the ball in some way before.
Yeah,
It,
it's just a
can't
bit of
be straight with it.
contact. So perhaps maybe his boot
Yeah.
touched the ball.
Foot or hand or whatever.
Final delivery coming up in over number 20. 94 for 4. 93 for 4. 20 overs have been completed. And I will take a break and hand over to Roman Iramas. He will continue with Nathan.
Thank you very much. And now I'm joined by Roman Erasmus of Namibia. Bit of a light drinks break here. And as my co-commentator said, after 20 overs, 93 for 4. These two going along nicely here for Namibia, 93 for 4. Just shy of 70 run partnership in the 4th wicket. Welcome back.
Thanks, Nathan. Rowan back on the mic here again. We're doing a bit of a recovery partnership here. Not quite out of danger yet, but it's back on the way to recovery. So Harry and Nikki doing a good job.
Yeah, just the run rate slowly increasing here. Just tad over 4.5 runs per over here. Second over here for Kyra, the leg spinner.
Seems to be flighting the ball pretty well. The second dot ball of the over.
Nice.
The run rate won't bother these two yet too much. There's still a lot of overs to bowl. If they look to accelerate, it'll happen after the second power play or into the third. For now, we'll look to consolidate with just 6 wickets in hand. We'll try and play through that.
And if you had to talk about
Good
another
shot by Harry.
full delivery,
Sweats over the square leg for 4 runs.
just talk about your guys' preparation for this over 450s. Maybe just tell the listeners and the followers, what have you guys been up to in terms of preparing for the over 50s?
So we're in the middle of our club season, so we've spent a lot of time playing club cricket, or as much time as we could possibly. And then we've also made use of an indoor facility, the Pukwitz Motors indoor facility in Namibia, owned by Craig Williams, an ex-Namibian national player. Just watch this delivery. Driven straight by Harry. Straight for 4 by Harry. Fantastic on drive by him, beating the fielder. Another 4 for him. So Craig Williams Indoor Academy we've made extensive use of to facilitate practice and make use of as much as time as possible. And then trying to get as much game time and match practice as we can. We've played a couple of practice matches against invitational sides. And another sweep shot.
Oh,
Dropped at deep mid wicket.
another drop catch. That makes it 4 drop catches here for Canada.
And the first 2 were difficult, but that was definitely the easiest of all of them. And that may be the one that they rue the most. Single to Harry there, and Nicky back on strike. Cut shot by Nicky, straight to point. No run off that delivery. That's the end of the over.
102 for 4 after
21 overs.
21 overs, indeed.
So what kind of impact have you guys seen with the SA20 here in South Africa?
Yeah, so the SA20, I'm not sure if anyone knows the format. You only allowed a certain amount of overseas based players in the starting 11, but again it just shows the amount of talent there is in the domestic setup. We saw in the previous season the Sunrisers Eastern Cape fielding the 90% of the team was from the Eastern Cape, or let me say from South Africa. So it just shows the amount of talent there is in the country, just untapped potential for the selectors, Rob Walter and Sugar Conrad. Sugar Conrad currently just came back now from New Zealand. Unfortunately, they went down there 2-0 to New Zealand. Yeah, so Rob Walter will obviously be looking at keeping a clean eye there for a few potential guys to come to join the squad. So yeah, another successful tournament. Graham Smith, the former captain of the Proteas and the commissioner of the SA20. Yeah, so 2 seasons have
Two
been successful.
seasons,
Yeah,
I
100%.
believe.
Yeah.
And I believe it's created a lot of opportunity, like you said, for local players to show their prowess and their ability in the match. Harry cutting the ball over point for 4. Bit of a loose delivery there outside off stump, and capitalized.
Yeah, Gerry moving now to mid-60s.
Seems to be accelerating nicely off any loose delivery.
And yeah, what I like about these two, just complementing each other very nicely. Gerry Sneman, the aggressor of the two, and Nicky Bass just supporting him on the other end as well. And when they have an opportunity, they either go for the bad delivery, either go for 4 or 6, and the good deliveries, rotating strike nicely for single. So another great shot there by Gerry Sneman.
Straight to the fielder for 1. But Nicky doing well, absorbing a lot of pressure, supporting Harry in his stroke play. So a good combination of players, I agree.
As mentioned previously, Gerry Sneman dropped off 59
For the second time.
for the second time.
A good Yorker there by the bowler. Well defended by Nicky. Fielded at mid-wicket.
Sukija, better delivery there by Sukija. So far in this, over 5 runs of 4 deliveries.
Off the pads by Nicky Bass into square leg area and taking a single. Rotating the strike well. And playing well, absorbing the pressure. Helping rebuild the options.
Yeah, I mean, 26
Innings.
runs, just shy of 4 overs, going at just over 6 runs per over. Maybe they might be looking to change the bowler on the opposite end here.
Bit of a miss hit by Harry there into the mid-wicket fielder.
And
That's 6 runs for the over.
and that is the end of the 22nd over. 108 for 4.
Namibia continues with their rebuilding. It is a beautiful day in Cape Town. Not a cloud in sight, and it is reasonably hot, but the weather is fine.
I want to ask you a question. If you guys had to win the toss, what would you have chosen to do? Yeah.
So
I mean,
funnily
if
enough-
you're looking at the conditions, you spoke about conditions now.
So we would have looked to bat in any case. And funnily enough, Nicky said the coin had hardly landed before the Canadian captain said he's bowling first. And Nicky said, that's fine, we would have batted
okay.
first. So we were looking to bat first, just to kind of settle ourselves. And these kind of temperatures don't really bother us. We're comfortable enough here.
Another full delivery there by Kyra.
Beaten outside of the off stump on the cut shot. So dot ball.
So, for you guys, I mean, looking at the preparations, warm-up matches, what would be a good score for you guys to defend? Perhaps just over 200, between 220, 250.
Well, look, at the start of the match, we were looking to get around 220, 240. But then the early loss of wickets we'd have readjusted. But now, with the opportunity to rebuild, if we can bat through this period and get through the end of this power play, we'd adjust from there. So we're going at a good run rate, and if we continue at that, we could probably keep going at get to 240, maybe a little bit more. And we do have some players who can hit the ball a long way. Dwayne Viljoen being one of them. Salim Muhammad has a long arm.
Oh, that's a bit unlucky there for Kyra.
Big shout by the leg spinner there.
Unfortunately missing out on that one. But yeah, you did mention in the initial parts of the innings that Namibia does have a long batting lineup. Yeah, those first couple of wickets fell early, but when Gerry Snyman came in, I mean, was there a sense of confidence that
Shot
you
by-
guys can recover here? I mean, as you can see, Snyman and Base with that wonderful stroke there.
Nicky Base hitting that full toss for 6. So yes, we've got a good mix of hitting and good solid stroke play. As I was mentioning earlier, in the Africa Cup, one of our middle order batsmen, Asad Abbas, won that match for us with a beautiful cover drive for 4 off the last ball of the match. So we've got a good mix of stroke play and rotating the strike as well as power play. And a single off the next ball, so very good cricket by Nicky Base, taking the boundary and then rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. So we would have been relatively comfortable with making this up if we could build a consolidating partnership, which we've done now. So we'd want this to continue, of course. We've scored our first team 50s with Harry going through, and we'd want that to continue on to making 100, of course.
And that is the end of the over. 115 for 4. 108, sorry. Some highlights here.
Confusion with the scoreboard there.
I think it was just the highlights of that appeal by Kyra, and unfortunately missing out. But you are right, 115 for 4 after 23 overs.
Lots of fielding changes being orchestrated by the captain now, and it looks like there's a bowling change happening too. Do we know who the new bowler is? It's Sailesh Patel coming into bowl. What is he bowl? Off spin. Oh, he's also a leg spinner.
Yeah, it looks like another leg here for the Canadian side.
spinners seem to have done reasonably well. A little bit of bad luck with a drop catch.
But yeah, but one of the bowlers was a tad bit expensive, going at 6 runs per over.
Yeah. They didn't bring him. They bring another
okay.
guy.
It seems to be a different bowler. Tarun Kana, who's an off spinner. With a quite notable headband there. Yeah, he does seem to be an off spinner. So let's see what he brings to the table.
It looks, it actually reminds me of that headband, reminds me of the Karate Kid.
Yes.
I think good old Gerald Coetzee of the Proteas.
Might want to have a conversation with him about taking some of his brand there. But speaking to the locals and our team liaison officer is a member of this club. We were expecting the track to turn a little bit, which doesn't seem to have been the case much, even though the leg spinner from this end got a little bit of turn once it was pitched wide of the wickets. But nothing has been untoward up until now. And the seam bowlers have done all the damage with the new ball.
Doesn't look like Nicky Base is ready yet.
Keep balls.
Nicky Base.
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 Or
Base.
balls.
No,
Yeah.
Base.
Base.
Take 2. Oh!
And getting a lucky inside edge onto a ball that runs for 4. A ball that seemed to have kept very, very low.
Yeah.
4 runs to Nicky Base there. Reacted very well there.
Yeah, Kana will find himself unlucky there with that one. But
And if Nicky was sweating before, he definitely had a moment there.
good reaction there by Nicky Base. That one troubling him up a bit, but yeah, good start here for Kana, but unfortunately, first delivery going for 4.
Nicky on the front foot to that one, taking a single behind square. Doing well there, getting the fortunate boundary and then rotating the strike.
Just talk us through the fielding here for the Canadian team.
They've got the fielders out in this power play are in deep square, long on, long off, and then deep extra cover, and then a ring field on the inside with a standard 45 behind square. So it's a pretty default off spinner field. This was his delivery, and Harry bunts it straight back to the bowler. So well bowled there. And you'd expect the batters to try and rotate the strike and wait for the bad ball to give them some space to hit through the line. Well bowled again. Good areas.
I think maybe Gerry's trying to read the bowler here. Maybe that first one just opening up the eyes there a bit. But yeah, so far so good here for Kana.
Harry's a very smart cricketer and knows the game very well, thinks about it very, very cleverly, and he's selective about the risks he takes. He understands the game well and has played a lot of cricket. Looking for the single through the square leg there, and one down to long on. That'll be 6 from the over.
And that is 121 for 4.
Well bowled by the off spinner, a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, maybe you'll find that it's much more easier now to play a few shots on the ground, just rotating a strike even more now.
As the ball gets older and the track dries out a bit, it should become easier to bat. So the longer these two bat, the easier it becomes to accelerate in the end of the innings. Both batsmen seem to be well settled now, and even the occasional odd delivery and odd happenstance from the pitch seems to be dealt with well. So I believe we can expect them to start looking to accelerate at some point once they're nicely settled.
Yeah, these two here, Nicky Base and Gerry Snyman, just 3 shy of the 100 run partnership.
I'm wearing
Yeah, you need a bib.
Kara bowling here is 4th over. Oh,
And he bowls a short one that hits Nicky
oh,
on the foot.
that must be painful. Team liaison officer, where is the ice for Nicky Base?
No, it doesn't seem to be hurt by that. Seems to be hit him on the bottom of the field. But that's a missed run there. I'm sure they'll have that discussion afterwards. And a thick outside edge down to third man. That seems to have run for 4.
And that brings up the 100-run partnership between Nicky Base and Gerry Snyman, 101 to be exact. Speaking about the ice, I mean, I'm fairly young here, but I was going to ask, does a body start to ache after perhaps 90 overs, or let me say 100 overs out in the baking sun?
Well, look, everybody's got their own physiology, but what tends to happen is that the bruises take a lot longer to disappear at our age.
Yeah.
A good drive through too long off by Gerry for a single. So where in our youth we'd be able to pitch up at the game and just start playing. Even though we're still able to play, a bruise tends to last a week longer than it used to. So we recover as well as we can. Ice baths are very much effective.
And a few beers after the game.
That's always helpful. Driven again too long on or too long off by Nicholas Base for a single. So good cricket by the batters, rotating the strike now. And
Yes.
good bowling by the leg spinner, nicely controlled.
So I saw a couple of your teammates heavily strapped up knees. Not heavily strapped up knees, but I mean strapped
No,
up
definitely
knees.
heavily strapped up. Yeah, I'm one of them. So
Yeah. So
I keep telling people, even the Chinese don't make second-hand parts for me anymore.
yeah, you mentioned that there were a couple of injuries in your team. Would you say it's a full strength Namibian side to you today?
We're a good strong side. So we don't really have any major injuries. It's generally speaking just niggles. So we've made sure and lessons learned from the Africa Cup. Single by Gerry into the covers. Stopped with a foot by the point fielder. We learned good lessons with the Africa Cup. The Zimbabwean team were very unlucky with the injuries that they suffered and struggled with players at the end to field a full fit side. So we've made arrangements for physios and physio students to keep ourselves operational, which is why we've done as much as the strapping in advance and make sure that we can carry the side through. Even with 16 players, the idea is to rotate through the squad, not just to give players time to play, but also so that we've got the ability to last through the tournament and be as effective and successful as we possibly can. So at our age, knees are always the first thing to go, so especially with the bowlers, but for the most part we're in pretty good condition.
Yeah, this is the start of the 26th over, and it's Kana here again with the second over. His first over went for 6. We're starting to call him Karate Kid now.
Daniel San.
Daniel San.
Hit through deep mid wicket for a single by Gerry. Taking the second. Good running by Nicky Base, capitalizing on some misfielding there.
Oh, there have been a few misfield opportunities from the Canadian side. I mean, we spoke about it. 3 or 4 miscatches. Gerry Snyman dropped twice, and late and it was dropped on 59. So yeah, just fielding, just costing the Canadians here, but yeah, another dot delivery.
And I must say the outfield looks pretty good. So it's a bit of a mystery, but until you've actually been on the field, you don't always know. The pink ball is a bit harder to see sometimes, especially when there's no cloud cover to give you some depth perception. Thick outside edge by Gerry. It runs down to third man and just trickles into the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, thick edge there by Gerrie Snyman. 78 of 74 balls here for Snyman.
Still pushing things along. Some fielding changes. Now a short third man coming into play.
That's one sliding down leg.
And the umpire not giving that up. That was a muted appeal by the bowler in any case.
I mean, I guess when you're in doubt, you have to give a light
Yeah, when in doubt, appeal. Smashed by Harry, straight back past the bowler, but the long on fielder picks it up cleanly and gets the ball back for a single.
Yeah, wonderful rotation of the striker between these two, and that is the end of the 26th over. 135 for 4.
Short drinks break for the players. It is very hot out there, and they have batted for a long time now. The partnership proceeding well beyond the 100 runs. The majority of the runs being scored by Harry, but still Nicky providing a very good foil for him, supporting him in the progress that they're making. And the leg spinner continues. Field well spread now. Well bowled and defended by Harry into the covers.
Yeah, nice full delivery there by Kyra.
He seems to be getting a bit of turn now. A little bit of drift to the air, so well bowled by him.
These second or first change bowlers just going just over 6 runs per over. I mean, you spoke about it, that trying to reach between 2 and 220, 240, and yeah, just when you're attacking these first second changes, it does give more confidence to the batting side, perhaps to reach that 240, 220, 240 score that you spoke about.
Smashed by Harry and well fielded on at long off by the fielder there, stopping a sure boundary, cutting it down to a single. Yes, having lost those early wickets, it's a balancing act between aggression and stroke play. Played into the offside by Nicky Base. No run.
Yeah, Nicky Base giving himself room there. A nice full pitch delivery there by Kyra.
Thick outside edge, play down to the short third man. Stopped for no runs. And this is a good over by Kyra. Proving to be very effective. He's been a little bit unlucky with some of the boundaries that have been scored with misfields and some thick outside edges. But he's kept his head and he's bowled well. Good areas. Again, well bowled. Beating the batsman on the outside.
And that is the end of that over. 136 for 4. Kyra only going one off that over, so applying more pressure onto the batters here for Namibia.
His name on feeling the heat there a little bit, down on one knee, but he's a tough character. He'll keep playing as long as he can.
Perhaps a retirement here for Gerrie Snyman.
That does look to be the case. He may be struggling with some dehydration. And that seems to be the case here. Gerrie retiring with some heat exhaustion possibly. And this will be Dwayne Viljoen who is a local Cape Townian, originally born in Walvis Bay, grew up in Namibia, now coming into bat. A well played knock of 80 runs by Harry. Playing a good part of the recovery of the Namibian innings.
Oh, it's unfortunate there for Gerrie Snyman. Nicky Base now the senior batter here for Namibia.
And he is nicely set, so he'll be able to give Dwayne some good advice. And Dwayne is a powerful man, able to hit the ball a long way, but sensible as well. Plays a lot of T20 cricket, but also well set, sensible batsman.
Oh, Dwayne, as you mentioned, he would possibly be familiar with the ground. Yeah, isn't he based in South Africa?
Yeah, he plays for the Claremont Cricket Club,
Mm.
so you'll know the facility well. This is obviously a new team that he's playing against, but you'll know how to play to the ground.
Kana with ball in hand.
And a good dot ball pitched up, looking to get the ball to turn.
Yeah, Kana, his first 2 overs went for 13 with economy of 6.5. But yeah, good start here for Kana, pitching at full for Dwayne Viljoen, sorry.
Well left there by Dwayne.
I nearly mentioned the South African former Bok, Dwayne Viljoen.
Well, Dwayne Viljoen is about as large as the other Dwayne. Good single play down. Oh, it looks like it might come up to more runs, and it goes for 4. Well played down to fine leg by Dwayne off the pads.
Good leg lance there by Viljoen for 4, unfortunately. Short fine leg is not. I'm not getting that one. Welcome boundary here for Viljoen.
Full toss
That's perhaps could be a
on
no
the
ball.
pads and hit to deep square by Dwayne for 4 runs.
4 runs given.
Ball below the hip, so not a free hit. Much flatter, much quicker by the bowler there, by Kana. And no run scored.
Yeah, so far this over 2 4s for Viljoen. So 8 runs off this over thus far, with 1 ball remaining.
Another quick flat delivery, punched down to long on by Viljoen.
And
1 run.
that is the end of the 28th over. 145 for 4. Is it really that hot there in Namibia? I mean, you mentioned yourself that you guys are used to these type of conditions back at home.
Yeah, so Gerrie comes from the coast where the weather's a little bit more temperate, but generally it's anywhere between 35 and 40 degrees in the shade, and there's not a hell of a lot of shade.
Yeah, that's pushing it too much. I mean, that's really hot. I mean, here in Cape Town, it's between 25, 30, at most 30, 35.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really get that hot.
These
Those
are-
conditions, you'll probably see like between 35 and 40 up north, close to Limpopo and Mpumalanga area. But yeah, we obviously got the coast here, close to Atlantic and Peninsula seaboard, and we actually see a change in bowling here.
Patel.
This is Shailesh Patel, and he's the leg spinner. So bowling change to Dwayne Viljoen, facing up to him. Yeah, so this is unusual for Cape Town, even for this time of year. And because it's near the coast, there is far more humidity. but yes, not that terrible for us. With the Africa Cup, it was hot and humid, but still manageable. The good thing is that there's a breeze, so that makes life a lot easier. It's maybe a bit challenging for the Canadian team with the very dark playing strip. Very nicely bowled there. Seems to get a lot of drift through the air.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, the conditions maybe affected Kheri there. But again, just have to wait and find out just the extent of his injury during the innings break.
Single by Dwayne through to deep mid wicket. Interesting action. Seems to get a lot of drift through the air. Maybe more swing than anything else, but
just a bit of
the
a
glove for a single behind square.
the awkward. He's got a bit of an awkward action there, the Patel.
Look more like a hospital.
He seems to be bowling. Seems to be making life interesting for the batsman at the very least. Another single by Fulyun to deep mid wicket.
Yeah, these two rotating the strike pretty nicely. Just taking on from what Base and Skippers
Snyman
were doing in the previous partnership.
capitalizing on the loose ball and rotating the strike as much as possible. Another single into deep mid wicket by Base. So Nicky Base is the captain, steadying the ship, providing the balance needed to bring the innings under control. Going down the leg, no runs scored.
Perhaps clipping the pad.
Yeah, off the pad, no runs scored there. End of Patel's first over, and just a couple of singles scored there.
And that is the end of the 29th over. 149 for 4.
So what's the feeling about the test side that went to New Zealand?
Eventually this question had to come up. Yeah, so initially the reaction was that it was just unfortunate, just the scheduling of that test series with the SA20 clashing. Obviously the main players missing out with Kagiso Rabada, all other batters involved not going to New Zealand. But again, it brought in an opportunity for the French players like David Bedingham.
Yeah, I was about to mention him. He's
David
a
Bedingham,
great
yeah.
find.
So me and David Bedingham, we went to a Waimaga school down the road. We the same year. We played rugby together, played a bit of cricket together. So a guy that I know pretty well. So yeah, David Bedingham. He played a bit of.
Is he?
He's. I mean, back in the days we did have our fair share of fun, but he's calmed down more now, and he's showing his maturity as a cricketer. He played in Durham county cricket, did fairly well there. But yeah, let's talking about the other batters. I mean, the new captain Neil Brandt from the Titans. Unfortunately, not living up to expectation, even with Reinhard van Tonde in the opening with batting with them too. And yeah, just Tsepo Mereki, we would maybe expect like a guy like Tsepo Mereki to perform. Yes, he did get that first wicket of his on his first delivery. But yeah, so season campaigner for the Lions side, Tsepo Mereki. But
I was impressed with his bowling, I have to tell
Yeah.
you. I thought from a bowling perspective they did relatively well. A guy like Zabir Hamza was notably disappointing because he has some test experience and a lot of first class experience, and some of the ways that he lost his wicket was really can only be described as disappointing.
Yeah, same can be said with Duan Olafide.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the first test was disappointing, hence why he was dropped. And yeah, that is the end of the 30th over. 150 for 4, and it is the drinks break.
Second drinks break.
Yeah, just talking on the the Proteas. Yeah, Duan Olafide, unfortunately missing out in the second test. They brought on Sean van Berg with the other spinner, Dane Pitt. Dane Pitt did fairly well, getting a 5 in that first innings for New Zealand. But again, just a New Zealand team just showing their pedigree with Kane Williamson and Ravindra Rachin.
Yeah.
Doing fairly well. I think yeah, Kane Williamson and Rachin just troubling the bowlers a bit.
And
Yeah.
even though New Zealand blooded a couple of new players, they are very much a settled side, whereas the South Africans were fundamentally a new test side, and even the guys that had a little bit of test experience weren't seasoned campaigners. So it has to be said that it was a tough nut to crack for them to go up against guys like Kane Williamson and what's his name, Matt Henry, the bowler,
Matt Henry and Neil Wagner
and Tim Southey. So that's challenging. But I reckon it in the long run it'll probably be better for South African cricket to show that there is a measure of depth. It may have probably been better if there was an actual series, but a 2-match test series isn't really much to do with. But yes.
And that is end of my stint here. Yeah, that's that. I'll see the rest of the commentators in later portions of the Namibians' innings.
Thank you, Nathan.
And that brings in Ravindra with Roman.
Welcome back, Ravindra Mandalal.
Yeah, thank you very much, Iramas. Thank you very much, Nathan. Oh, beautiful day for cricket, of course. We have got a scintillating sun here at Cape Town Cricket Club ground in South Africa, and the start of the 2024 International Master Cricket Over 40 45 World Cup. 12 teams in participation. Things will conclude March 1st. But so far on proceedings, Namibia, well, they've done the restoration job. They've progressed now to 150 for 4, thanks mainly to Jerry Sinman, retired hurt, and in partnership with his captain Nicholas Buys. They too have posted a very impressive, vital, responsible 100-run partnership for the 5th wicket. Really significantly pulled back this game in favor of Namibia. And the Canadians, well, they had a great start to the campaign, but certainly a number of drop catches really put them at a disadvantage point. But proceedings so far, very much competitive, and yeah, beautiful day for cricket, lovely sunshine, terrific conditions, and terrific cricket.
Yeah, Canada started out well this morning, made the most of the conditions that they had, and were able to pick up 4 wickets for very few runs. At one point, Namibia 9 runs for 3 wickets down and 24 for 4. But then a good rebuild by Nicky Buys and Gerrie Snyman. Canada unfortunately having some mishaps in the field. But things nicely balanced at the moment after 30 overs. 150 runs on the board with 4 wickets down, and the resumption of play about to commence.
150 for 4 represents a good recovery here for Namibia after an early wobble. They were floundering at 24 for 4. The Canadian Pacers had an early impact. Shailish doesn't really look like a leg spinner today.
Yeah, it
He
looks
more
like
look like
he's going
off spinner.
Swing bowling. They're getting it to move through the air. One down the leg side. Might have gone off the pad there. The run rate accelerating gently, pretty well by the Namibian batsman.
Sorry. Is this
single there by Dwayne Viljoen turned into a good 2, down to third man.
More importantly for Namibia, even though the informed batsman Simon retired hurt, understandably so because of dehydration, tough conditions, and over 40s.
Yes.
It's really telling on him. But I think he had done a great job, with that recovery period for Namibia. Batted beautifully, mixed solid defense with occasional aggression.
Did the hard work coming in number 4. Single there to Dwayne Viljoen. Nicky Buys, the set batsman. Wide down the leg side by the bowler.
Shailesh Patel, probably because of a more predominantly onside field, he's just trying to drift down the leg side,
He's probably
hoping that the batsman can work
play
it through
around it
short
and
mid
maybe
wicket.
looking for the LBW wicket. Well bowled, dot ball there by him. Nicky Buys approaching 40, on 37 at the moment.
Yeah, this one is a little bit.
Another dot ball hit into the covers.
Luckily, he wasn't punished more because I think he had a lot of time there on the back foot. Dwayne?
This is Nicky Buys.
Nice.
Single by Buys, too long off. And that's the end of the over.
Third one gone, 155 for 4. Namibia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada. Round number 1 in this inaugural International Master Cricket over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament. 12 teams in participation. The tournament was declared open Sunday with a wonderful opening ceremony in the waterfront in Cape Town, South Africa. This is going to be a showpiece, Iramos. Things will culminated on the March 4th. But in the preliminary round, 5 matches for each team. Then we go to the playoff segment. Of course, the top 4 teams will contest the semi-final matches. But we can anticipate that's our expectation from here on. Competitive, fierce cricket from each and every team.
And all the teams rotating through a number of fields, which levels the playing field by everyone. The weather is fine, no clouds in the sky, and the temperature is reasonably high for Cape Town. And the players all seem to be enjoying themselves and playing competitively. The field's a lot tighter now for the off-spinner, Kana, with only 2 players out, one at long on and one at deep mid wicket. Looking to keep things nice and tight.
So 2 other matches being played simultaneously in Group A. England, of course, taking on Zimbabwe, and the United States of America facing up Australia. In Group B, Sri Lanka opposing United Arab Emirates. South Africa, the home team, tackling Wales, and New Zealand confronting India. A lot of cricket here in Cape Town.
Yes.
South Africa.
On seemingly good tracks all around. Good recovery by Namibia, so the runs are coming. But this is a very good over by the off spinner, and then he pushes one down leg side.
They're looking for 2 that will get it easy. Not enough legs on the ball to reach to the boundary. Just pulled back there by.
And leg buys coming off, those runs coming off the pads of the batsman.
You take it how it come.
Yeah.
156 for 4. So Connor, a man with a head tie, like we call it the sweater. But he looked more like a karateka, as my good commentators say, my fellow commentator Nathan, describing.
1 run out to the sweeper, and a good over ball there by the off spinner. Only 3 runs conceded.
32 overs have been completed. Namibia 159 for 4, and after an early wobble at 24 for 4, courtesy of Simon with 70?
Not 80.
80.
Yeah.
Oh, what a brilliant innings. Had to retire hurt, but had done the job. excellent batting from him.
Nicky
And in
Buys
partnership,
continuing his innings on 39,
yeah,
and Dwayne Viljoen now in on 14 runs. So these two will look to push things on towards the end of the match.
well, I think at that stage it was required that you need a partnership,
Absolutely.
and that one, and it was very productive thereby. The retired Simon and Buys, the captain of Namibia, really now putting up a show, displaying quality batting. Canada on the other side of the coin, probably starting to feel the effect of those drop catches, ruling out the possibility now of a complete demolition job with the ball, because Namibia fought back gallantly and in a better position now.
Well, ball there by the bowler, beating the batsman, taking a leading edge. No runs scored. Driven straight for 1 run, fielded by the long on fielder.
And Erasmus, we were thinking earlier that 180 might be a competitive total. Now, based on projection, they could get somewhere in the vicinity of 220 to 30. If they continue in this manner, they continue to fashion runs. 240 to 50 might be a little more psychologically pressured on the opposition. But it's going to be a competitive total.
Well, we were looking at 220 to 230 as a reasonable total on this track, speaking to some of the locals, and then suffering the early setbacks. Single down to square leg by Nicky Buys. And then the recovery now at 160 with, what's that, about 12 overs left, 13 overs left, or 12 overs after this one. We'd look to score more freely towards the end, and with some batsmen capable of hitting long boundaries still in the wings. There is the possibility of getting up beyond the 230 mark, up to 250, but it would require some good batting to get there. The Canadians are showing some good bowling capabilities here and keeping batsmen a little bit quiet. It's been a while since the last boundary.
33 overs have been completed. Namibia won the 63. Yeah, 163 for 4. The captain Boys is still there on 41. And Dwayne offering support since his arrival at the crease. He's got 16. Namibia will come up against Australia tomorrow. And Canada will take on Zimbabwe. So I guess that the Namibians will be looking to maximize on every effort here today, because we know globally that Australia will come up and play competitive cricket, fierce cricket. They will want to be intimidating as early as possible. But based on their exhibition so far, Namibia, they're going to pose a good threat against Australia tomorrow. Probably they could come out with a victory.
Well, we feel good about the match because firstly because of how we performed in the Africa Cup, but also taking into account the practice match that the Proteas had against the Australian side over the past weekend, and our own brand of cricket that we play is you know, we're tough guys, and we play hard-nosed cricket. We don't give up, which is illustrated by the recovery that we've made now in this innings. Even though with the early setbacks, we've come back and we played good cricket, batted well, absorbed the pressure, scored some runs. So we manage our expectations in terms of wins and losses, but we expect to at the very least push the Australians, and in every fixture that we have to push and compete and make life difficult, play good hard cricket. Just watch this delivery.
But you have got two batsmen in good form
shot
so
by
far.
Dwayne Viljoen. He's cut off on the boundary for 2 easy runs. So all of us are all old school cricketers. So we're competitive, and we look to do as well as we can, and play positive cricket with good intent.
So Kana continues here for Australia, for Canada. We're talking about Australia. We said he's going to play for represent Australia. Will come up against Namibia tomorrow in the continuation of the tournament, and Canada will face up with Zimbabwe. Then on Wednesday they will take a break, and then the action will resume on Thursday with another 3 matches in fixture in Group A. 34 overs have been completed. Namibia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada, and they are marshalling nicely here now at 167 for 4. And the boys has got 42, and he's in good form. Then Simon contributed nicely, very substantial total so far in the context of things. 80 before he retired, hurt. Shailesh Patel continues for Canada. And the partnership really worked out for Namibia.
So, what's the feeling in the Canadian camp about the match against Zimbabwe?
Well, I think based on the revelation of their captain, Vinay Devisetti, they're going to take one game at a time. So he hasn't spoken much about Zimbabwe. Okay, we're going to face up Namibia first. We're going to go out with our plans. We're going to try to execute it. And ultimately, yes, we want to start off our campaign with a victory. So, interesting to hear what will be his plan for against Zimbabwe, whatever the result this afternoon for Canada. Yes, he might talk about the early start that was very good for them, encouraging, motivating. The bowlers with the pacer especially done a fine job. So interesting to hear what he's going to come up against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Canada had a very good start this morning with their two opening bowlers bowling very well. Even though there were some extras, they were very effective, bowled good lines and lengths, got the ball to move around in the air and off the pitch. Keeper taking 3 good catches, and then 1 in the covers. Unfortunately, things not quite going to plan after that.
This is still persisting with the spinners. Yes, there are plenty of options in the bowling department because he has got 3 specialist spinners in his force 11. Yes, we want you to have a go. We want you to make an impression. But you haven't done it. The pacer had done the job. Time to think about, we're going to go back to Godwin Alfred, or we're going to go back to Yunus. I think Devisetti might be contemplating about that move. So 35 overs have been completed, and Namibia 170 for the 4.
Well, the one opening bowler that came from the far end bowled a spell of 8 overs, so he only has 1 over left, and he may only be able to, or may only want to bring back the other seamer in the death. So it makes for an interesting end of the innings, and we would want to look to bat as deep and as long as possible before starting to really push the accelerator and give ourselves a good platform.
Exactly, because now you have got 10 overs left. When you translate that, you have 60 deliveries with 6 wickets in hand. So I guess with the captain in the middle, might start to think about that acceleration, because Canada have got 2 spinners in operation. Yes, Alfred made an impression early on, so all that can come into the mind of Vice at the moment. So yes, that we start to have a go at the spinners before we have seen the reintroduction of Alfred and Yunus.
Yeah, we haven't seen them use their feet down the track much. It's been very much in the crease and looking to rotate the strike. And these 2 spinners have not bowled many loose deliveries. And in fact, they've been a little bit unfortunate in some of the boundaries that were scored. So it does seem that the spinners are doing a very good holding job. They haven't taken any wickets, and they haven't been particularly threatening, but they have been very, very economical.
Tarun Khanna,
especially in the last couple of overs.
Hails from Ontario in Canada. Plays a lot of cricket in that province. Ontario dominated cricket. We have got 10 huge provinces in Canada.
Okay. Big shot by Dwayne Viljoen, the first one that kind of dropped short and punched to deep mid wicket for 2 runs. Good running by Nicky Buys. First really loose delivery by the off spinner in a while.
But good thing for Canada now too, the cricket has started to spread more in the other provinces, like Vancouver, Victoria, Montreal, Calgary, Quebec.
A second loose delivery, and that one is capitalized on by Viljoen, hit for 4 over the deep mid wicket area. So from a sporting perspective, where does cricket really relate in terms of growth and success?
Well, I wouldn't say that too impressive at the moment. A lot of things need to be in place if they're going to really take the sport to another level. Canada cricket has been on the back burner when it comes to international appearance. This is something that they need to work on. Over 40 cricket is managed by the Cricket Canada Master Council. This was formed in 2019 and helped with the growth of over 40 cricket. But generally speaking, there's a collision, a man is under it, and he dropped.
Again.
Another drop catch goes down
fifth
there to
drop
Canada.
catch.
This is really terrible for them. They have been awful, pathetic with their catching.
And again, the dangerous batsman, Dwayne Viljoen, being dropped. And it looks like there was a little bit of confusion by the fielders converging on one another.
Yes, he's
And
gone for the big
opportunity
hit.
goes amiss.
He settled under it. Probably he thought about that collision with him. But I think, fundamentally we should have applied it. Yes, leave it. We're going to go for it. But a little bit poor communication, apparently. And another one went down there to Canada. Nevertheless, 36 overs have been completed. Namibia 178 for a loss of 4.
And the bowlers will find that very frustrating, having bowled some very good overs to create the pressure and provide for the release shot being played. And that might just create the impetus for Dwayne to feel that he can have a go for it.
All right,
Give you a bit of confidence.
Exactly. And
Maybe
I
it's
think
your
they will have a go to, because with the realization of 9 overs left in the innings, 8.5 to be accurate, and this one swept nicely toward
for
backward
4.
square mid-wicket for 4. And you rightly said, Iramas, that Dwayne might have a go, and he's having a go immediately with the commencement of the 42nd over.
Dwayne Viljoen moving on into the 30s. Looking to rotate the strike, but hitting the mid-wicket fielder.
Do you think that he has come in with a role here? So,
Yes,
okay.
Dwayne's role is very much in the middle order, in the lower middle order, to accelerate at the end.
Great.
He's a proper batsman. He really can bat properly. But given the context of our team and that he's the primary wicket keeper, so him and Wimpy Martins and Connie Jacobs are the 3 keepers that we have. So his role is primarily to take the gloves.
Have a go.
So we would want him to play both roles very well. Single taken by Nicky Buys after hitting the fielder. Another
And the good
misfield
thing for
there.
Namibia that they still have the captain there, Buys, who is playing a responsible role, very mature innings so far, very disciplined.
Anchoring the innings for the team.
Exactly. Was part of that recovery. So he has been magnificent with the bat so far, and
top
he's going
edge.
high and hard. A man is under it, the wicketkeeper,
And the
yes.
keeper takes his 4th catch of the innings.
And finally, Canada able to
catch.
take a catch.
And it required the keeper with the gloves.
As simple as, of course, probably if a difficult one or a challenging one might have gone down, but went up,
Viljoen
it ballooned
frustrated
up in
with
the
that,
air,
but
and Dwayne looking to go hard, not enough connection. The edge was found, and success for Canada, 184 for the loss of 5 over number 37 in the progress. But Dwayne probably had a little partnership with his captain.
Scoring a quick fire 30.
50-run partnership.
Scoring a quick fire 30 out of a 50-run partnership. It's all part of coming to a decent total. And the incoming batsman is Asad Abbas, the hero from the Zimbabwean game in the Africa Cup.
Oh, he will be asked to play a big role as well, because he coming in with that heroic performance.
Yeah, so Assad is a good stroke player. He's and he's had good form recently. He has the ability to hit the ball a long way, but likes to get into his innings, and Nicky will have a role for him to play, so he'll manage the ship from in the middle.
Yeah, well,
Steer the ship from there.
coming off with that kind of display, he has got a foundation now set by his team. The preceding batsmen, especially the two top scorers so far, Boyce and Sizeman, certainly he will want to capitalize on it. Opportunity to do so too. So at the back end of the innings, Abbas, because of his form, because of his confidence, he could create that impression. Canada, yes, they got a breakthrough finally, taking a catch. They will want to make more inroads, but left to be seen.
And that wicket will also adjust the expectations in terms of the total. And it may be that we'd want to get to 200 before we start accelerating, or look to get to the 40th over and accelerate in the last 5 overs. But Nicky will have a plan in the middle, and he'll communicate it well to the incoming batsman. So while he's there, he'll know what he wants out of this innings, and he'll steer the ship well from the centre.
37 overs have been completed, and Namibia 184 for 5. New batsman Abbas in, joining his captain. Boyce approaching a half century. It could be the second one in innings, because Simon contributed 80 before he retired hurt. And Canada continue with Tarun Khanna, the off spinner, in his over number 8. He hasn't picked up a wicket, quite economical.
Unlucky
Steady.
to have a drop catch in the previous over.
Quite unlucky.
Hit into deep mid wicket by Nicky Buys for another single, and that brings us Abbas on strike to face the off spinner for the first time.
Abbas, a right-handed batsman, it's a bit small in size compared to the captain and
short
the
in
way
stature and a quiet, gentlemanly chap, but a good cricketer.
right on target against the new batsman, but he was equal to the toss as Irama's brilliant talent, opportunity to showcase his prowess with a bat after this 6 overs to go in the first innings, in the first match of this showpiece here in Cape Town, South Africa. Good afternoon to you wherever you are picking up the broadcast. Good morning to the people in Canada.
Yeah,
now
it's
waking
early
up
days.
there.
Possibly missing out on a single day in the covers, but early calling and a shot by our side, swept through the leg side for a 4 through deep square leg. And a good shot.
There was a confident shot, making good connection, opened his account with a boundary. Well, this is a man in form, Iramas.
He has been.
I
in
now
good
started
form
to believe
recently.
you.
Yeah. So, and he does play spin well. He picks up the length of the ball very well, and he's a hard man to bowl to sometimes. And he's got a surprising ability to hit the ball very well for someone who seems a small chap. He is a stroke player. He's not someone who necessarily hits the ball through the air too much, but he does score boundaries.
190 for 5, 38 overs have been completed, and Namibia progressing nicely against Canada in the opening round of the 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket Over-40 World Cup. And the action coming to you live here in Cape Town, South Africa. Of course, all the matches to be played right here in the motherland of Cape Town. Beautiful scenery. Enjoying your stay so far, Iramas? You've still got a week and a half to go.
Yeah, in the mother city. So we're staying in a nice hotel.
The mother city.
Yeah,
The mother city of South Africa is Cape Town. What a place.
Yeah.
Beautiful, breathtaking views, wonderful sceneries.
Nice environment.
And that's the tabletop going to live in my memory for the rest of my life.
Table Mountain.
Yeah,
Tabletop mountain.
Table Mountain.
Table Mountain.
Absolutely encourage everyone to put that on their bucket list.
Yes. Well bowled by the bowler.
Shailesh
Fielded it
Patel continues here for Canada. And
Looks like
interesting
we'll
to
bowl
know
through.
that Devi Sethi still continues with the two spinners. Yeah, they got the breakthrough, conceded over 140 runs before they got a breakthrough.
Yes. But they had the opportunities to make breakthroughs, so it is looking to do the best. Assad hitting the ball down the ground to the long off fielder, taking a single.
Well, if a spectator walks into the ground now, they would think that Abbas was the start of the innings with that shot. Right down the
Yes.
track, good contact. It was a meaty stroke. Full face, nice presentation of his bat. He's in form.
Pace, continuing a pace. It's looking to keep
So we
the
might see a
innings
little
anchored.
acceleration from the captain, boys, probably when he gets to that half century.
Possibly after he
He's
gets
on
to
47.
his half century, yes.
Because based on what we have seen, he hasn't shown that inclination to go over the top.
Yeah, he's
On regular
capitalised
basis.
on the loose delivery.
Just playing a little more responsibly, flat on the carpet. But the knock has been impressive so far, admirable, attractive.
Definitely necessary, absorbing the pressure.
Sliding down.
Lucky there, Shailesh Patel.
Not to be called
40
wide.
gone, 191 for 5. So we've got
Nathan coming in for the last commentary stint. That's me for the innings.
and
All
we
the
see you
best for
back
the last-
after,
yeah,
after the lunch.
innings change.
Enjoy the lunch.
Thank you very much.
And I guess you enjoy all the lunches in the Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful day, sunny condition, terrific weather here. The temperature has been just about 31 degrees Celsius. And in comes Nathan. He's going to tell us a little bit about the weather here in Cape Town, South Africa. I think we are approaching the end of the summer, but Namibia taking first strike at the insertion of Canada in round number 1 in this International Master Cricket Over-40 World Cup, originating here in Cape Town, South Africa. 195 for 5, 40 gone. As I say, good afternoon to Nathan.
Yes, good afternoon, Ravindra. Thank you very much. Yeah, you mentioned the conditions here in Cape Town Cricket Club, Plumstead, Cape Town. Wonderful conditions, no clouds whatsoever here. Just tad over 30 degrees here at the moment. Just a tad a bit of a wind as well. Yeah, but wonderful conditions. I mean, you spoke about tabletop, the Table Mountain. But yeah, what have you thought about Cape Town thus far since you guys have arrived?
Well, as I said, I'm speechless with what I've seen there. You know, breathtaking view, a scintillating sight. When I first arrived in Cape Town a few days ago for this tournament as a commentator, as a journalist, I think what I've seen live up to my expectation. Very, very beautiful. And apart from that, the hospitality here in Cape Town has been amazing. The treatment has been incredible, and hopefully we can be here regularly for cricket.
That's correct. But we see latter part of the Namibian innings, a lovely lofted shot over mid wicket to deep mid wicket just for a single here, and Nicky trying to push for a single, and a bit of miscommunication here for Abbas and base here in the middle. Maybe they're looking at the score, maybe they were trying to find exactly where they would like to, which sort of total they'll try to post here for Canada to chase. I mean, Erasmus spoke about it earlier, between 220 and 240. I mean, at this point, going at 5 runs per over, perhaps we'll be looking at 240, 250.
Yeah, with Abbas there, he can able to push things harder because he has shown great amount of aggression since his appearance at the crease at the fall of Dwayne. Because Iramas was talking that Dwayne going to do that job, or he going to do that service for Namibia, because boys, the captain hasn't shown that kind of aggressive approach. He has been more disciplined, workmanlike innings so far. Just stuck it around, picking up the singles. He has been fluent, 41 overs have been 40 overs have been completed. 41 in fact, sorry, 195 for 5. So 4 overs to go, 24 deliveries remaining in this first innings of this International Master Cricket Over 40 World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. Shailesh Patel continues. A little bit surprising that we haven't seen the return of Alfred Lewis, but not a bad job from Patel in the context of things, because he hasn't conceded many boundaries. So David Sethi might say, yes, use your experience. The batting hasn't been that flamboyant for the last 3-4 overs. They're just trying to get it over.
Yeah, just obviously you mentioned the Canadian side. Nicky Bass, I mean, playing a captain's knock here, supported nicely by Snyman. Snyman, unfortunately, oh, big one here.
Decided to go big this time, boys. Over long on for 6, a mighty 6. Right into the front foot, right into his arc. Launch onto it, made good connection, and he has brought up a half century in International Master Cricket World Cup. Congratulations, boys. But what a innings.
Wonder innings indeed by Nicky Bass, the captain. Marshalling troops nicely. Unfortunately, another massive one here. Dissecting the two fielders on the outer offside ring. Another 4 here for Nicky Bass. Slowly starting to accelerate here, the run rate here for Namibia. And as I mentioned, that they were down, 3 wickets down. And Snyman and Nicky Bass came along. And they managed to get a 100-run partnership. And Nicky Bass is still out there.
And he's going down the leg side this time. 6 runs. Boundary after boundary. This is real awful here from Shailesh Patel outside the line of the off stump. He's floating up. But a good thing for boys. But he has been there for a long time. So no doubt about this solid connection with bat and ball. Excellent batting. And they continue to make steady progress here in Namibia after early wobble. And he's going again, this time at long off. Man is out there. Not enough elevation on this occasion. But nevertheless, he will stick with a single. The 200 is up now for Namibia. They've gone past in quick time, Nathan. And Canada will have to come back with new strategy. Probably in the next 3 overs.
Perhaps bring on Alfred.
And Abbas as well, looking to go hard. This time finding the man at long off. And this is the kind of expectation to go hard at the ball. Now 41 overs have been completed. And Namibia batting first against Canada. They are 213 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, you spoke about Nicky Bass playing a more conservative role here when he was batting with Snyman. But as you mentioned, maybe after getting his 50, he might start to accelerate, as we see here now. But Bass hitting a few 6s here in the previous over. But yeah, going along nicely here between these two. Abbas supporting Bass. Yes, there was a bit of a hiccup in the initial spots for Namibia with the batting. But yeah, as Erasmus mentioned, that they do have a long batting lineup, and it is showing here today for the Namibian batters.
Yeah, beautiful day. 213 for 5. 41 overs have been completed, and this might be a bit worrisome for Canada because they are not into the tail of Namibia batting. And our commentator, one of our commentators said, Aramas, said that the batting is very long. They've got depth, and this is truly underlining his statement. Rajesh Vitil back into the attack, had 3 overs before, but they still continue with the spinners. Even though this is the back end of the innings, they tend quite strange, quite surprising. Oh, just to the left of Vitil. He could have been a wicket taker as well in this innings, but Abbas, a little bit of caution in that stroke. Came down the track, yes, and quite more defensive rather than looking to launch on it.
And that brings out Nicky Pace here, and we see a change in the fielding here for Canada. And I see that they're bringing on an additional. So we've got three boundary riders on the leg side. Deep square, deep mid wicket, and a long on.
Down the track he goes by. This one is up in the air. A man is coming out at long off, totally protecting that boundary area. But his intention is very clear here now, Nathan. Boyce, quite predictable that he's going to go off the bowling. He's got 66 to his name, over number 42 in progress after this 3 overs left in the first innings of this showpiece here in Cape Town, South Africa, under the auspices of the International Master Cricket. Abbas again. You're not seeing anything defensive from him since he has come to the crease. He has been busy, and importantly for him, he just keep rotating the strike. But this is intelligent batting from Abbas and Namibia.
Yeah, I think the message was pretty clear when Abbas came on. They need to start attacking, and just to optimize as much runs as possible here for Namibia, just to perhaps reach that 240 to 250 mark here. Here another lofted shot, 4 runs for
So
Nicky
Boyce,
Pace. Again, being aggressive here and play that shot between deep square and deep mid wicket region.
and this time he's going long on. The man is on the red. Will he take the catch? Yes. Wait for the
it's
confirmation. Yes,
confirmation, it's a
and it's 6 by Boyce there. Looking to go high and hard. Not enough elevation. The fielder took the catch, but probably one of his feet touched the boundary board. But good sportsmanship from him. I think it's Kamaljit signaling 6 to the umpire. 42 gone. Namibia 220 for 5. And they look like they will get to somewhere in the vicinity of 250, which might turn out to be very competitive, Nathan.
100%. Yeah, Erasmus spoke about the 220, 240 mark. And the message was pretty clear that these two, when they come on, they will be looking to be more aggressive, trying to optimize as much as possible in the latter part of the Melbourne innings. And maybe you would have thought that they'll bring in Alfred, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. It was damaging up front for the Canadian side. He managed to get 2 wickets in only his 4 overs. But unfortunately, not to be here for him in his second stint here for Canada.
So Yunus Anwar back in operation. Well, he started off brilliantly in the first with his first spell, conceded just 25 runs and picked up 2 wickets, early wickets. So he had good momentum from the start, and he will be asked to bowl possibly 2 overs, whether he tried to be economical or successful.
What I've seen thus far is when the ball is struck in the air and going towards the long off fielder, it does tend to fall short. So maybe bring him up a bit again to see what, as I mentioned, if unfortunately that ball was way too straight.
Yeah, and it goes into the long on boundary. Went uppishly, there was an element of danger, but the fielder, the sand couldn't get wrong in time, and it went 1 bounce into the boundary. But good aggression again there from Boyce, and he's really taken up the responsibility nicely here for his country, Namibia. They were in a precarious position at 24 for 4. One would have thought they would have collapsed, but brilliant batting thanks to Jerry Simon, who retired on 80, and Boyce is still there, who would have collaborated with him in a 110-run 5th wicket stand to really took the initiative, swung the pendulum back in Namibia favor. This one out toward long on, more runs for Boyce. Good piece of feeling there from De Jong to his right, tumbling and saving 2 runs. But this is positive, confident batting here from Nicky Boyce, the captain of Namibia. And Nathan, I can tell you that when you have this sort of approach, you're going to intimidate any opposition. And he's asking for it. Juicy full toss there from Anwar. Failed to repeat his first spell impression down the leg side, and he was given the treatment. Full toss, good connection, good contact, good elevation, and he's got maximum result. So Namibia really making steady progress here, Nathan.
Yeah, see, there's not much energy here in the field here for Canada. But as Nicky Boyce, the captain here, playing a nice innings here. Captain's knock here for Nicky Boyce.
Still an opportunity for him to score a century. And at the event of this magnitude, this will be an auspicious start for him. Leading from the front. Nicky Boyce, he has got 88, 12 away from that landmark.
Yeah, I must say that Namibian batting, the middle order is quite decent. I mean, Snyman coming in at 3 or 4, coming in at 4 actually, and then it was Boyce, and then Abbas coming latter parts of this innings. I mean, Erasmus spoke about Abbas, how instrumental was in the Africa Cup, even with against Zimbabwe as well. So a lot of experience here for Namibia. See, they're still trying to find the ball. Normally they would say a needle in the haystack.
That can go wrong as well, that he lost the ball. Over number 43 in progress. 2:39 for 5. Namibia taking first strike at the invitation of Canada in round number 1 in this 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket Over 40 World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. Breezy day, sunny day. Good crowd has started to build up here at Cape Town Cricket Club, right in the vicinity of that iconic tabletop bunting. My good friend Nathan gave me a good description of it. Hopefully give me a ride there to tabletop bunting as we continue our journey and participation in this historical event. 239 for 5 over number 43. Coming up is the penultimate one, then the final one. So Canada will be looking to bounce back into this innings here. They started off magnificently, phenomenally, but then with a number of drop catches, really put things back in Namibia favor. They capitalize effectively at this juncture of the game, yes, because 239, now they could start think about 260, 270, the way things are going for them, especially with the presence of their captain Nicky Boyce, who has got 88. I don't think he's thinking about the century, rather to be able to keep pushing the score, keep ticking over the scoreboard. But he has been brilliant. He has been superb with the bat so far. Nicky Boyce, 88 from 90 balls, and his partnership with Sinan up front.
They seem to find that needle in the haystack. The ball is alive and well. Anwar has got the ball in hand now. As my co-commentator mentioned, that Nicky Boyce on 88, the captain. It's just a change in field here. Just 3 boundary riders on the leg side.
A good comeback there from Yunus outside the line of the off stump. Understand his plan, whether to try to out Boyce or just trying to be economical at this stage of the game. Outside the off stump.
Shot.
Exquisitely timed there by Boyce. He has gone to 92 outside the line of the off stump. Yes, it went up in the air, but it went with speed and into the boundary, crash into the fence there for 4. 2:44 for 5 at the completion of the 43rd over. Namibia batting first against Canada, and he has marshal on to 92. What a knock, Nathan.
What a knock indeed. Picked it up nicely. Pitching on the fourth stump. Yeah, by Anwar, and Base not missing out, just lofted over the covers for 4, and unfortunately boundary riders on the offside, not quick enough, and as my co-commentator said, Nicky Pace on 92, 2 more overs left. Will Nicky Pace get to 100 here today?
Well, he has got 12 deliveries to reach to that milestone. Rajesh Vitil continues bowling the penultimate over to Abbas, and any player with any sort of recommendation that Abbas just trying to rotate the strike to this captain rather than going big and hard, just tuck it around, pick up an easy single, because at this stage it's more important that you can hand over the strike. But Canada will want to keep him there. And
Yeah.
Jerry Simon, who retired on 80, we just got the news that some medical attention, a little bit of heat stroke, but understandably so. 31 degrees Celsius in Cape Town, Toronto, in Cape Town, South Africa. But all is well for him. Good sight. He's walking and ready to go.
Yeah, I was worried about the extent of the injury, but happy that he's just struggling with a bit of heat stroke here. But yeah, wonderful 80 knock there from Snyman, a player to watch out for in the tournament coming into this fixture here in match 3 of the over-40 Cricket World Cup. A bit of a mix-up here between these two.
Yeah, just settled for 1 because I think there was some sort of hesitation there from Abbas.
Yeah, Abbas and Base. Second time now there's a bit of miscommunication between these two. And again, with the fielding of Canada at the moment not living up to expectation.
Abbas again, and again, I'm telling you about Nathan that Abbas, he needs to just rotate the strike rather than try to go over the top. He's not finding good connection with the ball. And with a defensive field now, singles are available. Exactly. Straight down to deep extra cover. Yes, protection is there. They will settle for a single.
And that is a 50-run partnership between these two.
So good batting. End of the penultimate over. Namibia, they have 246 for 5. 1 over to go. But Abbas back in strike. So I guess that he will want to hand over the strike to boys. Canada will want to keep as low as possible. And now we are seeing the return of Godwin Alfred, who was economical up front, successful with the ball, create that early trouble for Namibia. Done a wonderful job, and he's coming back for the last over of this innings.
Yeah, you would have thought maybe they would have bring him on a bit earlier. We mentioned initially he did trouble the Namibian batters in the early parts of the Namibian innings, but yeah, it's good to see him back in his 5th over. He's got 2 wickets for Abbas, and yeah, it's a final over here. Swing and a miss.
And again, Abbas is not playing the game that we all think that he could play. Just easy to probably guide it to third man, relatively deep there. He can pick up a single. And Bice, who's on 93, yes, he's not thinking about the landmark, more about getting runs on the board. 246 for the loss of 5 over number 45 in progress.
I mean, there's many scoring opportunities, maybe guiding it down to third man. Abbas.
Almost pushing a little mix up there again. A chance for a run out. Not out, says umpire Tiffin at backward square there, but Boyce made it home. He was early on it. A little bit of hesitation again there from Abbas. Just push it uppishly to the man at that point. Shailesh Patel in action, but a cross for a very cheeky single. Nevertheless, for Namibia, Boyce is on strike.
Yeah, but equally good fielding there by Canadian fielder. standing at point. And Base will count himself lucky there.
Very, very, even though he's got 93, we thought there might be some sort of exhaustion. But looks very, very physically fit, and with the innings of 93 so far, definitely mentally prepared. Took up the challenge, took up the responsibility. He was quite defiant, force up, but now has been very belligerent. 93 is going hard, flat, but straight to the man at wideish mid-on. Can't score, but this is good bowling from Alfred. This is quite surprising that he's been reintroduced into the attack for the final over. Understand the tactics here by Captain Vinay Devisetti for Canada. Bowled so splendidly in his first spell. Got the early breakthrough, set the momentum, and he's going high and hard, and the man is under it, whether he take it or not. And it dropped and into the boundary for 4.
That is the 6th drop catch here for Canada.
Going wrong to his left, Sanjit. He had to cover a lot of distance. And 97 here for Bice. He still can get to that century. But it's going to be a magnificent innings here with 2 deliveries to go in the 45th over. He's going hard again, flat towards mid-wicket. They're gone for 1. Strong contemplation for the
2.
second. And they will get it. So he has moved up to 99 now. And 3. And that's his 100. Yes, 100 there for Nicholas Bice.
And he's out.
What an innings
and it's
there.
given him his out.
So he left at 99. His non-striker Abbas was run out. The final ball of the innings. And it's all happening here at Cape Town
Nicky
Cricket
Base
Club.
doesn't look happy at the moment.
So still one more delivery to go, unless they bowl a no ball and you can be able to scamper through. But Nicky Boyce, he has got 99. What an anticlimax here, because he already started to celebrate, thinking he has covered 3 runs. But Abbas was unfortunately run out. And Boyce remains on 97, 251 for 5 with 2 deliveries remaining. The possibility is still strong. He could get to that 3-figure mark.
Yeah, he's very emotional here. Nicky Base potentially could be missing out on the century. As you can see, all the emotions there for Nicky Base. One more delivery here.
A new batsman comes to the crease, look like Salim Muhammad. So a delivery left in this innings, Alfred. And he going hard, missed out completely there. End of innings. Boyce remains on 99, but in the context of things, what are innings? 99 not out, and Namibia ended at 253 for 6 from the allocation of 45 overs in this round 1 fixture Group B in the 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket Over 40 45 over World Cup tournament in Cape Town, South Africa. Namibia took first strike at the invitation of Canada, ended at 253 for 5 for 6 from 45 overs, but Nicky Boyce has been the standout. He has been exceptional with the bat, and what an innings, 99 not out, Nathan, but generally good cricket here from Namibia have come back brilliantly.
Yeah, good cricket indeed by both these teams. I mean, up front, just recapping, good start here from Alfred in the initial parts of the Namibian innings, troubling the batters here. They were 24 for 3, and which brought on Snyman. A nice partnership by Snyman. Snyman managing to get 80 runs, but unfortunately not able to convert to a century, falling ill with retirement. With a bit of heat stroke. We heard that he was suffering from heat stroke, which brought in Nicky Base, the captain. And unfortunately, Nicky Base missing out on the century, which brought in the total for the Namibian team to 253 for 7. hosting, giving an opportunity for Canada here to perhaps get an upset here. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Will they be able to get to 254?
Well, they set a target here. Nathan, I think is very, very competitive. They had an early advantage on this game, picking up 4 early wickets. But then comes the partnership between Captain Nicky Bice and Jerry Sidman. Really took over and propelled their team to a good total. 254 from 45 overs, a required rate of 5.5 almost for Canada to get to that target. The batting lineup looks formidable in the practice games. Now the onus is on them to come and try to start off their campaign successfully. I think Namibia, yes, they will feel comfortable and satisfied with 254 after they were tottering at 24 for 4. Really recover well and able to boost their total significantly and immensely. Canada, their approach will definitely have to be quite aggressive from the start if they're going to surpass that target of 254 from the allotment of 45 overs. Interesting force 15 overs, Nathan. How they're going to bat. The captain spoke about his batting lineup as well prior to the commencement of this encounter, that he has got depth. We will see, because Namibia showed that. They really come out and play positive cricket despite that early disaster for them. They were a horrendous start, but they really recover well. The restoration job was done impressively. Now Canada, yes, as the coach indicated, there is depth in the batting. We will see by the conclusion of things here today. But they have got a wicket that has been very, very responsive. Not too animated, but let's see how things unfold in the next probably 2 hours time.
And commentary is proudly brought to you by Pitch Vision, the primary sponsor of the Over-40s Cricket World Cup. And that is the innings break. Stay tuned.
Good. Okay, so we can leave things here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's live.
Okay, cool. Here we go again. Second innings of the match between Namibia and Canada. Namibians fielding now. Canadians starting their batting innings. So, welcome back, Ravi.
Thank you very much, Iramas. Brilliant sunshine. Brilliant button display by Namibia. And we'll need something brilliant from Canada if they can able to achieve that target of 254 from the allotment of 45 overs. But in reflection of that innings by their captain Nicky Boyce, and then the Sinman certainly indicated that they're in good form, they're ready to rumble, and they have exhibited a good batting quality in the first innings. 253, yes, they were a little bit of stunter early in innings, but they recover well and able to prosper in that innings and able to score 253 for 7 at the expiration of the 45 overs. But how Canada are going to chase this target will have to be seen.
Yeah, well, given how Nicky started accelerating his innings after I left, maybe I should have left earlier. I'll give a longer part of the innings to them. But yeah, so Rian de Wit will start the bowling from the far end of the ground. He's a left-arm seam bowler, medium pacer, generally pretty well controlled. He'll try and pitch it up and swing the ball around a little bit in the air, though it may be that with the change in temperature, a little bit hotter, not quite as humid as this morning, it might not swing as much, but we'll see.
A little bit breeze too, so maybe condition can able to favor him.
But he's bowling with the wind, so we'll see. And then the bowler from the other end will be Rudy Scholes, who's a tall, strong chap, quick bowler, and he might make life interesting for the Canadian batters. So do you know what the batting lineup looks like?
Yes, Sanjit Gill in the middle, the left-handed batsman, quality player, loves the pace, so hopefully he can able to put up a good confrontation against Namibia. And we have got Harmandeep Duzan as well, a quality right-handed batsman. So we started off with that right and left combination of Satchigil and Dujan respectively, but we are anticipating some good cricket. Namibia played well because they started off a bit poorly, but able to recover and post up a good total of 253 in the context of things. 45 overs is a tournament of great magnitude, so we can understand there's some amount of intensity in this fixture so far. But attacking field to start with, Iramas, and this is expected.
Yeah, so speaking to Namibia starting with one slip, a fine leg and a third man fielder, which is pretty standard, and Rian de Wit bowling the first ball and pushing it down the leg side. Does seem to be a bit of movement in the air. But speaking to the batters who spent some time in the pitch in the middle, they did say it was quite difficult to bat on. It takes a long time to get settled and you never quite feel as if you're in. So it does take some careful batting and a thoughtful approach to the innings. So we'll see how the Canadians go about it. And a better second delivery by Rian, pitching it up, getting it to tail away from the left-handed batsman a little bit. No run.
So the required rate is a fraction over 5.6 runs per over.
I reckon that's well achievable, but it needs big partnerships.
Yeah, this one is swept toward backward square, and Canada, they're off the mark with a boundary. It was a full toss straight down the leg side.
And there's a poor delivery off the batsman's thigh onto the pads.
Just helping it towards the boundary there.
Played into the boundary, and Rian will want to come back from there. De Wit will want to hit the pitch hard, try and bowl on a length and back of a length, make it hard for the batsman to score runs. He's bowling with the wind.
So
that should assist him.
Yes. Satchit Gill, the left-handed batsman for Canada.
Facing up.
And again,
at
this time protection into the boundary for 4 in identical fashion. Straight down the leg side there, De Wit.
And even though it was misfielded, it was well hit by the batsman.
Yeah.
Another poor delivery going down leg.
Consecutive boundaries there for Canada. Oh, they're having a good start with the bat as well.
Yes, that's a good start. in marked contrast to the Namibian innings.
Lovely day here for cricket at Cape Town Cricket Club. The Cape Town, South Africa, day one of this International Master over 40 cricket. Good comeback there from David. Probably trying to experiment something.
Well, no, I reckon.
Trying to go into the black hole.
No, it just hit a reasonable length there. Batsman solidly behind it. No runs scored.
He's got a brand new ball in his hand. Over number 1 in progress.
And that's much better from David. Another dot ball.
So a lot will depend on these two if they could set up a foundation for Canada, because they need it in pursuit of a total that seems very competitive. 253 from 45 overs.
It is a big total, and probably a bit, quite a bit more than what the Canadians were hoping to be chasing. And a third good delivery for a single into the leg side.
First over completed. Canada in response to Namibia 253 from 45 overs, 9 without loss.
The captain won't be happy with that, but it's early doors and we will see how the second over goes.
Oh, lovely day for cricket. Brilliant sunshine continued to prevail here in Cape Town, South Africa. Round number 1, and we have entered the first edition of this International Masters Cricket over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament. 12 teams are on show in this beautiful city of Cape Town, South Africa. Yesterday we had a gala dinner, opening ceremony, and a lot of speeches. They talk great about over 40 cricket. They talk about the growth of over 40 cricket, the popularity. And this is going to be a foundation to what to come. Potentially we can see more teams in over 40 cricket. Iramas.
That's what we're hoping for, is for growth of the sport, but also growth in veterans cricket. There's a lot of reinvestment back into the sports here. Was mentioned that with the passing of Mike Proctor, which was a loss to the sport, and a sad day for his family. We'll send him our best wishes. Bowling from the near end of the field is Rudy Scholes, also a seasoned campaigner for the Namibian side. Spent some time in the national side, and a good seam bowler with some pace.
Whoa!
Oh, that's
And
a
he
wayward one.
Loses control of the ball and called a dead ball. Seems to have
So good
a bit
that
of moisture on his hands
yeah,
there.
Iramas, that they observe a minute silence, both teams this morning, prior to the start of the match, for Mike Proctor, who passed away a few days ago due to cardiac attack. The South African would have had a distinguished cricketing career. Yeah, only 7 test matches, but played a lot of English county cricket, over 400 first-class matches. Based on what the chairman of the International Masters Cricket, Harman, said, that he was such a reputable person, he left a legacy. So our sympathies and condolences go out to the family. Any reflection on Mike Proctor?
He was a well-known sportsman, well-known cricketer, and left a legacy and a mark on the game. Spent a lot of time playing, coaching, both in South Africa and England. So a great sportsman, and lost to humanity and the sport. Rudy Scholes coming back with 2 much better deliveries. Last one going down the leg side, so wide to start off with. And there he seems to be hitting his straps a bit better, pitching it up outside the off stump and beating the outside edge of the bat.
So a little bit of interesting field placement here for Captain Buys, because just a ring field here now. just the third man out and the long leg out of the circle. He's got a place in place. Yeah, good
swing
comeback there.
Attacking the stumps from
Good
outside
movement.
the off stump back into the wickets. So these calls making life a little bit more difficult for the batters. And yes, the field is very stock standard for a reasonably quick bowler. Moves the ball around. If it does go down leg a bit, then we've got the long leg down there, and if he does beat the outside edge and get a thick edge, then the fine leg is, well, the third man is out there.
Oh, wide enough.
And pushes it very wide, so much so that there seems to be a no ball there.
No
And
ball
it
on
is
the
called
wide.
as such.
Get 5 runs there now.
And he even
Canada will want to take it anyhow it comes.
And he even beat the keeper there. The keeper and the slip. So that's a free hit as well as a boundary, which will be disappointing for him. But Rudy will want to come back.
Feel to make use of that opportunity with a free hit there. Such a Gill clearly looking to come down the track, probably thinking about that long on region, but no connection.
Hitting the pad and rolling off into the slip area and fielded by Norbert Manyande in the slips.
And I don't think Satyat Gill will show any sort of aggression. He's a batsman, probably will try to milk it around, so to speak. He's going to be very cautious, he's going to be very watchful, he's going to be very diligent. That is the approach from him, as anticipated. Whereas Armandeep Dujan is a more attacking batsman. He will come out there and try to get into business. Namibia, yes, they have got a left and right at the crease, so the ploy might be a little bit interesting here, but might feel they've got quite a big total on the board, 253. Yeah, good comeback.
Good
Right
comeback
on
there by
target, right on
Skulls, but not a
spot
good
on.
over to start off with.
18 for the loss of no wicket, 2 overs
Another 9-run over.
completed. So they're going well over the run rate there, Iramas. Canada, yes, compliments of that no ball and conceded 5 runs in that illegal ball, but Namibia will probably try to be a little more innovative, especially when you have 2 pacers in operation. Yes, we're going to have the first 10 overs try to be as economical as possible, or the next 10 overs we're going to try to take wickets.
Well, Nicky Base will want to put up as much pressure on the batsman as possible, so this is not an ideal start for him. He would want the bowlers to be accurate and economical and get the batsmen to play shots that they're not comfortable with. Because of the nature of the pitch, it's not that easy to get in, so giving away 3 runs the way they have is not ideal. Some changes to the field now. The mid wicket coming into play, and David bowling at the right-handed batsman.
Oh,
Well bowled there, dot ball. Swinging back in at the right-handed batsman from the left-handed bowler.
Probably Dujon trying to push it through that extra cover region. It could come back. Pitch has been responsive since the start of proceedings. Loud appeal goes up.
Loud
Yes, the
appeal,
finger goes
man
up
given.
there.
That was solidly in front of the wicket, and with no bat on that ball, it seems a pretty straightforward decision by the umpire.
So Canada losing their first wicket, the wicket of Dusanj, looking to go across, right on target, and up goes that dreadful finger. Dujon walking back to the pavilion, and Canada, they've lost him. 18 for 1 in over number 3. Success for Namibia, And no doubt they are celebrating, they are jubilant. But what a start here, Iramas.
After a less than spectacular first over, Divot comes back and gets it in the right area, attacks the stumps, and that would have been pretty adjacent.
They call me a talk and say yes, Nathan. You say yes, Mandala.
Sorry.
You talk.
No, that's fine.
Like I'm saying yes, Iramas, or yes, Nathan. You say yes, Mandala.
Oh, yes,
Mandala.
Yeah.
So who's the incoming batsman now?
So the new batsman for Canada is Kanwardeep Sukaija.
Also a right-handed batsman, facing up to the left-handed bowler.
So the right-hander replacing the right-hander.
Yes.
Canada will continue with this left or right combination.
Have you got a lot of left-handers in the side?
Not too many left-handers. We're going to see another right-hander possibly coming. The captain, Ivine Devisetti, experienced campaigner, would have played a lot of Ranji First Class Trophy matches in India. Right on target.
But pushes it right up to the batsman, looking for that block hole.
Co-commentator Nathan said that he would have played with India iconic batsman VVX Laxman in Ranji Trophy First Class matches. Vinay Devisetti got a half century in the practice match against New Zealand and was looking real good at the crease. So no doubt about his ability. No doubt he will want to come to the fore. He will want to come to the party, especially today in response to Namibia 254 set from 45 overs. If he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, the batsman will want to spend a lot of time at the crease, and the batsman on strike seems to be getting his feet moving well at the beginning of his innings. And
Height
may
may be a
have
factor there.
probably
It's a good
just
shot.
hitting him outside the line of the off stump, but that was a very good shot. He may have been a bit fortunate there.
So it's a good thing
Well
for
bowled by
DeWitt.
Wigan.
For DeWitt, he's getting the ball to angle across the right-hander.
And
So he
swing
might
back.
be more comfortable bowling against the right-hander.
Yes, he enjoys bowling at the right-handers. So he'll swing it back at the right-hander and then occasionally push it across him. So that's a good area for him to bowl, and a much better second over by Divot.
3 overs completed there, and Canada looking for 254 from the maximum 45 overs there. 18 for the loss of 1. Successful over there for Ryan DeWitt.
Which makes that a wicket maiden that he's just bowled.
So in fact, it's Kamaljeet Parma comes to the crease and not Kanwardeep Sukaija. A lot of similarities in appearance. That might be the confusion. Our apology. Yeah, Kamaljeet Parma.
Sometimes a bit hard if you don't have the numbers to hand of the players.
Walking
on
out to
their
that number 3 batting position. How pivotal is number 3 for you, Iramas? Because we see a lot of great batsmen in this contemporary cricket or in the past era, like a Brian Lara
Jacques Callis.
or a Jack Collis, or batting at number 3. You know, Virat Kohli, Sachin Tendulkar, Ricky Ponting. All these great batsmen appear at number 3. How pivotal is number 3? Because you lost early wicket, or you just have more time at the crease, or you feel that you have got a responsibility to respond.
Well, quite often, let's just watch this delivery. And played for a single into square leg by the batter. So your number 3 batsman is generally considered one of the better technical batsmen to look to anchor the innings. Quite often they come in at the fall of an early wicket, which means they need to be technically competent enough to open the innings, but also in situations where they have got a bit of foundation, they need the ability to capitalize on a good start. So quite often number 3 and number 4 are your best batters, and look to provide the anchor for the team and make the best of any situation. Well fielded there, well stopped for one by Assad for a single to square leg.
I think you come in the very first second ball, if possible, the first ball, the number 3 batsman could appear
Exactly.
at the crease.
Needs
There's
the-
a white ball, and he got run out. So hey, I'm coming here to face the first ball, legitimately.
Yeah.
So, an important position for any batsman, and I think most famous batsmen done well at number 3.
it is a hard position to play because of all the responsibility that comes along with it. So you need to be competent to do that. You need the ability to play early in the innings, but also then to provide the anchor for the team and play through.
Well,
Much like Harry Snyman did this morning, coming in at number 4
well,
to provide
if I'm playing in a team,
foundation.
if I'm playing in a team where I'm playing as a bowler or batsman, I will say I need my best batsman at number 3.
Yes, that's quite
Agree.
often the thought pattern that goes into that.
Agree? I need my best batsman at number 3. Whether there's a force ball casualty or a 100 ball casualty, I need my number 3 batsman at the crease.
Yeah.
And then Namibia had Norbert Mayandi. Oh, they
Yeah.
gone back without scoring at number 3.
Norbert was the player of the tournament in the Africa Cup
Wow.
and did very well. So he got 2 Man of the Match awards.
4 gone, 20 for the loss of 1. Replying to Namibia, 253 for 7, 99 not out there from the captain Nicholas Buys. Good contribution from Jerry Simon with 80 before he retired. Hurt after seeking some medical attention. There was heat stroke, but a little bit of contribution there from Dwayne Viljoen as well. 2 wickets for Godwin Alfred and Yunus Anwar, but certainly they will be more pleasing and satisfying with the performance in the batting department after they were tottering at 16 for 4, but that partnership of 168 for the 5th wicket resonated well for Namibia, pulled them back out of the beaten, and
Absolutely.
David continues to be very penetrative.
Yes, much better second over by Scholes as well. So the bowling seems to have settled a little bit down. The bowlers seem to be more comfortable with the pitch, seem to be finding their areas. So we're hoping for things to continue along these lines.
So good afternoon to you wherever you are here in South Africa. Good morning to the people in, still good morning to the people in Canada. Good afternoon to the people in Namibia. So what time is it in Namibia now?
It's the same time zone as South Africa, so
It's just about
we'll
20
have a lot
minutes
of people
past.
tuning in
Yeah.
after lunch, and
Monday, of
possible.
course, a working day. They're
It's a
watching
working
from your
day.
office.
so we're having a much more relaxed working day than most of the people at home, and possibly some of the school kids tuning in to watch this broadcast. A bit more of a relaxed field with a slip out now and into the cover field area in front of the batsman. Robert Manyande there for the catch. Any shot on the up in
Well,
front of the batter.
Well, not a bad move here from Bice, because yes, taking wickets now might not be that important rather than trying to be defensive, and you got to add that pressure on the batsman, and this one is up in the air. An element of danger there for Kamaljit. Palmer wasn't a convincing shot, nevertheless picked up an easy single. Yes, coming back to the field placement, Iramas, that you know, in the next 10 overs, that might be the strategy here by Bice, because you've got a reasonable good total on the board, and this can employ some pressure on the batsman. We are not getting big runs, so good tactics here by Bice and Namibia.
Yeah, the plan is certainly to put pressure on the batsman, and given that last shot by the right-handed batsman, it seems to have some measure of effect. So we'll see what the release shots are that come through. Straying a little bit down leg side, and the batsman would feel a bit disappointed by missing out on that. But good fielding by Assad Abbas at square leg.
And they
Preventing
realize
runs.
that Sajid especially is not too aggressive, just trying to milk it around. He has been very defiant. Yes, good approach. Don't want to lose your wicket at this point of the game.
Absolutely, very much the role that Bice played in his innings. Spent a lot of time at the crease, which was very necessary. Absorbed a lot of pressure, And even though it may have seemed like a very slow innings at the beginning, he ended up with a very positive strike rate at the end of the innings.
5 overs have been completed, and Canada, in reply to Namibia, 254 for 45 overs. They are 21 for the loss of 1 here in Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful day for cricket, glorious sunshine, and it's the start of the 2024 International Master Cricket Over 40, 45 over World Cup. 12 teams began participation this morning, and things will conclude March 4th. So we're going to have the resumption of the competition tomorrow. Namibia coming up against Australia, and I'm sure that they will want to fire as well.
It's a match we're looking forward to. It will be highly competitive, so we're looking to do as well as we can and compete well against the Aussies. Very well bowled there by Rudy Scholz. That's very much the line that the Canadian bowlers seamers took this morning. A 4th and 5th stump line and swinging the ball away, getting it to move through the air. That's a very good comeback, finding his range now.
Well, USA, Australia, they are also in Group A. They're playing USA today. And tomorrow they're coming up against Namibia. Canada will take on your neighbor, Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Is that correct? Your
Yes.
neighbor?
Well, not quite. They're on the other side of the continent. But we have very good relations with the Zimbabwean team. We spent a bit of time with them in the Africa Cup, and we had a bit of a chat during yesterday's parade. So we get along very well with them and with the Proteas team, having built some relations during the Africa Cup.
Beaten outside the line, the off stump. Comprehensively. Good bowling here from Scholz.
That is a fantastic delivery by Rudy Scholz. Exactly the kind of bowling that Canada brought to the fore this morning. That put Namibia
probably
in
inspired.
16 for 4.
Probably inspired by the Pacers. Yes, I can do the same thing for my team. And he's doing a fantastic job so far. A lot of movements, a lot of pace, accurate with his line and length. He has been very impressive. And again, this one popped up a little. Importantly, he's making the batsman play for this kind of delivery. Ramos, and with the pitch, I mean, quite a great condition. The sun has been very kind to us throughout the day so far, and the pitch probably started to be a bit drier now. We haven't seen any sign of deterioration, but it has been very, very animated.
Yes.
Oh,
And
rush up
beaten
there
again.
from Parma.
Scholes is by far the quickest bowler on display today, and now that he seems to have found his range, he might make life difficult for the Canadians. And Bass bringing himself into another catching position, which seems a smart move to make, considering the amount of movement that Scholes is getting and the pace that he's bowling at, and the batsman being willing to play those kinds of shots.
Excellent bowling there from Scholz. Yeah, let's get one to dip back. Chance to run out there. Had he hit?
Well fielded there by
Another
Humphrey
excellent bowling
Martins. And a fantastic over by Rudy Scholz.
Rudy
Beating the bat
Scholz.
twice, keeping the runs down to a single.
That's conceding 11 runs in his 3 overs on the trot. But with his pace, bringing a great amount of intimidation to the batsman.
And seeming to get good bounce out of the track. He is a tall chap, and tall and strong.
6 overs have been completed, 22 for 1 Canada, and the target is 254 from the allocation of 45 overs. And I'm sure that the Namibians will want to continue with the Pacers.
Well, absolutely. So we'll start with the current lineup and continue. A little bit of fortune there for Riandavit. Slowness of the track is
And we talk about Canada, but in left and right combination. And Namibia have a left and right combination with the ball as well.
Yes, with the ball.
22 for 1 in over number 7, just started there by Rian Dewitt. And he's going uppishly there,
shot
Parma.
by the batsman over the top for 4.
Straight over extra cover. Good connection. It was intentional.
Cleanly hit for
Pitched
4
up.
there.
Yeah,
Pitched
making it into a nice half volley. No man in that position, and it rolls into the boundary for 4. That will do a world of good for his confidence. His team will definitely like that. So now with that boundary, probably a more contest now is anticipated by these two teams.
In the batsman's confidence good, and he'll feel
a good comeback there by
more
Hewitt.
comfortable at the pitch, and he gets nicely behind the line of the ball.
Probably David was trying to experiment at something. Okay, let me give it a little bit up, but a little bit wide, because the ball that's shorter is on the stump. So strategically, he might giving the batsman say, "Oh, go have a go, and let's see what can happen."
It could be
right on target again, a bit shorter. So he's bowling with his plan and with the support of the pitch, which has been very, very responsive. Like to bat on pitch and with grasses?
Yeah, look, I mean, you bat on the track that you have available to you, and you try and play as straight as you can to be effective and successful. And that was a good delivery down leg side and well fielded there by the keeper, Dwayne Viljoen. Good stop. It is a wide. Needs to be re-bowled. Didn't get up much. It was an attempted short ball, but it didn't get up much.
I mean, this is Namibia bowling aspect of their game now. 2 pacers. Are we going to see spinners in operation soon, or they have many options in that department of the game?
We'll see what the captain has in mind. There are some spinning options, and there are some medium pace options for bowling cutters and moving the ball around. So there is quite a bit of variety in the bowling attack. Not in terms of pace. Rudy is very much alone in this team in terms of bowling at a reasonable pace, but most of the other bowlers are effective and well controlled. And then there are a couple of spin options in Assad and Harry Snyman if he's feeling up to it.
And I think Canada might feel a bit confident too, because they have got some depth into their batting. As you would have indicated from a Namibia perspective, that their batting is very long. And it reflected in their innings of scoring 253 from the allotted 45 overs. Canada will depend heavily on their captain, Devisetti. They have got another batsman, Kiran Boras-Ranji. Both of them would have scored or registered half centuries against New Zealand. We're looking quite comfortable, mixing their innings with a lot of dot balls and trying to fine-tune their preparation, able to punctuate that innings with 3 6s and 5 4s. Devisetti unbeaten 64, and Boras-Ranji with 62.
Oh, it's 2 good innings against a good side. New Zealand are considered a good side.
He's going hard over mid-wicket there. Palmer, the right-hander batsman, into the boundary for 4.
A good shot by the batsman for a ball that was overpitched by the bowler.
A confident shot, probably coming right across. Decided to go hard. Yeah, picked it up nicely.
Nice clean hit by the batsman. And Scholes will want to come back from there and have more of a repeat of the previous over, where he was hitting a good length, moving the ball around a little bit and beating the bat.
So Scholes yet to pick up a wicket. His partner, who he started off with, Dewitt, had a wicket of Dujon, and again
a repeat shot, and this one
in almost identical fashion.
A 1 bounce 4.
4 more there for Palmer, coming on the front foot, lifted high and hard, got some elevation. Just 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. This is not bad bowling. This is right on target, but just as the batsman probably feels that he can have a go. Picked it up nicely. And Palmer is a batsman that spends a lot of time in the nets.
Okay.
Probably started to reap some benefit out of that in terms of his preparation for this mega event.
Those two shots have
And
brought
he's
about some fielding
and
changes.
against one of the fastest bowler on today so far.
And a short ball by Scholes. It
Towards
beats the
long
keeper,
leg.
goes down to fine leg, and results in 2 runs. Two
Aye,
buys.
aye.
2 buys. Those 2 boundaries have resulted in a fielding change, and the deep mid wicket has been posted out alongside the fine leg and the
And
third
Scouts,
man.
I mean, he hasn't picked up a wicket, but he bowled really fast, accurate, and then struck for 2 boundaries. This is a competition now.
Yes, now it's becoming interesting. And suddenly a bit more effort there. Gets the ball through to the keeper. And a good line bowled there.
So brilliant day for cricket. Glorious sunshine here at Cape Town Cricket Club ground in Cape Town, South Africa. The start of the 2024 International Masters over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament. And full toss, left over middle
Full
wicket.
toss.
This will go into the boundary. We wait for the
So
signal of
one
the
down,
umpire,
4.
and
It
it's
seems to be
4.
a 4 as
Yeah.
well. So,
So
3
this is
boundaries
turning
in
out
that
to be
over.
a
Very good over for Canada.
expensive over here for Scots. Productive one here for Canada, courtesy of Parma.
Who's
2
played
consecutive
three-
boundaries, and now another one.
He's played 3 very good shots.
Just capitalizing on those full toss, on that full toss, and then previously 2 relatively short balls, but good batting. This is excellent stuff here from Kalmajit Parma. And we talk about the number 3 batsman. How
Yeah, and
important is he?
He's given
Well, he can be a great character now here for Canada.
he's given the innings a bit of impetus.
It's interesting to see how Scout's going to come back. He's got pace. He has got encouragement from his previous overs. Not a
Effort
bad
ball
one.
there coming off the pad. Well fielded by the keeper. And no run off the last ball. End of a
So 8
slightly
over,
ignominious over from Scholes.
42 for the loss of 1. 8 overs finished there now. So I'm sure that Canada, despite losing a wicket, may be a little more satisfying, a little more pleasing, a little bit more hopeful that they could able to get to that target. Namibia on the other side of the coin, yeah, they picked up a wicket. They had early impetus. They had encouragement. No doubt they will want to continue, but things just a little bit shaky now for them. But as Arama said, that the spinners can do the trick as well. The variety will play a party. We'll wait and see.
First ball by Devitt again. Well played by the batsman, but straight to the fielder, Peter Meverson.
Oh, you have a like a cast net there, man.
Yeah,
for
it's a
Namibia.
very strong ring field there with very
Yeah.
good fielders.
Hard to go through there,
Yeah, so with
like an army there.
as long as Rian doesn't miss his length too much, it'll be very difficult to pierce that field.
Well,
Although the batsmen seem to be pretty comfortable on the pitch at the moment.
but for DeWitt, he has a like a gully, which is relatively deep. So no catching position is slip, but he has got a ring there.
Well, that would be because of the nature of the pitch being so slow. He pushes it a little bit straight and fielded by the mid-on fielder. Because it's so slow, the ball will tend to go more square of the wicket rather than finer, which is sensible by base. It's unlikely to take a fine edge.
So I'm thinking about DeWitt. This batsman is not too in form. He hasn't been that aggressive compared to Parma. I would have employed a first slip and invite him to drive through extra cover,
Well,
especially with that short of a line ball, which able to
that
swing
shot,
back a little.
That shot illustrates the point where he did get an outside edge and it did go quite square. Just holding on to the gazebo here.
So Parma
It did go
comes back
quite
into
square,
strike.
a little bit fine of the gully fielder, and fielded at third man. Ball short.
Toward long
That
leg
is a
into the boundary. It
rank long
goes for
hop,
4.
wide of it and posted to the boundary for 4, unfortunately.
So Parma is picking up the pace here. He's playing absolutely fantastic for Canada. A short ball down the leg side there by DeWitt, and it was hammered towards the long leg. 4 runs more to Parma. The right-hander has looked in absolutely fantastic form. Especially he's making use of the bad balls, Irabas.
Yes, Palmer seems to be finding a bit more freedom at the crease now. Had a bit of a slow start, but seems to be finding the pace of the pitch and the bowlers. Pitched
Yes,
up
he's
and
going
a-
hard
and a kick
again,
outside
and
edge
into the boundary for
poorly
4
fielded
more.
by the Namibian fielder there at fine leg.
Now
Goes off
this
the
is
boundary and misses a.
yeah, this is inconsistent from DeWitt in this over so far, because he's strained down the leg side. He's going wide outside the line of the off stump, and he's getting the treatment from Parma. Take outside the edge. Probably if the gully was there now, he
Yes.
would have got. But it run down to third man for 4. Another welcome boundary for Canada.
That
Let's see
should
how
have
he's
been
going to
fielded
come back,
by the fine leg.
because
And
he's
the
a
keeper now
quality
standing
bowler.
up to the stumps. And driven
Good comeback.
by the
This one he gets to nip
batsman.
back a little,
and he gets it to come back.
and I
Still
think the
only
length
one-
was good.
and
So that's 50 up
for
there for Canada in over number 9. In fact, 9 overs have been completed now, 51 for 1. And Kamaljit Parma, he has gone on to 28, surpassing his partner Sat Gill, who has been a bit more meticulous, a bit more defiant. But Parma, since his appearance at the crease at number 3, really putting up a show here for Canada. But Namibia, yes, they have gone with Dujon very early breakthrough, good start for them. And thanks to the man, we're going to have a change of bowling now.
and the captain brings himself onto bowl after a long batting innings.
Oh, he had done a great service with the bat. Hopefully he can make an impression with the ball as well.
Well, let's see. Let's hope he can bring the scoring rate down. He is a medium pacer that moves the ball around in the air a little bit, and is generally bowls pretty decent controlled line and length.
So Bice 99 not out, and now he has an opportunity with the ball. First
And he
delivery
bowls the first
started
one
off
down leg
with a wide.
Yes, he did score a good 50 there today.
Maybe a little bit disappointed he didn't get to that 3-figure mark.
Yeah,
Probably
he would
can
not,
be the only batsman today to start off with a century. Nicholas Bites of Namibia. Yeah, right at target despite that wide.
the second ball a little bit straighter and a little bit more on target. Still no runs scored.
How much, I mean, based on my observation, Nick Bice seems a very brilliant talent. Did he play for Namibia in the international cricket?
No. He was a good tennis player.
Oh,
But he
you
never
spoke
played for
about
the national side. He bowls another wide down the leg side. No, he's a decent club cricketer. Played a lot of Premier League cricket, but his main sporting focus was always tennis.
Well, he got an opportunity to represent Namibia now in over 40 cricket.
Yes.
And this is not a surprise. And because of his
Single
superb
taken
talent,
to
good running
square
there
leg
by
and
Satjit Gill and Parma. Running this morning was absolutely fantastic. The communication between Bice and Simon was really fantastic. I think that was helped them enormously to get to that one.
between him and Fulyun too. So there wasn't even a chance for a run out until right at the end of the innings. So very well communicated between the batsmen. Slight fielding change, deep square going out now for the right-handed batsman, who seems to have found a lot of freedom. So let's see how this goes. Pitched up,
Oh,
swung away, and the batsman leaves it comfortably. Seems to have found some movement through the air to the right-hander. Third man, fine leg and deep square, deep mid wicket out, and ball hit for a single out to the deep mid wicket.
Well, he's taking up the responsibility here. Kamaljit Parma timing the ball nicely. Not trying to do anything too extravagant at the moment capitalize on those loose deliveries by Skulls?
He has moved on to a quick fire 29. Well batted to him. And the left-handed batsman beaten by the bowler. Well taken by the keeper.
And Satchet Gill too has a responsibility where he can able to rotate the strike. Yes, his occupation is important for Canada in the response to Namibia 254, but at the same time you need to get on with business. Driven.
Stroked by the
Shot.
left-hander through
Shot.
the covers. Fielder chasing it down and pulled in from the boundary. The batsman coming back for the third.
So 3 good looking runs there from Gill.
It's a very good.
Probably just heard us
Cover
that they need to
drive.
get on with things. Well, it was a nice flow and stroke out toward extra cover. 3 more to the total. Canada replying to Namibia 254 for 45 overs. 58 for the loss of 1 year. Final thoughts before we vacate the seat. Iramas after 10 overs.
It's an interesting start. Some good batting by by Palmer, the right-handed batsman from Canada. There's some bowling changes coming off on now. The first change bowlers sticking to seam for now, and then hopefully Namibia can put some pressure on these batters and make some things happen. And for Canada's sake, they would want these 2 batsmen to stay in as long as possible and do as much as possible to get close to the score.
Yeah,
See
absolutely.
you guys in a bit.
I agree with you there, Iramas. Out goes him, and we're gonna have Nathan. So brilliant day for cricket. 58 for 1, 10 overs have been completed, and Canada looking to start off their campaign on a positive note. Namibia as well looking to start off their participation on a positive note. They compiled 254 for 7. So we have a change of bowling. And we have a change of commentary as well. Out goes Iramas. In comes the man from Cape Town in South Africa, Nathan.
Yes, Ravi, beg your pardon. Good start here by Namibia. Using an early wicket, but bring up nicely here. Just over 5 runs per over here for Canada.
They're going pretty well since the arrival of Parma. Lewison into the attack, another left arm seamer replacing DeWitt.
As mentioned, change in bowling here on both ends.
Full toss, and Gill probably thought he might have missed out because he was trying to go right across. Still early in the innings, probably can work it around, pick up the singles, doubles, the odd boundaries.
Oh,
Yeah, nicely tucked away. What do you make of the pitch so far? They tend to know you have played a lot of cricket in Cape Town. These pitches, continue to be very responsive. Lots of grass on it. The Pacers
Shot.
seem to enjoy it. Nice shoot, backward of point. This will run across this lightning fast outfield for 4. Good shot there from Gill. It was outside the line of the off stump. Plenty of room, plenty of timing, and plenty of runs.
yeah. Speaking on about the pitch, I did have a inspection before day's play. There were patches of green, of grass on the pitch. Spoke to the groundsman during the innings break, and he mentioned that perhaps there will be a bit of seam movement and a bit of purchase for the spinners in the second innings, and the 2 opening bowlers for Namibia getting a bit of purchase from the surface, which is good to see. I mean, good conditions here in Plumstead, Cape Town Cricket Club. The Wallace Boone Oval here in Plumstead.
Yeah, push back a man to the long on, bringing that man from extra cover, still in the power play. Namibia compile 253 for 7 at the expiration of the 45 overs. Canada in over number 11, making steady reply. despite losing one of the openers, DeJohn, but Parma has been superb so far. 11 gone, 65 for 1, and they in pursuit of 254 at the opening day of the 2024 International Master Cricket Over 40 45 over World Cup tournament. 12 teams, 12 countries here in this beautiful city of Cape Town, South Africa, and the action will continue tomorrow with round 2. The players will take a break on Wednesday. We'll come back on Thursday. New batsman is the captain, Vinay Devisetti. A lot of expectation from him for this assignment for Canada, and coming in at this important position as well. Number 4 is team 72 for 2. Not sitting too pretty at the moment because they have got a target of 254 set by Namibia. But this morning he won the toss, invited them to take for a strike, and said that they're looking forward for the opportunity to bowl fours. There was the final ball of that over. They needed partnership here, Nathan, if they can able to get to that target of 254. 72 for 2.
Yeah, the previous partnership, just 54 runs there.
For the second wicket.
Correct. And it brings on a fresh batter, sorry. Gill looking promising on the other end.
New batsman is a wicketkeeper, Kiran Boris Ranji, not Vinay Devisetti as said. But Kiran with a half century too in the practice game. A lot will depend on him. And this will be his approach. He's just going to work it around, not thinking about any sort of acceleration or aggression. He's a player typically who like to go about his business in a workmanlike way. Full toss straight to the man at long leg, protection in that area. And Gill, yes, he's making good contact with the full toss. Deliveries.
Gill's looking pretty good so far. It looks like a batter that I know plays for India. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, is Shubman Gill. Is there any relation to Sajid and Shubman?
We'll have to find out from Gill probably at the end of this match. Shubman Gill may be considered a world-class batsman. So Gill, oh, thank you very much for the compliments. Nathan, end of over number 11. Over number 12, Canada 75 for 2. In fact, 13 overs have been completed. So good tussle in the middle by these two teams. Yes, Namibia will be happy with progress so far. They have picked up 2 wickets. The dangerous Parma went back for 32. He was looking absolutely in fantastic form. A change of bowling work for Namibia as well. You feel that they might have a formidable total on the board now in the context of things.
If I'm comparing the 2 innings, I mean, good start for Canada when Namibia batting, and now Canada seemingly on the right side of the scoreboard, going at 5 runs per over. Still in the power play as well. So far so good, would you say, for Canada?
Well, at this stage, I think they don't need to lose many wickets. Namibia, yes, they want to pick up wickets at regular intervals, because in defense of 254, quite competitive. Yes, you want to pick up wickets. Don't able to see big partnership that the batsmen would have done. Bice and Sinman, really galvanize things for them, put them back on a good track and able to set up a good total. Canada, yeah, they will have to get partnership, if not big one, but quite significant ones that they can able to rebuild the innings and keep ticking the scoreboard and able to surpass that target. But how things are proceeding so far, even Stephen, it has been competitive.
Yeah, just the run rate in the moment, just under 6 runs per over. Captain Nicky Base pulling out again, pitching on the leg stump.
And mind you, Nathan, this is the approach by Gill and the new batsman, Kiranda Boras Ranji. Yes, they're not doing anything too aggressive at the moment. The bowling quite on top after the wicket of after the dismissal of Parma. So they've decided to deal with singles, and I think this is quite a impressive approach. If they could take this into another 10 overs or so, will be good for Canada. But Namibia, yes, we want to take wickets quite frequently so we can able to keep them on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, I must say those singles does apply pressure back onto the fielding outfit. Again, we see they're rotating a strike there. It does apply pressure back onto the fielding outfit. Just you know, the run rate at the moment, as I mentioned, it was just shy of 6 runs per over. Slow start for Namibia, but Canada on the right side of the scoreboard, but unfortunately losing 2 wickets.
Yes, he's
Shot.
going high and hard, and that's gone for 6. Sachet Gill right into his arc, launch onto it, making good connection, good elevation, and he has cleared the boundary ropes. But a mighty 6 there from Gill. This will do a world of good for his confidence, because as I said, yes, he was very, very watchful initially, but he started to open up. But this is excellent batting from Gill.
Yeah, Gill now 39 or 40 deliveries. Close to a runner ball here at the moment. Base.
There's a good comeback there from Bice. I think I did fractionally short. Not give him that plenty room. 14 gone. And Canada looking for 254. 82 for 2.
Yeah, that ball pitching just short there. Slip. And 86 for 2. 14 gone. One more, and we should be expecting a drinks break here in Plumstead.
I guess with this
relatively hot.
this sweltering heat, you want a break very often.
I mean,
Good condition for cricket, nevertheless. We haven't seen any dark clouds hovering over this Cape Town Cricket Club ground. Brilliant sunshine.
Rain is not what we expected today.
Brilliant sunshine. Absolutely terrific condition for cricket. Lovely day for cricket.
the wind is starting to pick up here in the afternoon, which does assist the bowlers a bit in terms of the swing, but seems like Canadian side are picking up the seam deliveries here from the Namibians.
And this is about over 40 cricket. Once you can score in excess of 220 to 30, it's always going to be competitive total. And it's 45 overs. Yeah, nicely guided away there by Sanjit Gill, showing a great amount of positivity in his batting. In comparison to the early stage of his innings, he was very watchful. He was a little bit of uncertain. But because he continues to occupy the crease, showing more confidence, picking up skills, and this one loft straight to the man at mid-on. Kiran Boris Ranji looking to go over the top. Not enough connection, not enough elevation, and finding simple catch. Another wicket goes on here for Canada. 87 for 3. and Boris Ranji has become the latest casualty, and Namibia another wicket for them.
Yeah, Kieran. Yeah, Grief gathering that. And it's a drinks break, and unfortunately just missing middle there. Didn't get the full meat of the bat there. And it's 87 for 3 year
Well,
after 14 and a bit overs.
just can't understand the logics why he trying to go over the top. And he was doing a good job in rotating the strike, picking up the singles, trying to build a partnership. That was, I think, was the key for him as a new batsman. Gill could have been the more aggressor because he has been there from the commencement of this innings. But Boris Ranji probably thought that he had a loosener and decided to go over the top, and only resulting in finding the man at the relatively deep mid-on. But success for Namibia, they will be more happy, more gleeful about with the fall of a wicket. But Canada, they have got some work to do.
Yeah, proud sponsor of this competition, Sisonke, tourism and service provider here for the Over-50s Cricket World Cup, and commentary brought to you by Pitch Vision in association with SuperSport. So yeah, it's good to see all these sponsors coming aboard and providing good service here for the Over-50s.
40s. What's the matter with you?
Over-40s, beg your pardon.
You don't want to get that. We don't want to get to the old air. Remember, the Over-60 World Cup tournament also commenced this morning in the Chennai, India. 12 teams would have started participation. 14 teams, I beg your pardon. The Over-40, we have got 12 teams here in Cape Town, South Africa, and this is the first edition. Looking forward to some exciting cricket, really competitive cricket. And again, I would like to echo the sentiments of my co-commentator Nathan. Thank you to all the sponsors. You know, once again, the people in Cape Town displaying their generosity once it comes to cricket over 40. And traditionally, we know the South Africans have been huge supporters of cricket.
Yeah, just you can also follow the action on Facebook, on International Masters Cricket, and the website on masterscricket.org, and on Twitter at Over-50SC. A special mention to the ambassadors, former Proteas players, Alan Dawson, Ashwell Prince, Brett Schultz, JP Dumini, and Paul Adams. And back to the action.
Oh, you have got the man that we were doing a lot of comparison and talk great about him, the captain of Canada, Vinay Devisetti. First class players with over 5,000 runs in his birth country, India. The Ranji Trophy tournament, and you said he would have played with former India legendary batsman VVS Laxman. Opportunity for him to say yes, had great representation for my team in India. New opportunity for him, new assignment, and now he's been a product of India, coming out here in representation for Canada. 87 for 3, his team in a bit of a worrisome position, but a lot will depend on him heavily to come to the fore to make an impression. But Namibia, yes, they have scored 53 runs from 45 overs. Probably they are the happier unit at the moment based on proceedings.
Yeah, Nicky Bass giving himself another over here. Bit expensive, just over 8 runs per over here for Nicky Bass. Yeah, Vinay, I mean, he moved, I believe they moved from India to Canada in the mid 2010s, and he became a national coach in 2016-2017 as well. So He's got a bit of experience both as a player and as a coach as well, so a lot to look forward to here for Vinay.
Well, Canada will depend on him, as I said, enormously to come to the fore, especially today. Just walked out to bat at the dismissal of Kieran. And good for him that you have got a batsman at the other side. Look well set, Satchel Gill. And I'm sure that Namibia have a plan, say yes, okay, we could give him a signal. Let's get Divasetti at the other side. They're more dynamic now because they have picked up three wickets, and that 3 frontline batsmen. So we can understand the great degree of encouragement for them. The pitch has been responsive, and they've got a relatively good target. I mean, you would have played a lot of cricket here, Nathan. 250, good total.
Yeah, 250. I would have said par score would be 220, especially if it's 45 over game. Beautiful surface here. Batting friendly wicket. I spoke to the groundsman during the innings break, and he was saying that, you know, total that it's 250 plus is a winning, generally a winning score. But again, we can only say so much until the fat lady sings, as they say.
16 over in progress. Still a long way to go, but Vinay Divasetti needs to bat at least the next 15 overs here for Canada. His presence in the crease is important. Punched out toward extra cover by Gill, and he's playing a superb innings so far. Good piece of feeling there for Mohammed, coming around to his right, had to cover some distance, but a nice flow and shot there from Gill. He's in good form. He has moved up now to 43, and he's approaching a half century, but he has been excellent at the crease so far. 16 gone, 91 for 3.
Yeah, stopping that ball going to the boundary with his boot. I mean, we've seen a lot of fielding with the boot here in match 3 of the over-40s, and you'll maybe think that maybe in the warm-ups we're playing a bit of soccer. Muvazen is back with ball in hand, bowling in his 4th over. Economically, he's been going solid, just under 4 runs per over here for Muvazen, with the wicket as well. Key wicket for the Namibian outfit.
And they still continue with the defense field here, Namibia. Still plenty, a long way to go for Canada if they can able to achieve the target of 254 to start off their campaign in this International Masters Cricket over 40 World Cup tournament. We're so pumped up, the Canadians, ready to go, ready to rumble. They want to participate. They want to be the victorious team by the conclusion of things. But I know that that collective effort is needed, the commitment by the players, both in the batting department and the bowling. But now they have an opportunity on the stage to make a good representation for Canada. They bowl splendidly up front. They started off nicely, but then that partnership between Bice and Simon really took away the thing. So Gill has been very selective. He hasn't shown that kind of extravagance in his innings so far. Yes, he got a boundary, he got a 6. But it looks like he decided to anchor the role here.
Yes, comparison between these two in terms of the fielding. Perhaps a bit of an edge there. But there's a comparison between these two teams with the fielding. Sharp fielding here by the Namibian side. Drop catches in initial stages for Canada in the covers. 3 wickets, three catches by the keeper. But yeah, solid start here for Namibia in the field.
Nicely
Shot.
tucked away there by DStv. He will pick up 2. This is the kind of responsibility we'll expect from him. And again, we can able to reiterate the importance of his occupation at crease for Canada. They know the caliber of player he is.
Bowling.
But Namibia, on the other side of the fence, yes, we want to take him out early. We have got 3 in the bag so far. We are in defense of 254 from the allocation of 45 overs. Driven nicely out toward backward of point. A little bit of a misfeeling there. Yes, coming back to the catching of the Canadian this morning. Quite sloppy. Quite atrocious. And even at the halfway stage, the assistant manager Javed Khan said he was disappointed with the catching. 6 catches were dropped. On the other side, give credit to Bice and Simon, the way they took the game away and they capitalized on those errors. Played beautifully and might have deserved 100. Nicky Bice, 99 not out, and unfortunately Abbas was run out.
Unfortunately, Abbas was run out.
I don't think he will want to share dinner with Abbas is soft enough.
Yeah, he was a bit animative when Abbas was run out. But again, it's part of the game.
We're gonna have a change of bowling as well now for Namibia. Salim Mohammed comes into the attack. So Bice is just changing up things here, probably giving his bowlers opportunity. So this can be quite strategical from him as well. This is intelligent cricket. This is intelligent leadership by Bice. Yeah, we're gonna mix things up here. We're gonna have a look at all our bowlers. We're gonna give them a chance to have a feel of things. Because we have got a relatively competitive total, very respectable total of 254 on the board.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Oh, right on target. Good start. He had some work in the next session there. Hiramas, our fellow commentator.
He is a right arm seamer that swings the ball around a little bit. He's very much an impact bowler for us. Does attack the stumps, so not someone to take lightly, but be aware not to leave your stumps unguarded.
Straight down to long on there by Gill.
Right on target there again for Mohammed. As our co-commentator Mr. Ralph Smith said, Mohammed is a fast seamer here and pretty good with the line and length. Mohammed again.
100 up there for Canada. 154 more to go with 7 wickets in hand. Over number 18 in progress. Might come down to the wires, Nathan. That's your prediction?
Perhaps.
Ramos will have different prediction for us. We can able to clean up things here as early as possible.
I hear a bit of bias going on here to my co-commentators.
It's a good approach here by DStv, just coming out, picking up the single, and as I said, a lot will depend on him to really not only take up the responsibility but able to shepherd the innings here for Canada. A tricky one there for Mohammed. Yeah, mixing up things here, but Gill was equal to the task, coming forward, even though there were plenty of height in that delivery. Just ease it out. Looks very focused. No doubt he's batting with a great amount of concentration. Looking like VVS Laxman there. David Sethi. 18 gone, 102 for 3.
I mean, they have played a lot of cricket with each other at Hyderabad in the Ranji League. So, yeah, a bit of comparison there. But I must say, I like the action of Muhammad. Good line length, but a bit of variety as well. Fast and slow delivery there. Just testing the batsman's ability.
You're going to have a change of bowling. It started to be a good contest here now. The fixture has been very impressive, competitive, and total fascination when it comes to the weather here in Cape Town, South Africa. Absolutely gorgeous day for cricket. Brilliant sunshine.
Yeah, we have change of bowling. Christo Greef, the man who took that wonderful catch to dismiss Kiran in the previous wicket.
So he's proven his fielding skills. Now he has an opportunity to prove his all-round capability. He's a leg spinner. So he will, as you said, some of the bowlers get some real purchase out of this wicket.
And we have the president of Cape Town Cricket Club, Chairman's bigger partner will be joining us. So asking perhaps a few questions about this ground. Welcome, Chairman.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I did some commentary for the Over-50 World Cup, so I'm not new to this. What questions do you have? You're at allegedly the second oldest cricket club in South Africa. The records are a bit sketchy, but I'm told Port Elizabeth Cricket Club is the oldest. We are 185 years old this year. Port Elizabeth maybe is 1,000 years, if anybody heard any of that.
Yeah, so talk to us, what would be the par score at this ground? I believe, I think it was Josh's dad said he's a part-time groundsman between 220 and 240.
Yeah, so going on, I guess, Western Province Cricket Association Premier League stats this season, that's exactly right. I think Namibia today got 250 odd, which would be one of the highest first innings scores at this ground across all competitions, including Over-40 World Cup, Premier League, Reserve A, Friendly Cricket, etc.
We were targeting 220, 230 this morning. That's what we said at the beginning.
So on Saturday, Cape Town Cricket Club hosted Greenpoint Cricket Club in the Western Province Cricket Association Premier League. Greenpoint posted 257 and only were actually targeting 180. And they actually won comfortably by 70 runs in the end to basically blow the Premier League title chase wide open between Western Province, Rondebosch and Cape Town.
I mean, you must take a lot out of being a host in the Over-40s. I mean, from what I've heard so far, I mean, it's wonderful facilities, good pitch. I mean, you must be proud of yourself as a club to be able to host the Over-40 Cricket World Cup.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, I must give due credit to the International Masters Cricket and the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, who've built a really excellent product. And I'm not just saying that with lip service. I think it's excellent that older bullies who are 40 and 50 older now can represent their country formally in a game that they love, not just kind of nationally at home in their various regional leagues. So yeah, for Cape Town Cricket Club to be hosting 4 games, we're proud. It is the wicket management is tricky because our actual club season is still on the go. So we rotate 3 strips, and at the moment we're hosting 4 or 5 games a week across 2 or 3 different competitions.
What was your reaction like when the Cape Town Cricket Club chosen as one of the facility for a tournament of this magnitude, a World Cup?
Yeah, I mean, to reiterate, we were happy, we were proud. I mean, we kind of knew because we're one of the Premier League venues that we would be chosen. It was really just which opposition would we be hosting. And we are, a cosmopolitan venue who love to host everybody. We do touring teams from all over the world. If memory serves, we hosted Canada Over 50 previously. We've hosted, Hong Kong Cricket Club and all sorts of clubs from the UK, some from Australia, some from the United States. This time of year, sort of January, February, March, second half of the season, is synonymous with not just club cricket here, but hosting all sorts of global touring teams. And I know I can speak for a lot of people here when we are really excited, post-COVID, shall we say, where we all lost a lot, including hosting cricket matches for 2 or 3 years. So now we're hopefully, we're over that hill, and to have cricket back is great.
So that's the voice of the chairman of Cape Town Cricket Club. Wonderful. Thank you very much for your remarks, and hopefully you guys will continue to attract international matches.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, guys, and thank you for what you're doing for the media coverage of this tournament as well. Cheers.
Thank you very much, John Henry, chairman of Cape Town Cricket Club. And Canada looking really solid. 20 over, the 20th over in progress. David Setti playing a fine knock so far. His partner Gil, well, he has been there from the beginning and staring down of a half century. 44, David Setti has got 10. Mohammed continues for Namibia. Well, they set them 254 from the allotment of 45 overs in this Group A fixture.
Yeah, we see a comment here from AJ. It says, game hanging in the balance. You are correct, AJ. Just 3 wickets down. Oh, unfortunate to miss out there.
A short ball, ponged it very hard. The drop catch.
Falling short perhaps, I think falling short.
Just short of the man at point. A previous batsman departed via catch in that area. And no ball there for Mohammed.
Yeah, second overstep no ball here throughout the day, and it's a free hit. Let's see what Vinay does here. Let's see if he can express himself here to the max. Oh, slow delivery there from Mohammed.
Missed out completely.
And that is the end of the 20th over, 110 for 3. And we will have a change in commentary. Captain Ravi, thank you, will be joining us later on in the innings. And I'll be joined by Mr. Rasmus from Namibia. Mr. Rasmus.
Thanks, Nathan.
What do you make of play thus far?
Well, I reckon I agree that things are in balance right now. Canada's in a good position and Namibia's on the brink of matters. So if we can pick up a couple of quick wickets now, we'll feel like we're in the pound seats, in control of matters. Whereas if Canada continue batting in the way that they have, they could take control of the match. It's still quite a ways to go to get to the total, but they've got one set batsman and one feeling his way into the innings, and the bowlers seem to be finding, the two new bowlers seem to be finding their way into their bowling stint. So it very much feels like there's a there might be a moment coming up soon that might change the game. It looks like Harry Snyman has returned to the field now.
Yeah, I'm glad Snyman has recovered from the heat stroke he suffered earlier on. I mean, he retired early, or retired with a score of 80, and was looking comfortable. Just unfortunately missing out on that century. But his batting partner, who set up a nice partnership with, just over 100. The captain, Nicky Bass. I must say, Nicky Bass is quite fit. I mean, from batting to scoring just 99 and then bowling again.
A good 50.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he does a lot of endurance sport, so he does a lot of running, and he's actually preparing for the Two Oceans Marathon, as far as I know. So he's reasonably fit. Plays domestically as well. So yes, he is fit, and having the captaincy as well as an additional burden means you've got to spend a lot of time paying attention and being focused. So even though bowling hasn't been quite up to his usual standards, or what he would want from the matter, I think things are progressing in a pretty good manner at the moment.
we're seeing a bit of a discussion here in the middle between the umpires and Nicky Bass.
This might be to do with Harry Snyman and him returning to the field, and when he would be able to bowl again. So this would be a matter relating to the bylaws and the playing conditions for this tournament. Looks like there'll be a double change, and Francois Fuscher will be leaving the field as the 13th man. The possible return of Rudy Scholz.
Yeah, Rudy Scholz bowling fairly well, but unfortunately a bit expensive there in the initial parts of bowling for Namibia.
This has caused a bit of a delay.
Getting a bit of purchase from the surface as well, the bounce, a bit of seam movement there for Scholz, and
Rian de Wit was the
Rian de
other
Wit
seamer.
is the other seamer. That's correct. Thank you very much for that.
So Rudy is a big, tall chap, and he is strong. So he will get some pace off the track. But back to the leg spinner. Here comes Christo Greef. He had a good first over, and he'll want to continue with that. And unfortunately, drops one down the leg side, concedes a wide, and will bowl that ball again.
I see with regulations there's more fielders in the outer ring.
Being in the second power play, they're allowed 4 fielders out, and those 4 fielders have been posted at long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square. Pushed into point area for 1. No, but not quite getting to that single there.
I mean, 5.5 here at the moment for Canada. What would be your message as one of the Namibian players to the bowlers and the fielding outfit here?
At the moment, you'd want to keep the batsman as still as possible. So you'd want to be hitting a good length around about the 4th stump line, playing into the offside, so that they minimize their opportunity to score runs. Very well fielded there by Christo Greef. And that's the kind of thing you would want to see. Bowlers backing up their own bowling, minimizing the amount of runs that are played, so that the batsmen feel more and more pressure. The runs still need to be scored. So you would want them to be looking for release shots and bringing those boundary riders into play.
Greef just pitching on the leg stump.
Being driven down to long on for a single.
And that is the over. 113 runs, 3 wickets down, 21 overs gone.
Good over by Christo Greef, only conceding 2 runs.
But again, perhaps when you only concede 2 or 3 runs, it does apply pressure back onto the batters as well. And then the run rate required will start to creep up again, a bit.
That's what you want. You want the batsman being forced to come down the track, and you want to try and get something out of the pitch. So Harry returning to the field, and he'll bowl some off spin.
Another player was out there in the middle when Namibia was batting. Now getting an opportunity to bowl. It does seem like Pace and Snyman are the go-to guys for Namibia, would you say?
Well, Nicky seems to be hanging the mantle around those two, himself and Harry's shoulders. The other players have their contribution to make. Rudy has bowled a good opening spell. Rian did reasonably well. Salim bowled 2 very good overs. Maybe feeling a bit hard done by, but spin at this point in time in the innings is probably the best option. We have Asad Abbas to provide a left arm spin option. So there are some alternatives available, yeah.
And I mean, as we saw,
Suddenly a bit of impact there immediately.
I mean, as we saw, Chris Greef
Yes.
with the bowling, doing fairly well on the opposite end, and maybe that's the reason why they're bringing on Snyman here on this end, just to slow down the run rate here a bit for Canada.
Suddenly a couple of dot balls in a row, just singles being conceded. The ball not coming onto the bat. So hopefully things building some pressure.
And Snyman does seem to be rushing the batter here, but
Yeah, he bowls flat and quick. He's not necessarily looking to turn the ball too much. Just wants to hit a good area. Unfortunately, releases pressure there with a boundary through point. But he'll want to come back from that.
yeah, widest delivery there by Snyman,
He seems disappointed with himself.
and Vinay not missing out on that one. In the gap, backward point region for 4. Well needed 4 runs here for Canada after a few dot balls. 1 ball remaining of this 22nd over.
And another single down to the long on fielder. Turns it comfortably.
And
5
that
of
is
that over, which is a reasonable return.
118 for 3 after the 22nd over.
The run rate's still in Canada's favour, so they would feel in a good position, whereas the Namibians would want to peg things back, preferably pick up a couple of wickets, and that would immediately add pressure to the run rate and to the Canadian batting lineup.
Greef with ball in hand again,
Be
bowling in
returning.
his 3rd over.
There seems to be some discussion with the umpires and a member of the Canadian support staff. And the matter seems to be cleared up. Should
Again.
continue soon.
Again, commentary is partly brought to you by Pitch Vision in association with SuperSport, partner sponsor of the Over-40 Cricket World Cup. Greef,
Well bowled by Greef. Batter wanting to use his feet to get down to the track, but not quite able to. You can see the intent from the Canadians, looking to capitalize on their position. well flighted delivery there, taken for a single.
Few comments here from the fans. Go Namibia, go Team Canada, go boys, hashtag Namibia, hashtag lekker.
There we go. Some local slang there.
But it's always nice to be able to understand. I mean, Namibia do speak Afrikaans.
Yes, we're pretty
in
much.
South Africa, Afrikaans. But I mean, what other languages do you guys speak in Namibia? I mean, English, Afrikaans.
Well, primarily English, Afrikaans, and
Yeah.
then some local languages that are regional. But you know, the language of business is English. It always has been. It always will be. So it makes it easy to converse. Great fielding by Rian de Wit at point, cutting off a sure boundary there.
Again, it might come down to those small margins of the fielding.
Those little clutch moments that we were speaking of. Well bowled and well played. Well bowled again there by Christo. And Canadian batsman Gill approaching his 50. He's on 47 now, not out now. Batting well, consolidating and anchoring the innings for Canada. Snyman will return for his second over.
And that is 120 for 3 after 23 overs. Again, a wonderful bowling here by Greef.
Gill, who opened the batting, has continued to bat through, so he's provided a pivotal role for the team so far. Some adjustments to the field being made. So we have a deep square, a long on, a long off, and a deep extra cover.
I mean, the umpire signal leg by. I mean, as long as these two rotating the strike, being productive out there in the middle, just make sure that that run rate doesn't creep up, and then at the end, bringing pressure onto themselves. Another wide-ish delivery here by Snyman.
Snyman drops it short, and it's hit to the boundary for 4.
Same in the previous over, short and wide. Lion play enough time to play a cut shot there for 4. We'll be looking to bowl more fuller here.
Forces a fielding change, and the leg side deep square comes up, and the sweeper moves out. Well played. Thick outside edge results in a single to the short third man. So it continues to be a nice day in Cape Town. Still no cloud cover. It's warm with a nice breeze. Makes for a good day of cricket. It's a good competitive gameplay going on at the moment. Namibia will want to make some inroads here into the Canadian batting lineup. And Canada will want to continue the way they are right now. Well bowled by Snyman there. Square leg, cutting off a single.
Oh,
And Snyman beats the batter, getting a leading edge that doesn't carry to base in the covers.
and that is 126 for 3 after 24 overs. Yeah. Vinay just closing the bat too early there, and unfortunately maybe missing out on a potential catch there, but falling short. Looks like it's Greef again. Going to be bowling here.
Continue with his right arm leg spin.
Yeah, not a bad choice.
Seems to be effective. If we can cut off the loose balls and the boundaries, then this will continue to hopefully build some pressure. Bit of a false start there, and he'll give it another go.
Take 2.
Well played on a ball that stayed a bit low there, struck out to the long off fielder and returned for a single. It's good batting by the Canadian team, making steady progress towards this pretty good total, as the president of the Cape Town Cricket Club indicated, 253 being a very good score on this ground.
Yeah, Gill give himself room there.
A half stop by Scholz in the covers and returned by Henry Martins.
50.
And that's 50 up for Gill with a good, well played cut shot for 3 runs.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener there by Greef. Short and wide. And Gill bringing up a well-deserved 50 here for Canada.
An important anchoring innings for them. Might just take them through to the end. He would want to continue on that. Well bowled and well played by Devisek.
Three deliveries remaining of this over. Just going off 14 runs from his 4 overs.
Greef providing a miserly spell of bowling, and he would want to continue that way. Single down the leg side to the short fine leg fielder. One more delivery to go in the over. Punched into the covers for no run. That's the end of the 25th over. Canada 132 for 3 after 25 overs.
Another good over there by Greef. Very economical. 4 runs per over. 16 runs with 4 overs. Let's see if Snyman does bring himself on for the 3rd over.
But he's continuing with Snyman for his 3rd over. He would want to try and keep the runs as low as possible.
Snyman bowling his 3rd over now. Again, it's 132 for 3 after 25. And Canada chasing 254.
Well fielded there by Peter Meverson. Punched into the covers and stopped the runs.
So for Canada, just going above 5 runs per over here. Gill and Vinay go along nicely here.
Thick outside edge Half stop by Abbas for a single.
Currently, the partnership between these two is 46, and they're looking a bit comfortable here at the moment. And Namibia just needs to apply more pressure here at the moment.
Easily punched into the deep mid-wicket area for a single. And Canada looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Single cut off there.
Another full delivery
Ball.
by Snyman. Maybe perhaps that's the line that you'll be looking to get here just for those dot balls. Another good delivery by Snyman.
2 dot balls in a row. And this seems to be turning out to be a better over. Only 2 runs conceded so far.
Yeah, in his previous over he was bowling a bit short and wide, and Canadian batters not missing out on that one.
Oh, and he induces a big shot. It goes nowhere. Well stopped by Fulyun, the keeper. And a good over there by Snyman. Coming back from a little bit of struggle.
Yeah, I mean 2 runs off that over. Batter playing across the line, unfortunately missing out on that one.
That's the 26th over. And it's 134 for 3. Greef to continue. Bowling a really good miserly spell and building some pressure from the one end, and Namibia would want that to continue.
I must say the slow bowlers might have brought down the run rate here a bit for Canada, and just applying that pressure.
Well bowled and well batted there, pushing it out to the long off fielder for a single. The problem with the slow bowlers bowling right now is that it doesn't look too penetrative, and the Canadian batsmen seem to be pretty comfortable. So they seem to have taken a leaf out of Nicky Buys's book and are batting deep into the innings to capitalize on any loose deliveries. And speaking of which, a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, speaking of looseness, another looseness there by Greef. Another wide from Greef.
And short and wide, punched into the outfield.
Very good
Fielding
fielding.
by Wimpy Martin, keeps it down to 2 runs.
Covered quite a big ground there, Martin.
Yeah,
I must
but
say the fielding is
Wimpy Martin's- yeah.
sharp here for Namibia.
It is
And it
something
might
that
come
we do
down
pretty well.
to it might come down to those small margins. I mean, could be the fielding that's
Oh, and well bowled there. Good take by the keeper.
yeah, another dot delivery. You know, as mentioned, good fielding. I mean, do you guys pride yourselves in fielding?
It is something that we take seriously, and even though, I mean, the old adage of nobody wants to or tries to drop a catch or anything, so we try and take everything that comes our way. Occasionally people make mistakes, and you try and take a positive spin out of it. But yes, for the majority of players, we try and be as quick as we can and cover as much ground. Speaking of which, Salim does some good fielding, chasing down a ball. Seems to have got some bat on it.
Yeah, I was about to say, because that means because I assumed that it missed everything.
Yeah, it was a bye, but it seems to have gotten some bat on that sweep shot.
Just a bottom edge there.
So the batters continue apace. A reasonably good over by Greef there. Probably not quite what he was expecting. I think bye signaled there by the umpire now at the end.
One more delivery here for Greef. Look to finish off strong here.
Waiting for a field change to be finalized.
Just 3 runs off this over thus far.
Well played by the batter, taking the single, pushing for the second, and probably the first instance of a little bit of fielding mishap there, with 2 runs being conceded where it should have only been 1. Breeze continues to blow, so it's a nice, it seems to be reasonably comfortable out there. It's still hot, so
And
it makes for a nice day, and it looks like Snyman will continue.
And that is 141 for 3 after 27. And Snyman continues. Yeah, Snyman will be looking to pitch it just outside maybe the 4th line. Anything outside of that, we have seen Canada does tend to punish those balls, playing those late cuts for 4.
It is a hard track to drive the ball on, so you'd want the ball to be a little bit wider and a little bit shorter. Across the board, none of the batsmen have really had the opportunity to use their feet. Punched for a single into mid-wicket area. Duncan Martins picks up the ball, cuts it off for a single.
We haven't seen much of purchase for the spinners this afternoon. I mean, yes, the groundsman did say that would be a bit of purchase, but fortunately not yet to be seen. But there was a bit of movement for the seamers.
Yeah, moving through the air. Not much of the deck itself, but definitely through the air.
I mean, again, with the wind starting to pick up, it does play a part for the bowlers here for Namibia.
Spinners might want to hope for a bit of drift to make things difficult for the batters. We've yet to see anything turn significantly. Good fielding there with a bit of bounce in the outfield and cuts it off to 1.
I must say this left and right batting combination does tend to disrupt the bowling efforts from the bowlers. I mean, you have to change your line from bowling around the wicket to bowling over the wicket.
Norman backs off the catch there. May have wanted to push up for that. Concedes 1 run, no boundary. With that slog sweep from the left-handed batter. And another shot across the line. And misfielded by Rian David, and the boundary is conceded. And that's the first boundary in a while for the Canadian batters. And it wasn't a particularly loose ball, but a good shot by the right-handed batter.
Quite uncharacteristic by
and
the
it
fielding.
seems to have been a no ball and a free hit as a return. And stroked over the covers. And batsmen are pushing for, it's just kept to 1.
One more delivery remaining here in the Snyman's over.
Hit down to long off, and that's the 150 up for Canada. End of the 28th over, and that's 150 for 3 for Canada, who seem to be going quite comfortably towards this target with a little bit over 100 runs to go. And the remaining, what's that? 27 overs to go. If they continue at this pace, they should make the runs easily. So the Namibian team will want to definitely make a breakthrough, because the run rate is not challenging anymore.
I mean, they all seem but uncomfortable here with the spinners. Maybe bring on medium pacer or seamer.
And you called it, Nathan. The return of the left arm seam bowler, Peter Meverson. Returns from the same end that he bowled his first spell from. Peter, nicknamed Cutter, for his ability to move the ball around a bit, bowl some leg cutters and off cutters and move the ball off the deck. So he'll want to do that and hopefully get a breakthrough, maybe get a miscued shot from one of the batters who may want to push things along, even though they're in a pretty comfortable position. So a change of bowling might just do it for the Namibian team now. Looks like there's been another fielding replacement with Norma Manyande leaving the field and Johan Nel returning to the field to replace him.
Yeah.
One of the playing conditions for the tournament is the option to replace fielders at a regular basis. So it is play with 12 and 11 bat. So there are 12 fielders available, all of whom are allowed to bowl, and then rotating players onto the field for the safety of the aged.
And I mean, we saw Snyman, he was off and he was reintroduced again onto the field and immediately bowled. I mean, it's not something that we would normally see. I mean, in the, let's say, in the international circuits and in the local leagues, if a player comes off, has to be on the field for a certain amount of overs before he can bowl.
Well, the playing conditions actually allow for it, because he left the field retired hurt, not retired. I'm just tired and not fit enough. He was dehydrated, and so it was a medical issue that he had to leave for. So the umpires would have been aware of that and taken that into account, which is why he would have been allowed to return and start playing. And that would have been the query and the discussion between the umpires and the captain, and also the query from the Canadian team, just to clarify that matter, which is well within their rights.
Good line and length here, but how do you pronounce his surname? Mervesen.
Meverson. Yeah.
Mervesen.
Just call him Cutter.
Cutter.
Yeah.
That's the nickname.
Yes.
Cutter.
Pitched up, swinging in a little bit, and punched down to long off for one run by the batter. So a good start by Cutter, trying to keep the run rate under control, build a bit of pressure and attack the wickets at the same time. Picked up off the legs by the batter and punched behind square on the leg side for 4. Very well played, capitalizing on the loose delivery.
Yeah, good play there by Gill. Just showing his talent here.
He pushes on into the 60s and seems to be playing a pivotal innings for the Canadian run chase. Some discussion between the captain and the bowler.
Perhaps a change in the fielding positions here.
Possibly a change in the line of bowling. They have put some fielders into the defensive position. Nice, comfortable, shady position there for, looks like Rian David, who's promptly recalled from the shade and returns to the sun.
He got caught out there.
He was maybe hoping to avoid that. It is a hot day, and even with a breeze, players would be preferring standing in the shade than the sun. And straighter line by the bowler, kept low off the pitch, and half stopped by the keeper, fielded by Muhammad Salim, and an attempted run out there.
And that is the over, 158 for 3. Would you say that there is a fairly bit of an inconsistent bounce here? Because I mean, some deliveries do take off, and we see from that one and a few other deliveries as well, just keeping a bit low there.
It has, but it hasn't been a regular thing,
Mm.
so it seems to be a little bit odd. It may be a crack or two out there,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
maybe just hitting the seam at an odd angle. But play's been pretty good. Just from what the batsman who spent some time on there said, it was a difficult track to gather the pace and to get in on and to feel in. Even Nicky said at the end that even though he spent so much time on the batting, he never really felt in, even at the end. Harry Snyman to continue.
Oh,
And he gets a leading edge. Unfortunately, it carries to a gap in the field. He concedes no run, but there's no breakthrough for the Namibian side either.
falling short there. But better delivery there by Snyman.
Attacking the stumps, getting the batsman to play across the line. Well stopped by Bumpy Martins in the square leg position and cuts off a single there. Keeping
Another
the left-hand batsman on strike.
Another good fielding there by the Namibian team.
Gets another thick outside edge, but scores the single, takes the run, gets off strike.
Yeah, Namibia have been good in the field throughout this portion of the innings. Just once or twice, just a bit of misfields, which resulted in 4 or an extra run. But again, overall, it is solid performance, yes, thus far for Namibia in the field.
Very few mishaps, very sharpish by all the players.
And that could be the difference between winning and losing. So, contrast Canada, the drop catches, 6 to be exact. And
As well as some fumbles on the boundary, unfortunately.
And man bowling now was dropped on 53 and eventually scored 80, but unfortunately he had to go off.
Big shot by Snyman and Viljoen, probably going down the leg side. Batsman moving across his stumps.
And
But
that
no
is the over. And that is me. I'll be joining the party later on, and then that's 159 for 3.
And this is the second drinks break, so we'll take a small break. Thanks, Nathan. And then Ravi will be returning, and we'll have a chat shortly. Well, welcome back, Ravi. Here we go for my last stint and run into the last part of this innings. How do you think the Canadians are progressing? The batsmen seem to be taking as much rest as they can there in the middle, so it's obviously hot for them. How do you feel about the game situation at the moment?
Yeah, very hot. Good afternoon to you, Iramas, and thank you very much, Nathan. Yeah, they're in a good position now. Canada fought back nicely, 159 for 3. At the completion of the 30th over, they target 254. But this partnership worth 80 runs between the captain, the Devi, Sethi and Gill. You know, both batted brilliantly so far. But more importantly, from a Canada perspective, the partnership. Namibia, yes, they want a breakthrough now because they lost wicket. They took, now they have got the 80 runs for partnership. So I haven't done anything impactful since then. I want to make steady inroads. Beautiful day for cricket here, and it turned out to be a beautiful match because once you score 200 and odd runs, 50 runs, you're certainly looking for a good engagement, and these two have provided some good entertainment. Being competitive, yes, on field, but this is formally a manifestation of fierce cricket. Namibia compiled 254, 53 for 7 from 45 overs. Canada, they lost wicket at regular intervals. But these two now have really putting up a show. Good partnership, David Sethi and Gill.
The Namibian players helping up the batsmen there. Some good friendly interplay between the teams. Less than 100 runs to go.
With 90 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, so this is approaching a nice, tight, competitive finish. So both batsmen seem to be feeling the heat and the hydration.
Well,
And they would want to stay in as long as possible and set as good a target as possible. But these two are both set. So Canada would not want to lose either one of them at the moment. And Namibia would do well to take both of these wickets, or even one of them, as either situation could affect the outcome of this match right now.
David
Sethi,
Sethi seems to be uncomfortable. I can't really
Seems
pick
to be
up what
struggle.
actually happened. One time he's holding his back, one time he's holding his head. The substitute fieldsman just threw some water on his head, but we don't know.
He may be struggling in the same way that Harris Neyman was struggling in the first innings.
No, he's calling for a runner. But from his point of view, his presence is important, is massive for Canada. If they can able to surpass that target of 254, yes, the other batsmen are capable to come. But he looks well set, and he's a big day player. He has got 35. He already collaborated with Gill in a 4th wicket partnership of 80. They batted brilliantly. Namibia, they're mixing up things here with the spin pace, and they're now very, very much optimistic of getting a breakthrough early. But so far he's been competitive. This is a game, this is excitement. We expect it to unfold. This is the kind of competition we expect to unfold, Iramas.
It's interesting that the run has been allowed, but this is a friendly competition, and captain could be included. So let's see what happens. Sometimes these situations with runners tend to result in some
It'll be difficult.
Confusion.
159 for 3 over number 31.
It looks like Gill is the one that has the runner, not Davis. Am I correct in that? It's the left-handed batsman. Yes.
Looks so, because he has a backward square.
Yeah.
As he's going
and
straight
he
over his
almost takes
head.
A fantastic catch. Good shot by Davis. It seems to be running fine here, so it's Gill who seems to be struggling, maybe with cramp or a pulled muscle of some sort. But he does play a good, strong shot.
Snell could have done the same thing as well.
Yeah.
Kiran Buddhasa Ranji is a runner. Get an easy single. Good communication. I mean, communication is very vital when it comes to a runner, because Davy Sethi, yes, he took off immediately. He's looking for that efficient response from Kiran. So Yes, you will have to be very careful, but at the same time, very, very effective when they run it.
He seems to have a hamstring or a knee, but he doesn't seem particularly comfortable. So I reckon Gil would probably want to play a few shots now.
Well, we're not
and
going to be
put some pressure
surprised
on the Namibian-
when you
on
have
the
batsmen
Namibians.
retiring.
Yeah.
I know the Sinman retired, still come back and bowl. Good piece of batting again from David Seth. He's still there. He's batting responsibly, sharing his partnership with Gill. He's toughing it out. Yes, he's got a runner, but you need that sort of resilience if they can able to get to that target of 254.
Well stopped by Scholes there at backward point. Almost a very deep gully. Well
So-
bowled by Meverson. He seems to be attacking the stumps very much.
Good running. Beautiful day here for cricket in the 2024 International Master Cricket Over 40 World Cup tournament in Cape Town, South Africa. All matches to be played here, 12 teams in participation. We have the start of the preliminary round, and they have split or divided into two groups. This is Group A.
And down the leg side by Meverson, unfortunately.
The tournament will run
Seems to have
until
gotten away
March
with that one.
4th.
Good keeping by Fillion. Fielded that ball. Oh, well played by the batter. Devisetti gets it down to the boundary. Will it run all the way? It does. And that's a well played shot behind square for 4.
Yeah, fine shot there from Devisetti. Give himself plenty of room. Just came back a little bit slow outside the line of the off stump. But importantly, Iramas, he found the gap to perfection. The placement was good. The timing was good. And the result is good for him as Canada have progressed to 168 for 3. 31 overs have been completed.
And this may leave the captain with Namibian captain with a bit of a conundrum as to what he does next. Because we definitely need a breakthrough.
Yeah, definitely need a breakthrough in Namibia. Plenty of thinking here for Captain Bice. Using all his bowlers, I think. Probably going to the bowler
Well,
number 8.
Asada is not bowled. Maybe Martins can bowl a little bit of seam, but Salim Mohammed hasn't bowled many overs. So we'll have to see what comes of it.
So Sinsman back into the attack.
Snyman continues.
And Sitman Gill is got 68. Had some good outstanding individual performances so far in this fixture. Advice himself scoring an unbeaten 99. The man with the balls, this man with the 80 retired hurt. 2 wickets for Yunus Anwar and Godwin Alfred Lewis for Canada. David Sethi has got 40 as well. So he's adding good runs into the batting column. 168 for 3. 31 overs have been completed.
Canadian captain and opener taking a leaf out of the Namibian book and playing a consolidating innings and doing very well with it, building up towards the end. Single cut off there by Nicky Bice.
And Iramas, we haven't seen any great amount of aggression by these two. Yes, they've added 1 and 2 boundaries.
Well, they've capitalised on the loose ball and they've played sensible cricket. They've approached this chase in an effective manner. And Snyman comes through with a breakthrough with a shot across the line by Gill, who may have given it away a little bit there, but that was very adjacent and not a very good shot. He will be disappointed with that, but that follows a fantastic innings that anchored this chase, and he will have given the Canadians a very good chance to play through to the end and possibly win this fixture.
68 there for Satchet Gill. Started the innings batted brilliantly, looking to go across, probably looking for that cheeky single, but missed out completely, without hesitation. He was leg before. So good breakthrough for Namibia from their point of view. Yes, they were showing that eagerness to get that breakthrough because Canada looking comfortable at this point of the game. 163 for 4, just less than 100 runs. 168 for 4, and I'm sure the partnership was getting stronger and stronger, more efficient by these two batsmen. But I know that Namibia will want to capitalize on this breakthrough.
For sure. So they definitely wanted a breakthrough of some sort. It may have been better to keep the batsman with a niggle on in the middle. But one way or another, the wicket is a good result, and we will be looking to capitalize on the situation and see if we can't get another quick 2 or 3. Maybe put a bit of pressure on with the field. We'll see what the captain and the bowler talk and decide on.
Well, a man from Vancouver in Canada comes to the crease, the vice captain, Manpreet Kaira. Well, in fact, Shailesh Patel, according to our scorer, looks identical.
And he
in
plays
fact,
a good
it's,
shot into the leg side, gets off strike off the first ball.
Shailesh Patel plays for Victoria Park in Toronto. He's a good off spinner with the action of a leg spinner.
Yes.
Well, he's looking to prove his all-round capability. A lot will depend on his support for his captain David Sethi.
And good fielding there by Rian de Wit, cuts off a possible 2 by some aggressive running in from the boundary. Make sure it stays down to 1. The strike rotates.
So Sisman, no doubt he's encouraged and inspired.
Another shot pushed into the mid-wicket area, but covered by Nicky Base. And that's a good over by Snyman, picking up a wicket and only conceding 2 runs. And the Namibians would want more of that towards the end of this innings.
32 gone, 170 for 4. Canada looking for 254 from the allotment of 45 overs in the round 1 of this 2024 International Masters Over-40 World Cup tournament here in Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful day, lovely sunshine, a little bit of wind.
Yeah.
And the contest started to be a little more intense now because we can see even Stephen with just over 84 runs required from 90 deliveries. My mathematics good there? Yeah, 90 deliveries to get 84 runs with 6 wickets standing. Namibia still maybe thinking about getting steady wicket. Depend heavily on the spin pace combination to do the trick. The pitch has been very consistent with the appreciative bounces and turns, and especially since the off spinner picking up a wicket. It was a good delivery, right on target, not a big turn, but inviting Gill to go across the line. This man on the show here, David Sethi, he's asked to take up the responsibility. He's approaching a half century. Yes, he was in some pain, some discomfort. Doesn't look serious though, thankfully, from a Canadian point of view.
He seems to have picked up a couple of yards in his running between the wickets after that little bit of hydration at the drinks break, which is good for Canada. The Namibians would want to make another breakthrough as soon as possible, put some more pressure on, make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, another 1 or 2 more wickets can really put great pressure on the Canadian batsmen.
And bringing up the fielders, the long off and long on fielders to cut off those singles, make things a little bit more difficult. Pitches it up, and well stopped by Peter Mewison. That's good bowling. and he drops it down the leg side, and it is a wide delivery, so we'll have to bowl that one again, and he concedes the run. Well fielded by the keeper there. Dwayne Viljoen covers a lot of ground and gets to the ball. A very good shot by Peter Murvison, and that is solidly in front. That would be the middle. That's a very good ball.
I did say that foot.
Yeah, and Nathan was making the point that Patel, the batter, was very eager to get his front foot down the middle of the track, and it's proved to be his downfall with a good straight delivery by Peter Murvison, probably hitting off stump and middle stump. Well bowled by him.
Yeah.
And this is what the Namibian team would have wanted.
Yeah.
Two quick breakthroughs. Suddenly it puts the cat amongst the pigeons, so the Canadians would want to reset, rethink this, maybe take a bit of time to settle in again. Would not want to lose more wickets. The Namibians would want to be in a bit more of an attacking mode, but not concede any runs. Bowled a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there's another massive breakthrough there for Namibia. Patel has become wicket number 5 for Canada, and followed with Gill very shortly. So 2 quick wickets here for Namibia, looking to pull things back in their favour. And Rajesh Vitil comes to the crease, mainly playing as a left-arm orthodox spinner, but he can bat.
Well bowled by Peter Murvison.
He's off the mark.
And
We'll have to wait and see.
Looking for
a tricky one there. David Sethi say, okay, comes off the mark.
this is the player that you said plays in the T20 league.
Yeah, Manpreet Rajesh Vitil plays for Mississauga Ramblers
Okay.
in Ontario.
So he's the pro in the squad.
I could say so. Or I probably go with David Sethi.
Yes, well, he's got the historical background in the Indian Ranji Trophy. So the two of them, yes. And well bowled, well played by David
Successful
Sethi.
over there
And then
for Mewison.
David Sethi
33 gone.
approaching his 50, anchoring the second half of the innings.
173 for 5.
81. 81 required off 12 overs. 81 required off 12 overs, eh?
So 81 runs required of 12 overs.
And 72 deliveries to
81
go.
of 72.
5 wickets in hand. So that's the equation here at the Cape Town Cricket Club in South Africa. Match number 1 in this inaugural International Masters Cricket Over 40 World Cup
So the run
tournament.
rate has swung into the Namibians' favour to in a little way. They would want to pick up more wickets, but with David Sethi still set and approaching his 50, he may want to repeat the performance of base, get to 50 and then accelerate, and that may snatch the victory out of the Namibians' hands.
Sisman
Change of
to
field.
continue. So he's taken up the responsibility. 1 for 25 from 6 overs. So he's got 3 possible overs to go, and with that wicket of Satjit Gill, no doubt he will want to continue.
Namibians
He's
being
paying off his captain.
very sharp in the field
Feet
now. Everybody up in the ring,
pumped up
except the
and ready to
sweeper
go.
on the offside and a deep square. Sharp on the singles, wanting to put up as much pressure as possible. They would want to force a false shot from the Canadian players.
And in fact, once they take wickets regularly, they're going to create huge pressure on the opposition. And I think that is the plan here. It is working nicely.
Well fielded there at square leg by Asad Abbas. Harry Snyman looking to effect the run out. Picking up the single there in the mid-wicket area. Well bowled by Harry Snyman. Good single by Vital. And the fielders drop into the outfield. They would want to keep David Sethi off strike as much as possible. The batsman likely to look for the boundaries now. It would be interesting to see what his approach is. And he immediately scores an easy single into one of the areas. And in fact, he turns a single into two.
But that was important there for Devisetti. Immediately took off for the single, called for two. Good response there from Vito.
Who's fresh, got fresh legs.
Got fresh legs.
And Devisetti's back on strike.
When you start your innings in over 40 cricket, you're young. But halfway stage, you started to say, okay, I'm an age guy now. I'm over 40.
Well, they bring the fielders up. They want Devisetti to play the shot over the top.
I think I met a guy in England recently, and he said that don't make
Snyman drops it short.
Don't make age don't make age a issue or a problem. Make age an adventure.
An advantage if you can. Snyman drops it short.
Good
the
runs there.
Namibians do cut off the boundary, but they do concede 3 runs there. So well done by the Namibian fielders there. It seems to be Wimpy Martins again. Well done by him, covering a lot of ground, cutting off a lot of runs, although he seems to have possibly done himself a bit of a nasty. We'll see shortly.
34 gone, 179 for 5 Canada. And they're targeting 254 from 45 overs. So 11 overs to go in this first encounter between Namibia and Canada, one of the 3 matches in Group A fixture. The action will continue tomorrow with another 3 matches in Group A. Of course, we have got Group B, 6 teams as well. Then they will take a break on Wednesday and come back Thursday. Friday, a break Sunday, and then we have the final round, preliminary round on Sunday. And I'm sure my co-commentator Iramas will head to some historical sites during those days off in Cape Town. They are in abundance.
Yes, well, most of the players you have spent. Oh, that's a fantastic running by the Canadian players. They turn a steady single into 2 runs.
Well, again, because the communication is good, and immediately they took off for the single, contemplating the second run, and they made it because the communication, and there was no hesitation.
Devisetti batting with clear intent, and that would be his 50. Ball drops short down leg side, and Devisetti goes to 50 with a shot into the leg side behind square for 4.
Excellent batting here, short ball down the leg side. Well, he's in good form on the back foot and just smack it through backward square for 4, and is a well played half century, very much calculated. And what an inning so far here from the Canadian skipper.
We can expect him to probably look to accelerate the innings now. And he repeats the shot, goes onto the front foot on his knees and sweeps it for 4 off the seam bowler for a boundary behind square leg. Peter Meverson will want to be rethinking his approach here maybe.
2 boundaries in succession there for Devisetti down the leg side. Muswin strained down. And again, he's putting his one.
And he punches it for a 1 bounce 4. That's a massive over for the Canadians. And this might just be the one that changes it for them.
Yeah, after 2 quick wickets, change back the complexion of the game. Thanks to Devisetti. And he's in good form. As I said, Iramasi got a half century against New Zealand.
And suddenly after he's made his 50 in this match, he's accelerated the run scoring rate and he's looking to change things up.
Same thing with Nicky Base as well.
Yeah, Nicky Base did the same thing in the first innings, but what does the Namibian captain do now in this situation? Match is in the balance. Much better delivery by Peter Meverson, fielded by Base in the covers to cut off the single. Meverson
This
with
period is very crucial for them. Both teams, I could say, another 5 overs. They could be able to dictate things. Thinking about a second, they will have to hurry if they do, but they settle for just 1. 35 gone, 194 for 5. And 10 overs remaining. When we translate that, he runs 60 deliveries. And they've got 60 runs on the board. And they've got 5 wickets in hand.
62 runs.
62 runs.
194, and they're chasing 254, so 60 runs to go off 60 deliveries. Runnable.
Scores wrong there.
No, we're
Yeah.
looking, yeah.
I know, but
194 or 192?
yeah.
Well, it's close enough to a runner ball not to make a difference. The Canadians will feel much better about the run right now, and the Namibians will suddenly feel a bit more pressure after having taken 2 good wickets. They would want to come back and specifically target the Canadian captain and get him off strike, and even better, get him out. Whereas the Canadian captain would want to capitalize on the situation and the innings that he's batted.
Well, like I told you that he's a huge wicket for Canada. A lot
Yes.
will depend on him. He has come to the party so far. But in the event he dismissed around 194 to 120, it can trigger something different here. For Namibia, yes, they want him.
Should open up the field a bit just to create the single and then put the other guy on strike.
Sisman
Namibians
continues
have it- have
in
it.
his 8th and possibly his penultimate over.
The Namibians with a very spread field, now bringing the deep square up.
But I think
So
they're
the
going
deep
back
wicket
into
and the long on out, the long off, and the sweeper on the offside, looking to cut off singles and make him play some shots, it looks like.
Oh, inside edge.
And fortunate to get away with that one, but
quite
shot is
defensive here.
mistimed.
Quite defensive field here from Namibia. So this is a bottom ball contest between Sisman and Devisetti respectively, and he's
And
going
swept
straight
across the
backward
line. The
square.
fielder that he's
Shot,
just brought
shot.
up from deep square, it goes down for 4.
Yeah, this is terrific batting here from the captain Devisetti. He's gone on to 64. That was a shot of conviction, confidence. The placement was good, the timing was impeccable, and the result is absolutely favorable for Canada.
Moves
Yeah,
the
they're
score
just
up to
approaching to
below
200.
198, which is just below 200. Things moving forward very well.
198 for 5. And again,
And again, in the same area, capitalizing in that huge
200
gap in
up
the
now
field.
for
That's
Canada.
200 for Canada.
Sisman, knowing that he can't go there to this well-set batsman, a batsman of his quality, Devisetti.
He's looking to bowl outside off stump, but the captain is moving across and hitting it into the gap.
Absolutely fantastic inning so far from Devisetti.
Who moves on to 70 runs and seems to be doing the best he can to finish this innings.
So 200 up for Canada with that boundary. And it's come from the bat of Devisetti. Excellent batting. Rotated the strike nicely. They're
Picked it
looking
to
for the
the
second. They
one
will have to
and-
hurry. And throwing at the danger end. Not out says
And
umpire
not
different.
Very good run out attempt by Snyman and well fielded there by Salim Mohammed, but running with intent by the Canadian batters.
Hit the
And they
stump though
get through to
directly.
2.
Yeah. Had he
Direct.
been run out there, that would have been a celebration and a half.
That would have been a game changer.
Yeah.
That would have been the game changer that they're looking for, the Namibian team.
So 50 runs required from 9.1 overs. So this is coming down to the wires. I had told Nathan that if there is no one-sided affair, we can expect a keenly contested match. So expect that it's coming down to the wires. Yes, both teams still can put things back in their favor. 204 for 5 over number 36 in progress. And the magic figure is 254 for Canada. Namibia, they need 5 wickets or they can able to restrict them, limit them to 254. But this man has looked in absolutely great form. Devisetti, 36 gone, 204 for 5.
And he's done the damage. Now we'll see what the Namibian captain does with the situation. What changes does he make? Speaks to Dwayne Fulyun. What are they talking about? What will they decide on? We'll see in a minute.
So still plenty of thinking here for Nicky Buys, the Namibia captain. Picked up two quick wickets after that, breaking that partnership between the Gill and Davisetti. 84th for the 4th wicket. Very productive, very admirable in the context of things. But two quick wickets give them back that momentum. But since the arrival of Vital, he hasn't been the big scorer, just got 2 to his name. But Davisetti with 3 consecutive boundaries and then 2 in the next over. 20 runs in a flash of time, Iramas and
Nicky
Canada.
bringing himself back in a very vital moment. We'll see what happens now. But what Vital's done very well is he's done a lot of running in support of his captain, and that's essential. He may not have scored a lot of runs, but the ones that he's turned into 2 with his captain is essential. Let's see what Nicky Buys does in this situation. It's a dot ball to start with.
Nicky Buys before this 1 for 29 in 4 overs. So he has got success. But the way Canada approaching this target, the Iramas, that Namibia will have to get breakthrough, because Davisetti has been fluent, he has been elegant, and he has been run scoring.
Yeah, the Namibians are in a situation where they're forced to take wickets. Not restricting the runs is not going to be good enough anymore. They would have to build pressure, and that might bring a false shot.
So you're saying that they have to take wickets?
They have to take wickets to get a positive result for them. We would want to take as many wickets as possible. And misfields like that at crunch moments
Certainly
like
can
these,
afford that.
up until now, there have been very few and far between, but those are clutch moments and are important. The strike gets rotated, and the newer batsman is on strike now.
And when in this situation, fielders tend to be misfeeling. You say they're feeling the pressure. Whether on the opposite side you take wickets frequently, you're adding pressure on the batsman. So that because of, I'm not saying that's why the error occurred, but due to the match scenarios, a good piece of fielding, good backed up there now.
Devitt now nice and close in, and cuts off that run there.
Oh, it's
Good
almost
stop by
gone
Rian
there.
Devitt. Doesn't quite get to the catch. That may have
So
been a
we-
chance.
We have
We'll see
boys,
on the replay
Vitil,
shortly if that would have gone to hand.
37 overs have been completed, and Canada 206 for 5.
That may have been a catch, an opportunity there. And another bowling change. Salim Mohammed comes back into the attack. Let's see what happens now.
And we
Another
can,
change, another opportunity.
and Uramas, we can anticipate that because you need wickets,
Yes.
and you need to be a little more variable with the bowling in order, because this is an innovative period for Namibia to have that spin pace combination to bring back your strike bowlers and all sort of things, because Bice knows that we need wickets if they're going to beat Canada in this opening encounter.
And Davisetti showed himself comfortable against the off spin, and seemed to be able to hit the gaps where he wanted to. And he's obviously a good batter and the core of the Canadian batting lineup. So the Namibians will hoping for as positive a result as they can from this. And
And then you have,
having picked
you have
Salim as the impact bowler, we would want him to do just that, have an impact. And he starts off very well with a
Yeah.
good length delivery on the off stump.
And psychologically, it can be challenging because you have got to take 5 wickets in defense of under 50 runs.
Correct.
And you have got a batsman who has shown tremendous concentration, tremendous application. David Sethi, the captain, apart in addition to his responsibility.
And he drops it short. Is there a catching opportunity? No, he hits the gap. It's a 1 bounce 4. And Devasetti keeps accelerating his scoring rate. He's now almost at a runner ball.
You might start to think about a century now, because opportunity presents here for him, and try to replicate Bice and Sinman getting big scores.
As a captain, you would be less interested in your own score and far more interested in the team situation and want to win the match for your team rather than your own statistics. Better ball there by Salim Mohammed, and again 2 runs.
Yeah, direct hit would have done the trick
Direct
there.
hit or a better throw might have helped the bowler field the ball better.
So brilliant stuff here between Bat and Pod, Namibia and Canada. Really putting up a show here. Good contest. Yeah, good batting here from David Sethi, the captain. He has moved on to 80 now. And as
The third 80 of the match.
analyze that century is not in his thought, just get the game over, just get the job done.
Yeah, I believe as a captain he would want to win the match for his side, irrelevant of his own personal score.
Naro says
The
umpire
says not out. That
very,
seemed to
very
be tending
optimistic.
down leg. But a
It
good
was
shout.
a good shout, yeah.
Good shout either way, and it keeps it down to a leg by. No, umpire seems to have indicated
No,
no
there's some
leg by.
bat on
It's
there.
right, so there must have been some bat on there.
Luckily
And
for
Salim
the
seems
Vito.
to sees the humor in that, so some bat on that would have negated that. Let's see what comes next. There was Sethi on strike again.
Luckily for Vital.
Or is it Vittel? And some good movement of their feet, and that may have been fielded a bit better. And 2 good runs.
Yeah, beautifully played again there by David Sethi. Just coming down the track a little bit chip, and importantly found the gap, picking up 2 runs, and he just continued to look positive, confident, compact.
Batting with intent.
And Canada, they have moved on nicely here. 216 for 5 at the completion of the 38th over.
The Namibians would want desperately for a change in the match situation. Would be looking for something to change, somebody to make a breakthrough. Thinking about their field placing, their bowling options, what possibly can be done to bring a better result.
Well, they need a collapse
the end.
here for Canada.
Well,
Pick it up 2-3 quick wickets.
it would probably just require getting Devasetti out as a first step, even if they get the other wickets.
So 42 deliveries
Devasetti
still
would
left in
probably
the over. Yeah.
guide them to the win. It's still close to a runner ball, but the run rate isn't the problem for the
we
Canadian
always
captain,
say,
I believe.
Iramas, that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Anything could happen.
Yes.
You need 5 wickets, 5 balls can do the trick.
11 individuals in a team game where one guy can make a difference,
One man with
And
a golden
that's-
arm here for Namibia.
and that seems to be the case for the Canadians with their captain.
Nicky
And
boys.
the Namibians need one man to stand up and have his clutch moment and reach out and grab it.
So Nicky boys to continue. 1 for 31 before this. It's going to start his over number 6.
His 6th over. He's
Yeah.
conceded 31 runs in his 5 to date and taken the 1 wicket. And he
Vital.
starts off well with a length delivery on off. Concedes no run. He pitches it up and it's struck through the covers for a comfortable 4.
And this time it's Vital.
Beetle plays a glorious cover drive for an overpitch delivery.
Yeah, right onto the front foot there from boys. Vital And importantly for him, he found the gap to perfection, and it raced across this lightning fast outfield. 4 welcome runs. So we were thinking that they're going to target Divisetti. Now they will have to target Vitil.
Well, now they would want both wickets. And another dropped onto the pads, and it concedes a single down the leg side, and it's fielded for the 1.
34 runs on the card to go. Namibia need 5 wickets.
Namibia would be desperate to take a wicket right now. We would want to change the situation in our favour.
Still an intriguing battle because
it's not over yet.
Not over yet. Still a long way to go. Both teams, no doubt, are anxious to open their account with a victory in this Masters over 40 World Cup tournament.
And another one on the leg side, hit into the deep square leg fielder for a single.
And how things started off this morning, Iramos, that we thought the pitch would have favored the bowlers, especially the pacers, because with that thickness of grass, a little bit of preparation, moisture, great conditions for cricket, but it turned out to be a batting paradise.
Well, the Namibians maybe losing some of those wickets early and having some more in hand to accelerate more at the end. And the Canadians have made a good fist of this run chase. They've batted well. They've had the innings anchored by their opening batsman Gill, and now the captain coming in to close it out. So the Namibians need to think about what they're doing, would want to desperately make a breakthrough or two, and be able to be back in a position where they can put pressure on the batsmen and force them to play shots that they're not necessarily comfortable with.
39 overs gone, 222 for 5, Divisetti 83, Rajesh Vitil 8, and Canada looking to start off well, Namibia as well, in this inaugural International Master over 40 World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. Beautiful sunshine, just approaching 5 p.m. local time. Down the leg side.
Down the leg side and called wide by the umpire. Not an ideal start to the over, and Salim would want to improve on that.
So a little more defensive now for Canada because the fielders just pushing back.
Well played by the Canadian batter, punches it down for 1 too long on. And that's 2 off the over with 1 legal delivery bowled.
So he's bringing all his wealth of experience in first-class cricket. Vinay Divisetti representing Hyderabad in Ranji Trophy in Mississauga, Canada.
Misfielded there in the mid-wicket and picked up by the deep square leg. It should have been stopped.
So I know you're beyond the boundary, Ramos. In the event Namibia lost this match, you will have to take a different approach against Australia tomorrow. Something, the bowling or the feeling that you guys going to really emphasize more on in the event that they lost the match?
Well, it depends on what the brains trust of the team come up with. They would obviously have some learnings from what happened today. I'm not involved in the selection or the strategic side of the match today, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what the changes are there. And I wouldn't have a clear idea of what their thinking is and how they performed today until after the match. And then what the ideas are for and the plans are for the game against Australia tomorrow. But we would want to compete well and possibly be more effective from a bowling perspective. But a lot depends on what the pitch is like and also what the Australian batters play like.
Going to be a different venue as well.
Yeah, so that affects a lot of things. All the teams will be playing on new venues every time, so it'll make things change every time. The batsman beaten there by the bowler, but still a run conceded, a leg by.
The action will continue tomorrow. Namibia coming up against Australia. Canada will confront Zimbabwe, also at a different venue here in Cape Town, South Africa. And this has been a spectacle so far. And he's going big.
Smashed by the batter.
Yeah, this will run away into the boundary for 4.
For 4. And that's a vital boundary by Devasetti as he pushes along further into the 80s.
Yeah, big shot for him. Just coming forward, making good connection. And lands in no man's land into the boundary for 4.
And that's the end of my...
Canada, we can see now inching towards victory. Just 25 runs required from 5 overs. 233 for 540 gone. We're going to have a change of commentary.
Nathan will step into my seat.
And
all the
Ramos,
best to
hope
both
to catch you back
sides.
sometime in the playoff, or sometime Canada and Namibia play the
I'm
final.
Sure we'll run into one another.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ravi. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for your analysis today. And we're going to have our final stint with Nathan, the man from Cape Town, South Africa. 233 for 540 gone. 25 to go. Devasetti 88, Vital 10. As I welcome back Nathan, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ravi. Just after the second lunch break, 2 quick wickets for Namibia. But again, just experience of Devasetti and Gill at the time. Did fairly well, but to bring it back, because a lot of pressure was, went back to Canada, but just a lot of composure by Devasetti and Gill, just showing all the experience for them.
He's looking to open up there, Rajesh Vital. I don't think that is necessary at the moment. Rather than just strike it, just hand over the strike to the man in form, Devasetti. He has got 88, 12 away from century. He's going up big again in identical fashion. So Bice might be happier given the fact that he's inviting the batsman to go over the top. There's no connection there. Rajesh Vital still on 10, but he's playing a very important role here. Very supportive.
I mean, all they need is 21 runs or 2.1 runs per over. Or, beg your pardon, it's only 21 or 5 overs.
4.2 now, 4.4 overs. Really want to go over the top, Vital. This is very much unnecessary from him, because you've got a man that is richly in form on the other side of the crease, and with just 21 runs away, plenty of wickets in hand, plenty of balls in hand. And he's going again. This time he's finding connection with button ball. Upishly out toward the backward square. There's scamper back for 2.
No.
Made it quite comfortable there. It was a little risky. But again, there's no hesitation from Rajesh Vital.
Audacious shot there by the keeper for Leon. But safe there for Vital. These two at the moment looking comfortable. But again, there's no need to be being expansive. I mean, they only require 19 runs with 4 overs and a bit remaining here.
Vital still in strike. 235 for 5 over number 41 in progress. Namibia probably desperately looking for a wicket now for a breakthrough if they're going to defend that target of 254. And he's given out, and again looking to go over the top. Rajesh Vital. This time no connection. And he's been given out leg before. Success here for Namibia. Success for Bice. And this can change things around, Nathan. Especially when you had a good partnership. You're in the driver's seat. And then all of a sudden, you got a wicket. But I think Vital has done his part here for Canada in partnership with David Setti. But he departed 233 for 6 now, over number 41 in progress. This can come down still to the wires, Nathan.
Yeah, but unnecessary shot there, Vital. I mean, we saw throughout the whole of that over, but expansive shots. And unfortunately, missing out on that one. Just bringing Namibia back into play here. And brings in another, well, a new batter here for Canada.
Well, the opening bowler, Godwin Lewis Alfred, done a splendid job with the ball. The opportunity to just able to seal off things for Canada. But Namibia, yeah, they want another one. Now they could start to focus on the new batsman rather than David Setti. But David Setti is well set. He's got 88, taking up the responsibility nicely. He's leading from the front. An opportunity to bring it home for Canada here at this showpiece in Cape Town, South Africa. Brilliant day, brilliant city, brilliant tournament so far. The action will continue tomorrow, and Nathan will be right here tomorrow.
I'll be in a rhythm. The school down the road in Constantia.
So that's a fixture between.
I haven't got I didn't see the fixture list. I'm sure this is a fixture list, or you have a fixture list there, but yeah, I'll be at Redham, school down the road.
Redham House can send that's England up against USA.
Yeah, school down the road.
It will be at SACS, Zimbabwe, taking on Canada. In round number 2, they will go up to 5 rounds in this preliminary stage. Then the top 4 teams will advance to the semi-final. Then we have the playoff segment as well for the other 8 teams. So a lot of cricket to be played from now to March 1st. Things are set to culminate at the Newlands facility, renowned international venue.
I mean, five games this week, with the rest period on Wednesday and again on Saturday. So again, a lot of cricket. And then the following week, Tuesday, Thursday and a Friday. Friday will be the final.
Excellent batting there from David Setti. This will run away into the boundary for 4. Exquisitely played there by him. The timing was excellent. The placement was great. And another wonderful result here for David Setti. What an innings here, Nathan, from him, the captain of Canada, with a wealth of experience in first-class cricket, with over 5,000 runs in representation for Hyderabad in India. But he's bringing it to the party here in representation of Canada. And again, in identical fashion, but the man has moved down to a bit wider. Scamper 2, through for 2. They will have to hurry. And good response there from Godwin Lewis Alfred. So 2 more to the total. He's getting closer and closer to that century. Now it's gone to 94. So probably he can get there before they achieve victory here, possibly.
They wouldn't want the same hiccup as the co-captain for Namibia, falling short on 99.
White ball outside the line of the off. Some 241 for 6. They need 9 and 4. 13 runs. He needs 6 more. Probably 2 sixes from Alfred. We'll close off things.
Just communication was needed here at the moment.
Uppishly out toward extra cover. This will run away into the boundary for 4 more. Yes. Can get there. Terrific batting here from the captain, David Setti. Front foot planted nicely, making good connection. The placement was good. Yes, and another excellent result here for Canada. 245 for 6. But this has been a superb knock from the captain, Vinay Devisetti. Absolutely brilliant, absolutely historical. at this wonderful tournament, over 40 World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. Mixing up nicely again. 99, Nathan. What a day for him.
The nervous 90s.
Nervous 90s. Have I got 100 in cricket?
Nervous 90s. Just shy. One more left. One more. Just one more required for DStv. Wonderful knock here. A man from Hyderabad. But moving to Canada. Paired with the likes, as we mentioned, paired with the likes of VVS Laxman, the legendary Indian batter. Fielding.
Yeah, a little bit of overthrow there, a little bit of sloppy there from Namibia, allowing the batsman to scurry through for a quick single. One more to the total, 246 for 6. So Canada is almost on the cusp of a victory here to open their account in the 2024 inaugural International Master Cricket Over 40 World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. 42 gone, 246, 247 for 6. And DStv, well, he has got a run to go for what would be a fascinating century.
Perhaps Alfred will be looking to bring his captain to play here. Maybe gone down to third man or to fine leg just for single.
And one would have thought, Nathan, that the start of Canada innings, that you need someone to come to the fore. You need someone to make a big impact in the batting department. I had a brief thought about saying, oh, we need a centurion, and it's almost here virtually. DStv, as expected, live up to his potential, his ability. Love the way he manipulated things the initial part of his career, of his innings. Alfred in stride, 7 to go.
Yeah, so before we were both on air, I actually asked Roman what language they speak in Namibia, because I saw a few comments saying go to Namibia #lekker. So that's Afrikaans, English Afrikaans. Main language here is English, but in Canada, I mean, I've been hearing French, English. What language do they speak in Canada?
The same two that you talked about, French and English.
Surely that's not the only two that.
But because of a multicultural
Yeah.
societies and people, a lot of immigrants from different parts of the world, you will hear different languages, revealing. Like the Indian guys will speak Indians and that sort of things. We have a lot of Chinese in Canada as well. The Brazilians, the Portuguese, the Spanish, all sort of pools. But the main two languages, English and French.
Okay. Oh,
Brilliantly
great take! Great take there.
And Alfred
Backward
goes.
point.
Just unnecessary from him, but a good breakthrough there for Namibia. They're still fighting here. Canada require 7 runs. Alfred looking to open the face of the bat, and it's just spoon out to the man at backward point. And Canada losing their 7th wicket, 247 for 7 in over number 43. Ethan, we still have a contest here apart from DStv.
Yeah, good take there by Rian de Wit, that tall man at backward point, and showing a bit of sharpness still in the latter parts of the Canadian innings. Just 7 required now for Canada for victory, and there are 7 wickets down, coming down to the wire.
Yeah, we spoke about it constantly, that you might see game coming down to the wires. But if Canada get there, yes, it's over 500 runs on the first day of this mega event. Manpreet Kaira, the vice captain, comes to the crease, and he's whipping this one off the pad down to the boundary for 4. He opened his account with a boundary, and we can hear the celebration from the Canadian fans and teammates. 250 up for Canada, 251 for 7. 3 runs required. A little bit unfortunate there for Bice and Namibia. Does strain down the leg. And Manpreet making connection, 4 runs.
Question here at the moment, will the captain get to his century? We saw in the previous innings.
Well, not a
the
boundary
captain,
here. We'll seal off things.
Nicky Pace didn't get to his 100, falling short. Will we see a century yet today? That is the question.
Yes, well, he's going to be in strike now with 2 overs to go. They need 3 runs, and he needs 1 run. So everything into play now because he's on strike. Whether Namibia can bowl 3 wides, all that is a possibility now, and Davisetti can left on 99. But I don't think he will be worried about that, or Canada ultimately will be worried about that. Victory is of paramount importance for them now. So let's see what's going to happen in this over, especially because potentially the game can finish here.
And 251 for 7. Just 3 remaining here for Canada for victory in match 3 of over 40 Cricket World Cup. Yeah, in the wonderful facilities of Cape Town Cricket Club, the Boone Wallace Oval in Plumstead, Cape Town. And Cutter, as Romain calls him, nicknamed the Cutter.
Cutter. So 1 to go, Davisetti. He'll have to wait and see. He's still being patient, but 100 here will be remarkable for the Canadian captain. Has really come to the fore here for Canada. 251, 3 to go, 1 for him. Namibia, they still need 3 wickets. And he's coming forward. Very, very patient. Over number 44, the penultimate one. So Canada could still be a little bit watchful if a maiden occurs here.
Yeah, I see the Canadian fans sitting in anticipation with their phones. We're taking videos and pictures, waiting for the mouse. Here we go!
100 and victory for Canada. Davisetti has done it. 103 not out. Congratulations to Canada. They have won by 3 wickets with 7 balls to spare, with 8 balls to spare. But what an innings here from the captain, Vinay Davisetti. 103 not out. Fantastic effort, fantastic batting display, and Canada have started their campaign with a victory. Quite thrilling in the context of things, but take a page in Namibia from 16 for 4 to 254 for 7, and then they had some wickets early on, but a good contest nevertheless. And what a way to start off in this inaugural International Masters over 40, 45 over World Cup tournament. And what a way and what a place to achieve the victory for Canada. What a way to achieve a landmark for Davisetti. Cape Town, South Africa. This will live in the memory for many here today that witness this fabulous innings. Nathan, certainly what a show.
What a show indeed. Just a bit of recap from the beginning. Canada winning the toss and elected to bowl first, setting up a total, the Namibian side setting up a total of 253 for 5, actually for 7, and just standouts there for Namibia was Gerrie Snyman, but unfortunately retired hurt on 80, and Nicky Pace, the captain, just falling short on the final delivery of the first innings on 99, setting up a total of 253 for 7. And for the Canadians, wonderful display from the beginning by Gill, and then the captain with the captain's knock with 103 runs on their final delivery, and Canada winning here by 3 wickets. And that is us from here at Boone Wallace Oval, Cape Town Cricket Club, Plumstead. And from myself, Nathan.
Ravindra Mandalal and Iramas
Sorry.
will say goodbye. Hope you would have enjoyed the broadcast.
Yeah, from our guys, we'll keep fighting. We'll be back in tomorrow. We'll keep playing. Right. Right now, we're going to call on the Canadian captain, X81. Firstly, I would like to thank the Namibia team for putting up a great contest. Firstly, I would like to thank the Namibian team for putting up a great contest. So, started on a good note, on a winning note. However, there's a lot that we can learn from this. The standards that we have set over the last 6 months, I think there's a lot to learn, especially. So, only in the end, catches. I hope we keep improving every day and challenge top. Before we get to the awarding of the man of the match and the Spirit of Cricket Award, I'd like to call on the Namibian manager who's going to just do a small presentation for us on behalf of, sorry, the Canadian manager, my apologies. That's just wants to do a small presentation on behalf of the Canadian team. At this point, I'd like to call on Axay Kandia.
Thank you, everyone. I think it was a very great game. Namibia played very well. An outstanding performance by his, I think, Green. His keeper, 99, not out. Congratulations, well done. Congratulations to our keeper as well. Is 100 not out. And congratulations, Team Canada. Is it like, no, this is just the beginning of our journey in World Cup. And we both team learns from each other. And those learnings we will be definitely implementing it in going forward in future games. Right? So at this time, I would like to recognize a couple individuals, those who have done outstanding job on the field as well as off the field. So they are none other than both the umpires. Okay. I also would like to recognize the manager of Namibia, who has put in a lot of efforts to bring the team all the way together and here. So I would like to request Namibia manager to come here. And the club secretary, Wesley, is here. So this is for you, Wesley. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, guys. And then it's just two more awards for us to do at the end of this presentation. The two awards is one for the Spirit of Cricket Award and then one for the Man of the Match. These awards were decided upon and adjudicated by Mr. Russell Tiffin as well as Mr. Aslam Regal. The two umpires that did a fantastic job out here today. We'd like to thank you guys as well for your time and your effort. We know it was quite hot out there, not just for the players. It was a scorcher today. It's not normally this hot out here, and we really do appreciate the work that you guys have done, and thank you so much for your time. I'm going to start these two awards by firstly, obviously there were a lot of good performances, but at the end of the day, we're going to do the Spirit of Cricket Award first. And it was decided by the umpires that the Spirit of Cricket Award goes to Mr. Nicholas Baez for 99 not out and 3 wickets. He's also the Namibian captain. Come back here, young man. Thank you, guys. And then
The final award is for man of the match. Yeah, we saw again, we saw a lot of good performances, but at the end of the day, to lead your team from the front, to get your team over the line under some pressure conditions there, and for scoring 103 not out, your man of the match from Canada, Mr. Vinay Devisetli. Will you just say a few words first, please? So as long as I get to contribute to my team's success, I'm okay. So it doesn't matter whether it's a 50 or a 100. Luckily for me, we ended up on the winning side. So hopefully I get to contribute more to team success going forward. Thank you. Sorry guys, I've just been notified there's one more award that a special award that one needs to be handed out. If you will come back and then just very quickly. Yes. Just one more award to be handed over from the Canadian team. To who, sorry? Nicholas.
I'd like to call the captain for the Namibia team for his 99 not out to accept this award from Team Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. That concludes our presentation this afternoon. Please drive home safe and everybody get to your destination safely. After, we'll see you inside for a little bit. Thank you very much, everybody.
Buddy?